Robrock furrowed his brow, casting a look of disdain at the nearby Tyr. However, after a brief moment of thought, he chose to set aside his doubts. He had grown used to it. Whenever Tyr displayed such mysterious behavior, there was always an important reason behind it, so he no longer questioned it. His gaze followed the profile of Tyr's slightly lowered face, watching his firm steps, heading toward the unknown distance. That strange behavior, in this moment, made Robrock think of someone. Sigurd. Unexpected events came one after another, just like the situation now. Clearly, Robrock had already found a reasonable explanation for it. It seemed that Sigurd's soul had possessed Tyr's body. If not, it would be hard to explain all the strange phenomena happening now. As Robrock's thoughts ran wilder and wilder, Tyr suddenly stopped walking. Have we reached our destination? Whoosh. An icy wind howled past his ears. Before his eyes was a cliff, as sharp as if carved by blades. The abyss below was pitch black, bottomless and unfathomable. Just a single glance was enough to stir fear in the heart, as if his stomach churned with nausea, leaving him breathless. It's pointing downward. The compass needle aimed below and shook violently. I don't understand. Why does it have to be here? Dizzy, he held his forehead and let out a deep sigh. The system has never lied. Does it really want me to jump from here? Though he hesitated a little and was a bit afraid, Tyr still trusted the system, so he leapt off the cliff, straight into the void below. It was so high that even tornadoes swirled at the bottom. Bornold Block, who was also descending, used magic to glide down slowly, as if elegantly swimming through the air. Seeing him like that, Tyr felt clumsy and oppressed by the air pressure, and a bit jealous too. To accelerate, Tyr stretched his body into a straight line, plummeting rapidly. As his speed increased, his saliva no longer escaped from his mouth. He didn't know how far he had fallen, but based on feeling, he seemed to be near the middle of the cliff. Then he sensed something unusual. Open. Up. He spread his body instinctively to slow himself down. Caught in the rising tornado, his body was briefly pushed backward. Tyr looked across at the cliff wall twisted by the tornado. The flow of magic there was highly abnormal. It looked like there was a hole. Magic was wildly rushing towards some point. For the first time, Tyr saw magic that didn't flow naturally, but surged greedily in one direction. The sight made him feel something was wrong. Rhodey, please bless me with some magic. Hearing Tyr's voice, Bornold Block waved his hand and cast the same magic on him. Buzz. A silver-blue halo encircled Tyr's body. At once, the surroundings became calm and serene. Tyr's body escaped the pull of gravity and floated in mid-air. Thank you. After uttering his gratitude, Tyr carefully studied the strange flows of mana. The more he tracked the flow, the faster it seemed to be absorbed, as though being pulled into a black hole. At the core of this mana attraction stood a jet black horn. It didn't appear to be solid. What exactly is it? It shimmered with an unusual light, as if made from some rare ore. I looked at the compass. The needle, which had been swaying constantly before, was now pointing steadily at the horn. Rhodey, could you take a look at this for me? Robrock walked over to Tyr's side, squinting his eyes. His gaze brightened slightly. After tracing the flow of mana, he spoke immediately. The mana is being devoured by that horn. But it's strange. If it were consuming mana so greedily, it should have exploded by now. After a brief thought, Robrock offered a theory. It feels like a gate. A gate to somewhere. Hearing Robrock's words, a sudden inspiration flashed through my mind. What if we poured immense power into the horn? If this horn is indeed an entrance, its size is only enough to absorb small amounts of mana. But what if we force a massive amount of energy into it? It surely couldn't withstand such power. It would surely open. To test this hypothesis, Tyr began gathering mana. A thumping sound arose. As his three cores resonated in unison, mana surged into his right hand. As the three cores vibrated in resonance, mana surged through his right hand, gradually converged to a single point. A pale blue light gathered in his right palm, growing ever more radiant. Tyr clenched his fist and struck swiftly toward that foot. Chapter 283. A loud bang echoed through the surroundings, stirring up clouds of dust. Tyr frowned, focusing on the strange sensation on his fist. When he struck that horn, he felt an indescribable and unpleasant sensation. Even an attack strong enough to destroy an entire wall, at full power, still didn't make that foot react at all. However, the mana stopped flowing. The vast amount of released mana gathered together without being absorbed and came to a halt. Vmm. As a mechanism began to operate, the stagnant magic there suddenly changed. With a slow rhythm, it formed a swirling vortex and began to spin, like water being drawn into a drain. Along with the vortex, something appeared. RRMM. A deep rumble echoed from within the wall, and a mechanism began to activate. At the same time, the massive horn towering fine, visible cracks quietly appeared on the wall's surface. And behind the pitch-black cliff, a beam of dazzling light quietly shone through. The massive mana that hadn't been fully absorbed by the horn now surged in faster. RRRM. An even louder engine-like roar signaled that something unusual was happening within. Shoo. In an instant, blinding light burst through the boundary, spreading like a tidal wave in all directions. In just a moment, it lit up every corner of the area. 5 streaks of light extended down from different directions. These flickering beams meandered along the steep cliff wall, drawing a highly structured pattern in their path. Heh. Upon seeing this, a strong glimmer of interest rose in Rodbrock's eyes. With intense focus, he carefully examined everything before him. His head unconsciously leaned forward, afraid of missing even the tiniest detail. Clearly, he had been completely captivated by the sight. Who would have thought even Rhodey would show such deep interest in these things? But that wasn't all. As his gaze locked onto the 5 separate beams of light, even a quick glance could tell that the pattern they formed was extraordinary. The complex interweaving lines resembled ancient, mysterious runes. Every twist and turn contained an indescribable power. Such a totem was far beyond any ordinary creation. Even trying to recreate it from memory would surely take an enormous amount of time and effort. However, it was precisely this meticulous craftsmanship that made it so uniquely beautiful. The sheer scale of the image covered the entire cliffside. The earlier discordant magical fluctuations gradually faded, unnoticeably blending into the atmosphere of the land. At this moment, Rodbrock's eyes burned brightly, greedily watching every second like a hunter eyeing its prey. This near-ritual experience completely entranced him. He was utterly absorbed. Buzz. After a brief pause, the final outline finally completed its loop. In an instant, an immense magic circle unfolded before their eyes. The previously intricate lines now shone with a brilliant white light, then softened into a gentle golden glow that slowly spread. Incredible. That such a miracle could be crafted by human hands. Rodbrock was filled with awe and reverence. Words of pure admiration slipped from his lips as he nodded repeatedly, clearly expressing his deep approval. In his eyes, this magic circle had undoubtedly transcended into a true masterpiece. Ding-ling. At that moment, a melodious chime echoed through the entire space, like heavenly music that lingered on. And then, a solemn, sacred will gently invaded their minds. Welcome, worthy beings, to knock upon the gate of mysteries. From now on, you are permitted to step into this mysterious domain. So this is what they call the place of mystery. The surprise only lasted a moment. Who? From the completed magic circle, an unprecedented gravitational pull burst forth. With that terrifying force, the once unshakable cliff behind them exploded with a thunderous roar. Large and small rocks were sucked into the magic circle. Boom boom. Those giant boulders slammed hard into the cliff face with the magic circle, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. If this continues, it won't be long before the entire cliff collapses into rubble. As for what lies on the other side, I don't know either. But, since it's called mysterious, we just need to solve whatever's here and leave. Tears simply gave up resisting, and in an instant, completely surrendered himself to the invisible pull. Then, he shot straight into the magic circle at high speed. Ugh. Clearly, he had briefly passed out. Now, his head was throbbing with intense stabbing pain, and he remained sprawled powerlessly on the rough ground, unable to get up. Not far from him, Bornal Block was curiously observing every detail of this unknown world. You've regained consciousness? Yes, but where exactly are we now? I don't know either. Even after all these years I've lived, this is the first time I've heard of, let alone seen, such a strange and abnormal space. Tyr slowly pushed himself up and stood, then quietly looked around, trying to find more clues about this place. There was no sign that enemies might be lurking here. When he first heard this place called mysterious, he instinctively assumed there might be some kind of guardian hiding inside. But right now, no matter how he probed, he couldn't detect the slightest sign. After standing quietly for a while, for some reason, a vague sense of anxiety began to creep into his heart. A lingering feeling of unease followed close behind. As expected, this is a special space. Soon enough, Pierre realized the root cause of his emotional fluctuations. The air density in this area was extremely unstable. Some spots were so thin it was almost impossible to breathe, while others felt oppressively thick and dense, directly disrupting the natural rhythm of breathing. What's more troublesome was that this harsh environment wasn't isolated, but rather layers of complications stacked together. And it didn't stop there. There was also the overwhelming. These clumps of mana floated like invisible obstacles in the air. If one accidentally collided with them, they could suffer actual physical damage, like smashing into a solid object. But the most terrifying change of all came from the space's gravity itself. In some areas, gravity was crushingly heavy. Every step felt like it drained all his strength. While in others, gravity was so light, it almost gave the illusion of floating. Calling this complicated environment a trap wouldn't be far-fetched. From another perspective, it felt more like a prank designed by a mischievous child with a wicked sense of humor. I'd really like to see the face of the bastard who built this place. Even though, beforehand, he had mentally prepared himself, knowing that anything tied to the mysterious would defy normal logic. Experiencing it firsthand, however, the deliberate malice radiating from this foreign space far exceeded his imagination. This manufactured atmosphere of mystery triggered a faint sense of caution. Tyr moved slightly, and a strange sensation instantly shot from his toes to his head. Is even my perception being dulled? Simply put, it felt like his soul had partly separated from his body, creating an odd sense of dissonance. Even the slightest movement of his fingers or taking a step felt awkward and unnatural. Realizing the source of his unease, his mind quickly settled. However, a spark of surprise also surfaced. My senses have become so sharp. Had I not paid close attention to this minor discomfort, I would have barely noticed the subtle irregularity, yet the fact that I could detect and be disturbed by it means my senses have evolved to a new level. As for this transformation, he already had a rough guess in mind. Could it be the effect of the moon-gazing festival? During the fierce battle with the second apostle, the moon-gazing festival unleashed. Now, that cost had finally manifested physically. Learning that his power had reached a new peak, joy welled up from within. That being said, where is this place? In the endless dark void floated a solemn and majestic temple. The scene resembled drifting through the vast cosmos, embarking on an eternal journey. Standing at the edge of a round platform, he looked down, only to see an abyss of bottomless blackness beneath his feet. Clearly, this structure was completely free from gravity's constraints, floating freely between the stars. What kind of existence could construct such a space? This place defied physical laws, and each who entered was subjected to different gravitational forces. Moreover, the path leading to the temple was exquisitely designed. Every step radiated majestic grandeur, causing those who ascended to feel a sense of serenity. What kind of deity resides within? Without divine, otherworldly power, such magnificence would be impossible to replicate. Curiosity surged even more intensely. Which sacred entity is worshipped in this temple? And what kind of epic tale lies behind it? As Tyr and the others climbed the steps, every certain distance, incense burners on both sides would ignite with brilliant flame, as if enthusiastically welcoming their arrival with warmth. Do you know what that is? What do you mean, sir? Mornold Block smiled pleasantly, and softly whispered a secret to Tyr. Looking back now, it was the first time Mornold Block had shown such strong interest in anything. This spatial structure and the magic circles outside were all remnants of an ancient divine era. Because of that, his joy was entirely natural and understandable. For someone as knowledgeable as Lornold Block, witnessing such a precious ancient divine magic, how could one not feel exhilarated? If Tyr had the chance to encounter ancient divine swordsmanship, he would likely be even more excited than Rodbrook. Yet such opportunities always come with great risks. Whether they face an enemy or an ally ahead, one thing is certain, their opponent commands ancient divine magic, and not at an ordinary level, but enough to construct such a magnificent subspace. Under these circumstances, remaining vigilant is absolutely necessary. Though Rodbrook felt a trace of regret, he clearly wasn't entirely satisfied with the current situation. After all, this place could become the center of an intense battle at any moment. Dita doting. The two cautiously climbed the steps, carefully scanning their surroundings, but they detected no suspicious movements until they finally stood before a grand, towering temple. The sheer magnificence of it left their lips slightly parted in awe. The pure white temple radiated a gentle, warm glow, like a comforting embrace wrapping around them, filling them with profound ease. Is this the legendary holy power? Though natural magic is just as pure, the mystical flow here felt like a spring of purification, slowly seeping deep inside them. And in some places, there was even a faint, tingling chill. Of course, this wasn't Tyr's first encounter with holy power. During his pilgrimage to the Pantheon, he had once briefly sensed a trace of holy power. However, now he had reached an entirely new level of cultivation. His perception of holy power had sharpened beyond comparison. Moreover, he was now on the brink of divinity, able to clearly sense the holy power subtly merging with his body. This strange and sacred experience made him feel as if he were floating lightly in midair. Deep within the temple, a solitary standing monument caught their eyes. There were no decorations around it. Its very presence spoke of an ancient, weathered history, giving it a sense of loneliness and melancholy. Tyr's gaze swept over the monument, and in that instant he understood. This entire space existed solely to protect this monument. The waves released by the stone tablet clearly spread throughout the entire area, forming a powerful aura field. At the same time, all the supernatural phenomena appearing here could be attributed to the tablet's influence. Upon sensing the energy waves from the stone tablet, a trace of doubt seemed to flash across Lornold Block's eyes. His brows slightly furrowed, eyes half narrowed. That seems like some kind of locking mechanism. Lornold Block murmured softly, then slowly walked toward the stone tablet, with Tyr closely following behind. Buzzing sound. Buzz buzz. With each step forward, a harsh noise echoed in their ears, accompanied by an unbearable ringing sensation. At the same time, a crushing pressure like a boulder overhead gradually bore down. Was this meant to keep them away? Rumble. As his foot landed, the sheer weight felt like the roar of a colossal beast. shaking the entire space. Can I really withstand this? With every step, the muscles in his legs endured unprecedented strain. His knees nearly bent and gave out. But there was no turning back. Boom, 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 boom. Tyr rapidly spun his threefold core, spreading mana throughout his body. Lightning surged outward, activating every ounce of potential, desperately resisting the suffocating pressure. Roddy was likely relying on magical force to fend off this terrifying weight. At this very moment, Roddy's expression remained calm and composed, unwavering as he continued forward. Even so, the sheer force was beyond imagination, even though he had pushed his potential to the limit. The heaviness showed no sign of easing. In fact, it only grew stronger. Boom. At this point, he decided to change tactics to reduce the damage from prolonged exposure. Suddenly, buzzing sound. What's happening? In an instant, the whole world felt unbearably heavy. His body seemed forced against the ground, unable to move. Due to the sudden increase in gravity, the oppressive force doubled in an instant. Is this a warning? The sound of rushing wind grew louder, like an angry priest loudly warning him, forbidding any profanation of the sacred ground. Tyr took a deep breath. Stretching his already stiff shoulders, he advanced towards his goal slowly but firmly. Crack. As he drew closer, the ground cracked under the immense pressure, revealing that this trial far surpassed human limits. A booming sound. This time, a different noise reached his ears. His ears tingled. Curious, Tyr stepped forward to investigate, only to find the scene before him was unusual. Then, his breathing gradually grew heavier. Chapter 284. Suddenly, an invisible force choked his breath, as if he were suffocating. An invisible hand seemed to grip his throat. The pressure he felt at this moment, while not yet fatal, was enough to make him extremely uncomfortable, but he knew with each step closer, the pressure would grow more intense. Setting such a primitive trap without a guardian present. What a joke. Tyr cursed inwardly in frustration. His brow furrowed deeply. His face darkened even further. This wasn't just simple annoyance. The real concern lay in the hidden danger behind it. Had the enemy changed their method of attack? Whether it was physical blows or magic assaults, he could usually handle them with ease. Either dodging or confronting them head-on, there were always ways to counter them. Battles exist because there's a clear enemy. But now, the situation was entirely different. There was no way to dodge, nor could he resist the assault. Such unfair circumstances brought forth a surge of humiliation, burning like a blazing fire in his chest. Is Roddy all right? This thought flashed through Tyr's mind instantly. In contrast, Lornold Block remained calm and composed, stepping forward with firm strides, showing not a hint of emotion on his face. Perhaps that in itself was something to be grateful for. Looking back, ever since entering this area, Lornold Block hadn't shown any emotional fluctuations. He didn't seem to sense the irritating aura at all. What's wrong with you? Seeing Tyr's strange expression, Lornold Block stopped in his tracks and turned his head slightly, looking at him with curiosity. It's nothing. Let's check what's written on the tablet first. Lornold Block communicated mentally, maintaining a seemingly casual attitude on the surface. All right. Though Lornold Block looked a little confused, he obediently proceeded toward the target. Upon arrival, he closely examined the tablet's surface. His expression gradually grew solemn. There's nothing carved on it. His tone was flat, but carried a faint trace of disappointment. Upon hearing this, Tyr's pupils suddenly contracted. His gaze sharpened like a blade. How could that be? Such an intricate and refined trap must be hiding some kind of secret. As Tyr approached the tablet, the trap's effects intensified, as if designed to keep people from getting too close to the tablet, which meant that there must be something important hidden beyond. The suspicion welled up inside him. While Lornold Block remained unaware, Tyr had already noticed the intricately designed trap. The system had already made it clear that there was someone qualified knocking on the door. Could it be that Rodrock never had the qualifications to open this door? Such a thought flashed through his mind. Tyr lifted his gaze into the distance. Roughly 6 steps left, perhaps. He measured the distance to the stone tablet in his heart while counting the steps. He cautiously tested a step forward. Clack. As his neck tightened abruptly, his mind, oddly enough, became clearer. That feeling beyond mere discomfort quickly turned into burning fury. Just choking his throat was not enough to claim his life. Without hesitation, Tyr pushed forward. Though it was only 6 steps away, the path beneath his feet now felt like an epic struggle. Just the first step, and his breathing became unbearably labored. By the second step, the remaining air in his chest seemed about to be sucked away by gravity. His entire body felt immense pressure, almost crushing him. By the third step, his eyes turned bloodshot. His mind began to drift unsteadily. By the fourth step, his vision was swallowed by darkness. A pitch-black void engulfed the world. As his senses slowly faded away, a stronger doubt rose in his heart. Why am I still walking? I thought I had only taken 4 steps. Yet in this space where even breathing is tormenting, each step feels like bearing the weight of the world. He had almost forgotten why he continued moving at all. Even so, relying on sheer instinct, he took the 5th step. A muffled cough escaped from his throat. Only 1 step remained to the final stair. Tyr finally halted. As his body gradually steadied, a new question surged into his mind. It felt as though someone beside him was shouting loudly. At that moment, it felt like it came from another world, blurry and distant, yet Tyr seemed trapped in an irresistible force. Steadily and unyieldingly, he took the final step forward, exposed and desolate. His fingertips suddenly brushed against a strange, heavy and icy cold sensation. Boom. When his vision refocused, Tyr found himself standing in a serene and beautiful flower field. In that moment, countless vibrant petals danced in the wind, painting a dreamlike scene in the air. The meadow was blanketed with blooming flowers. Warm sunlight poured down, gently caressing the earth. A soft breeze enveloping him in a dreamy haze. His heart felt extraordinarily light. That gentle warmth surrounded him, almost making him want to close his eyes and lose himself in this moment of peace. Then suddenly, a surge of intense happiness filled his heart, as if all the hardship had finally been rewarded in this perfect moment. Everything around him felt so sweet, so beautiful. Who is that? Tyr's gaze quickly locked onto one spot. A figure stood still in the center of the flower field. It was impossible to tell their gender, or did it matter? Just by standing there, they blended perfectly into the scenery, as if they had always belonged to this world. There was nothing out of place or unnatural. Tyr quietly gazed at them, as if admiring a breathtaking painting. But in the very next, the figure suddenly looked up. Their clear eyes met his gaze directly. No, that's not a human. Just one glance. No further thought. Tyr instantly understood. The pressure radiating from them was far beyond what a human could endure. In those eyes lurked a mystery beyond words. It was a beauty that transcended gender, radiating infinite allure, making one want to fall into its depths. He even forgot where he was. What was even more astonishing was that this allure carried a hint of danger, faintly exuding a trace of demonic nature. However, even in the presence of such a mighty being, Tyr did not sense the slightest evil or filth. On the contrary, it brought peace to the heart, a realm far beyond the reach of mortals. Its very existence brimmed with unfathomable power. At this moment, Tyr had already found his answer. This was no mere human. The only possibility was a supreme being of legend. Just as Tyr tried to open his mouth to ask, the other moved with incredible speed. He gently raised his slender finger, lightly pressing it to his lips. Then, a meaningful smile emerged. Elegant and unfathomably mysterious, as if concealing countless secrets. In that instant, Tyr's mind was utterly shaken. Unable to utter a single word, in the dazzling sunlight, the delicate ring at the corner of his glowed with a cold gleam. Each ray refracted an indescribable charm. Then, he left behind a brief, low utterance, and resolutely turned to leave. As his figure slowly faded, the scene before Tyr began to change. The once dazzling illusion shattered into countless fragments, falling away like broken glass. Tyr found himself back in the dull, gray reality. What was that just now? Tyr remained lost in that strange experience, unable to recover for a long time. His entire being was still enveloped in the aura of that mysterious figure, a deep sense of awe and shock lingering in his heart. Just then, a deep, powerful heartbeat sounded in his ears. Each throb echoed clearly in his mind. Thump, thump. For some reason, it was a voice Tyr hadn't heard in years, and the truest reflection of himself. Only now did he finally realize that amid all the pain, amid the physical agony, his spiritual suffering might not have been meaningless, but rather a revelation bestowed by fate. Then a wave of searing pain came crashing in like a tide. In truth, Tyr had just experienced momentary cardiac arrest. His bodily functions had ceased entirely, only to suddenly restart. And so he felt the backlash of that abrupt reboot. Before he could even scream, he was already writhing in pain. Hold it together. Roadblock had placed both hands on his chest. Tyr had never seen that side of Roadblock before. Through that anxious, focused face, Tyr managed to cling to his fading consciousness. What happened? Once the healing magic took effect, Tyr finally eased a little. He adjusted his posture and managed to sit up. I thought you were dead. You collapsed right after touching the monument. Do you know how badly that scared me? Roadblock smacked him hard on the head, then stood up straight. Before you collapsed, did the monument flash or glow? What did it do? Tyr fell deep into thought, trying to recall his final memory, but there was no clear image, just a vague sensation. Then suddenly, he remembered the feeling of touching something. Death? From his fingertips, a surge of electric-like force raced through his arm into his brain. His right hand burned like it had been seared. SSSZZZ. He thought it was a hallucination, but smoke really was rising, along with the smell of burning flesh, as if some invisible brand was slowly cooking him alive. Cracks began to spread across the skin on the back of his hand. The fissures expanded at a terrifying speed, but unlike ordinary burns, these cracks seemed to follow a certain pattern, as if sketching out some mysterious totem. At last, this brief yet intricate pattern was completed. Flames of crimson still danced along the lines, glowing with an enchanting red light. At that moment, the light gradually dimmed. A shadow descended between the two of them, as if heralding the arrival of an unknown power. Looking back at the tombstone, which had been calm just moments ago, now it radiated a light as bright as the rising sun. Light burst forth like an unshackled torrent, only to soon gather into a single point. The light continued to shrink and compress, gradually taking form. The outline became clearer, A complete object emerged in their sight. Clink. With a crisp sound, the light slowly faded, revealing a peculiar shape. It was a uniquely designed, an exquisitely crafted ring, lying there quietly, waiting for its new owner to claim it. It was a ring radiating a brilliant red glow. As he picked it up, he saw intricate patterns engraved within the gemstone, soft light continuously emanating from it. It perfectly matched the markings on Tyr's hand. Class. Subworld. Type. Relic. Wearing conditions. None. Effect. Information not yet unlocked. Unlock conditions. Activate the gate. Class. It's been a long time. Although fragments of data and memory surfaced, it was still difficult to fully comprehend or deduce. It still remained just a baffling and mad that only brought more confusion and frustration. However, clink, clink. Tyr clearly remembered seeing this ring somewhere before, and it was a fairly recent memory. However, clink, clink, as a strange voice echoed deep in his mind. All memories of that ring were instantly wiped clean. Tyr didn't notice anything odd. Looking at the ring now as if seeing it for the first time, full of curiosity, he carefully slipped it into his pocket. What was written on it? The broken gravestones held no inscription. No carvings remained, not even the faintest scratch. A vague sense of unease crept into his heart. Should they exit the mysterious realm? Tyr silently nodded. The black space suddenly twisted into a swirling vortex, and his entire field of vision flipped upside down. The howling wind roared past his ears. Whoosh. MHM. Once again, he was tossed into an abyss. Freefall overtook him once more. Inside the dark hall of hearts, an apostle stood frozen, staring at the shattered monument, gently caressing every fragment. He scooped up a handful of rubble and slowly stood upright. The ground beneath the first apostle trembled violently, along with the air around him. Snap! The gravestone shards in his hand crumbled to dust in an instant, scattering on the wind. His expression remained cold. His icy gaze swept across the surroundings. The first apostle's frosty eyes scanned every corner of the temple, searching desperately for the slightest trace. He stepped forward to follow the clues himself, eventually focusing on a specific location. Came in through the gate of death, a bunch of sneaky little rats. Beyond this boundless darkness lies the very origin of time and space. It is also where the narrowest and most treacherous gate stands. For this reason, it is called the Gate of Death. Not only is its location extremely hidden and perilous, but it is also plagued year-round by fierce, abnormal updrafts. Even a fingertip cannot find stable support there. Atop the sheer cliffs known as the Single Barrier, with ordinary human ability, no one could possibly cross such violent storms to reach this place. By all logical reasoning, no one should have been able to intrude through this path. And yet, the first apostle did not relax his vigilance in the slightest, to prevent any accidents. This place had long been filled with all sorts of traps and complex magical arrays. Even so, intruders still managed to breach all defenses, destroyed the monument, and escaped unscathed. This is a sacred, inviolable place, a holy land for communion with the gods. Even setting foot here is the greatest blasphemy against the divine. What's even more outrageous is that these intruders not only wantonly destroyed the sacred relics, but also swaggered away without a care. Such grievous sin is utterly unforgivable. Even the first apostle himself failed to fully carry out the will of the gods. His heart weighed heavy with guilt. Not long ago, the nameless monarch had once revealed to the first apostle a prophecy regarding the current predicament to prepare for any unforeseen problems. The first apostle had deliberately rescued the second apostle from the depths of the abyss to assist him. After all, he alone could not possibly guard all the gates leading to the temple at once. He himself was tasked with guarding the secret passage used exclusively by the apostles. As for the second apostle, he was assigned to guard one of the few entrances that, while known to the outside world, still required reinforced defenses. Compared to the Gate of Death's nearly inaccessible danger, this area was relatively easier to breach. Thus, such adjustments were made to the defenses. In the end, it was all a futile effort. To think that the enemy had so cleverly exploited these weak points. All of his meticulous planning had gone to waste. As his anger slowly subsided, a deep sense of helplessness and frustration took its place. Was everything unfolding according to the set plan, advancing step by step? Or was that person defying the laws, swimming upstream? The first apostle could feel the immense energy ripple from the depths of the void. He slowly closed his eyes, his mind drifting away. Thoughts surged like a tide. But no matter how he tried, he could not decipher the deeper meaning within. If this aligns with your divine will, then I shall obey. The first apostle bowed devoutly to the void. His gaze swept once more over the holy inscription carved into the sacred stone. Then he turned around and silently departed the towering temple. Chapter 285. At the edge of a towering cliff, two floating spheres of water appeared, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding jagged terrain. They slowly rose. Even as violent updrafts howled past the cliff's summit, these two strange droplets of water still calmly floated to the top, then gently settled on the ground. Pop. The moment the water bubbles burst, a cold smirk curled at the edge of lorn old Block's lips. Quite the noisy entrance. Who'd have thought the exit would be just as dramatic? Indeed it was. Recalling the unbelievable moment just now, Tyr couldn't help but a complex expression clouded his face. The moment he reopened his eyes, he found himself once again at the familiar cliffside, which left him momentarily disoriented. Could it be? Was that mysterious space meant only for certain chosen ones? The only thing he'd gained in that vast divine temple was the starry script etched onto the back of his hand, and the trial ring on his finger burning with the same pattern. There were still far too many unknowns. Tyr quietly clenched the ring in his hand a little tighter, as if hoping that.
Tyr held out his arm to Roadbrock, hoping he could offer some new clues. However, even I can't possibly know everything. But then again, Roadbrock narrowed his eyes, focusing more intently on the mysterious mark. At the same time, the pattern on Tyr's arm seemed to respond, emitting a faint silver-blue glow. A humming sound suddenly rang out. The resonance of this magic lingered in the air, as Roadbrock's mana followed the lines of the pattern. Without a doubt, this is indeed an extremely ancient marking system. It may even date back to an era before my own. Moreover, its structure and power far surpass those of modern magic. Though Roadbrock displayed keen interest at this moment, sadly, his understanding of this particular mark remained limited. In the end, Tyr chose to set aside his doubts for now, and continued on his unknown journey, moving steadily forward, all along the way. Continuing forward, all along the way. Eventually, Tyr chose to set aside his doubts for now, and continued on his unknown journey. Since we've seen all there is to see, let's not waste any more time. Hurry and find Harold, who awaits us. He gently closed his eyes, and slowly took out the half-shell in his hand, a gift from Harold. A gentle sea breeze brushed past, carrying a faint salty aroma into his nose. This thing really is a bit strange. Deep within the magic sea, far from any ocean scent, he never expected to catch such a strong aroma of the sea. Tyr and Roadbrock followed the faint scent of the sea breeze onward, their steps steady and firm. As they pressed farther and farther ahead, the scenery around them seemed to grow hazy. They even had a faint illusion. It felt as if the next second, they would plunge into the boundless, vast blue sea. Aside from the strange visual changes, a sense of indescribable peace quietly enveloped their bodies, making them unconsciously relax. Come feel it for yourself too, Rhodey. Rhodey thought for a moment, then nodded in response. All right. After handing over half the pellet, Tyr was surprised to find that the once heavy scent suddenly vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. At that moment, Rhodey, after taking half, wore a faint and contented smile on his face, his expression appearing calm and composed. As expected, in a place like this, even the aura it emits feels especially precious and nostalgic. After a moment of, Rhodey let out a satisfied sigh, then returned the half pellet to Tyr's hand. We should hurry and finish up this tedious process, then take a closer look at that strange marking we just saw. What could it possibly mean? The curiosity toward that unknown answer also filled his heart. Without hesitation, Tyr picked up speed and sprinted toward their destination. Could it be? There's some hidden place here. At this moment, the ground beneath their feet was already within Ragna territory, completely outside the realm of the Demon Sea, and firmly within the Herald family's domain, at the very edge of their influence. Could it be that he was hidden somewhere in this place? Combining the convenience of the Demon Sea's passages and the need to ensure his daughter's absolute safety, this choice was undoubtedly the most reasonable and correct one. Even if it meant temporarily staying within the Demon Sea, with just a little planning, one could teleport here in mere minutes. Moreover, throughout the entire Winterl region, if you asked where the safest place would be, without a doubt, it would be the territory of the Ragnar clan. Presumably, just as we embarked on our expedition, he must have quietly slipped in. Based on logical deductions of the timeline, that indeed was the most ideal timing. When the triumphant army had marched to the front lines, the rear defenses were inevitably left riddled with gaps. Tell me, with Harold's extraordinary personal strength, would he have found any difficulty facing such a loose and ineffective defense? As they ventured deep into the winding canyon, the scent of the sea in the air grew increasingly pungent, so close it felt almost tangible, the scent clearly guiding their way, leading to the towering cliffs, nestled among rugged mountains. In an even deeper place, such a remote and hidden corner could still house a human settlement. There were many tales of those who had lost contact with their loved ones, and grieving families who chose to settle near the wilderness, hoping to gaze longingly and await their return. Though this region, strictly speaking, still belonged under Ragnar clan control, because it bordered the restless magic sea, beast attacks were all too frequent. Ironically, it forced these desperate groups to migrate deep into the mountains and forests, to cling to life against all odds. However, some families still met tragic ends in monster claws. In the end, the Ragnar family issued a strict decree, banning anyone from camping near the border. Yet rumors persisted that some relatives, upon learning the truth, she had never given up hope, and still waited quietly for their return every day. For Tyr, this road led to a completely unfamiliar village. In an instant, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this was a small settlement built by those who had lost their faith. Smoke rising. After passing through a canyon, a wisp of cooking smoke rose above the ridge ahead. All around were desolate mountains, with no other resources to speak of. The only means of survival seemed to be hunting. And yet, on this barren land, a few figures had gathered, forming a small village. That must be the place. From that village came a dense salty moisture in the air, rising over the ridge. Just like the sea, it assaulted the senses. With steady, determined steps, he walked toward that small village. Halt. A young man suddenly raised his worn, patched spear, pointing it at the newcomer. His warning crystal Sasha. Immediately, 3 sharp spears shot out from the hidden grass, carried by whistling spirit energy, surrounding Tyr in an instant. Such boldness, but clearly lacking experience. Just a bunch of fledgling rookies, nothing more. These people were extremely alert. For a moment, one of them looked like their eyes were about to burst into flames. Clang. With one hand, Tyr easily deflected the incoming spear tip, then strode forward without hesitation. I am Tyr, of Ragna. Where's your village chief? As soon as those words fell, the guards' expressions instantly turned grim. Upon hearing the word Ragna, their shock reached its peak. R.A. Ragnar. Huh. What? Ragnar would come to such a remote border area to trouble us. Just like that, some began to tremble in fear. Yet a hint of defiance flickered in their eyes. By carefully observing these reactions, T2 could roughly deduce the true identity of this group. Could they really be those bereaved families? The official reason given for the decree was to protect the residents of Winterl, but there likely was a hidden agenda behind it. To these people, the Ragnar family could never understand the pain of losing their loved ones. They were like cold-blooded creatures. So even knowing Ragnar's forces had arrived, they still responded with hostility. Such a reaction was, to some extent, understandable, by their rules. T2 should have, according to Ragnar's orders, delivered harsh punishment to these people. However, T2 couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Had Ragnar improved the policy slightly, refined the regulations, these people might not have had to endure life in such barren lands. Speak. A man wielding a dagger visited this place, didn't he? These guests were invited here by that man. Upon hearing this, the young people's tense expression softened a little. Then they quietly turned around, muttering in low voices. Is that man really here to drive us away? That name does sound familiar. T2 Ragnar. That's right. He should be Kale's successor. Kale. Kale's heir. That means the next clan leader? No, wait. Kale should have already passed away. Maybe they hadn't lowered their voices deliberately, or perhaps they underestimated their volume, though they tried to conceal it. Their words were clear as day. You understand now. They are indeed honored guests of Lord Harold. At that moment, from within one of the village's larger buildings came an aged voice, with the same scolding tone, as if admitting defeat. The young men surrounding T2 and Rotorblock all stepped aside. At the same time, they lowered their heads respectfully. Sir, please come in. Only the one who had first stepped up to challenge them still had a strong wariness lingering in his gaze. Don't worry. I'm only here to visit someone. With that, T2 casually patted the young man's shoulder and calmly stepped into the village. This was an exceptionally tiny village, with only a handful of scattered households. The only people in sight were children, and elderly well past their prime. There were also a few women with dull expressions, likely widows who had lost their husbands. The villagers whispered among themselves, occasionally sneaking glances at the outsiders, T2 and Rotorblock, with eyes full of caution and unease. They clearly harbored a deep fear toward the two strangers. T2 discreetly scanned the villagers' expressions, before calmly surveying the surroundings. His mind quickly assessed the state of the land. There were few adult men to be seen here. What's going on? And those few men who did appear, once they met T2's gaze, would quickly look away, even retreating into their homes and slamming the doors shut. Likewise, those villagers who had come out to peek also retreated indoors shortly after, and bolted their doors tightly. Seeing this, T2 hadn't held much hope of forming bonds with the villagers, but their cold rejection still stirred a trace of inexplicable disappointment in his heart. They hadn't committed any crime, so why treat them like enemies? Even with lingering doubts in his mind, T2 still pressed forward, walking toward the home of the elder who had brought him here. When he reached the village gate, he saw a frail but sharp-eyed elder slowly walk out with a cane and bow deeply to T2 in greeting. Welcome, honored guests. I am Derek, the village chief. The weather is so cold. Please, come inside and warm yourselves. Yes, thank you. Then we'll impose. As they stepped into the old wooden house, they noticed numerous cracks along the walls. Cold winds mercilessly poured into the room. Inside was even colder than outside. If the village chief's dwelling was this shabby, the others' homes surely weren't much better. In such extreme cold. How did the young This is my room. Please rest here for a while. Lord Harold is out hunting. He should return soon. The humble cabin held only a thin warmth, though crude. It was clearly the best place in the village. Thank you very much for your hospitality. After exchanging a few polite words, T2 and Rodrock sat on the worn-out chairs. Before long, Derek returned with 2 pots of hot tea and some simple snacks. Please enjoy these humble refreshments. I'll be at your service whenever needed. Thank you again. Steam rose slowly from the cracked, aged tea set. The sight brought a sense of quiet comfort, though they had to remain vigilant for any lurking dangers. When it came to hospitality, these people spared no effort, showing the frank generosity typical of Northerners. It was deeply moving. T2 casually picked up and took a bite. The taste was rather bland, almost flavorless. Yet even such a simple sweet was a rare luxury in this remote village. Thinking of the children here, still in their growing years, unable to fully enjoy even these small treats, brought a deep sadness to his heart. They needed to quickly learn the full situation. We need to quickly find out exactly what's going on. As long as it's not under anti-Ragna control, then we should actively consider lending a helping hand. No matter what, this is still a small village within Ragna's territory, and home to its people. Seeing the people here living in such poverty without aid, there's clearly no reason to turn a blind eye. Tyr had already made up his mind. If he ever inherited the title of Lord, he would make changes in this area. He would no longer follow Kale's old ways of governance. That's why now, he even felt an urge to return as soon as possible. Well, Uncle Harold. Suddenly, an excited shout came from outside. The air itself seemed to be infused with vibrant energy. Looking out the window, they saw Harold carrying a massive bear deer as he walked into the village. Lucky day today. Didn't expect to catch such a strong and fine beast. What do you think? Not bad, right? A kind, warm smile spread across Harold's face. As he gently laid down the heavy beast, he then playfully ruffled the heads of the children nearby. Sensing something, Harold quickly turned his gaze toward the wooden house. You're finally here. The moment Tyr and Harold locked eyes, Harold smiled and rushed over joyfully. His heart was full of happiness. Careful. Worried that the wooden structure might break, Harold pushed open the village chief's door and walked in. You arrived so early. Thank you so much. I sincerely express my gratitude. I didn't expect you to stop here. Things just happened that way. I feel guilty. Entering someone else's territory without permission. I've caused trouble for you. I truly apologize. Harold bowed his head in apology, stealing a glance at Rotorblock. Rotorblock seemed to catch on to his thoughts and raised both hands. Where's your daughter? Hearing Lordblock's words, Harold's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Chapter 286. This way, please. Harold left the village chief's office and opened the door next to it. Inside, a magic array glowed cold blue through the window. The air within shimmered strangely, and a paper door had been added to the room. Sasha. Heavy, hurried breaths came from the other side of the paper door. In front of it, a woman stood guard alone. You have arrived, my lord. A woman with short crimson hair knelt on one knee in respectful salute. Despite kneeling, her sharp gaze and tall, graceful figure were evident. She was unmistakably a beautiful woman. Allow me to introduce you. This is my adjutant, Ariel. Greet our benefactor. I have heard your deeds from my lord. Thank you, truly. Ariel kept her head bowed for a long time. As a loyal member of the household, she had watched her master abandon family affairs, wandering far and wide. While their house slowly fell into decline, she had known helplessness. And when she began to lose all hope, that sorrow ran deep. Like waves she could no longer stop. All these emotions came through in her voice and tone. Beyond that, her loyalty to the Harold family was laid bare for all to see. Harold could only remain silent. He had no words, for all of this moved him deeply. The solemnity in Ariel's voice, the weight of it, it filled Harold with gratitude, but also with a renewed sense of responsibility. No need for thanks. Please, rise. Fear gently patted her shoulder, giving her encouragement. She regained her composure and stood up calmly. I'm terribly sorry for losing my composure earlier. The adjutant immediately straightened her posture. Then she gently knocked on the door. Miss, the lord and the distinguished guests have arrived. Iller cautiously pushed open the paper door. Inside the room, on the bed, a sickly girl lay weakly. Her pale and thin face, her eyes like dying wicks, only faintly glowing. Barely managing to gaze at Fear and the others, her mind wandered, her gaze unfocused, as if her soul had already drifted away, her eyes unable to focus, completely devoid of life. At first glance, they looked just like the eyes of the dead. The only sign of life remaining was her trembling body, like a withered leaf shivering in the autumn wind. Rode, could you please help examine her? All right. Brock approached the young lady and began carefully examining her condition. As he touched her, he could clearly feel a strange sensation that sent chills down his spine. It wasn't the softness of human skin and flesh. Instead, it felt as if he was touching a stiff and rough block of rubber. As the examination continued, Roadbrock's expression grew increasingly serious. The atmosphere in the room turned cold and heavy. How is she? Harold looked on anxiously, staring at Roadbrock. What is this child's name? Aishi. Harold. Harold softly uttered his beloved daughter's name, trembling. Aishi is a beautiful name. Before her condition worsens further, we must find the cause as soon as possible. Roadbrock gently stroked Aishi's hair. As he spoke, to be honest, what comes next may not go smoothly. It might even be hard to accept, but no matter what happens, please trust me and stay calm. Can you do that? Lordblock's eyes were filled with deep determination as he stared at Harold and the adjutant. No rash actions will be tolerated. Without a solemn vow's guarantee, I won't begin the treatment. As Lordblock reiterated his warning, Harold's expression showed a flicker of emotion. I have full faith in your ability and character. You have nothing to worry about. As the head of the Harold family, I solemnly swear. No matter what happens, I will remain where I am, and not interfere, as a loyal knight to the Herald family. I too offer my solemn vow. Harold showed a relieved smile. He hesitated not even for a second, completely trusting everything before him. He thumped his chest, and loudly proclaimed his pledge. Strong, not just here. Even Lord Block couldn't help but smile, hearing your words. I am truly grateful. Please take good care of Aishi. That final reminder was full of a father's deep love, a sincere plea from a father's heart. Lord Block nodded lightly in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze toward Aishi. Let's begin now. With that concise declaration, Lord Block's hands suddenly surged with flickering electric sparks. In an instant, a low sizzling hum filled the room. What had only been a faint glow before spread rapidly in the blink of an eye, until it had thoroughly seeped into every cell of Aishi's body. An excruciating pain forced its way up from Aishi's throat. A sudden earth-shaking, sky-shattering scream erupted. Next, a thunderous roar rang out nearby, like thunder crashing down upon the head. Even fiercer than before, a violent storm of electric shocks swept across the scene, as if it intended to completely destroy, fiercely attacking its neural network system, like the final roar of a beast before its death. Such a tremendous force shook everyone present. However, faced with such a horrifying scene, even though deep inside, there was an intense urge to rush over and help, Harold, who outwardly seemed composed and confident, still gritted his teeth and held on, forcing down his turmoil and restlessness, because he understood, even though he had absolute trust in the person performing the treatment, whose medical skill was impeccable, but witnessing his own flesh and blood, enduring such torment and agony, the searing grief and anger in his heart had long rendered rationality insignificant. Seeing him tremble uncontrollably, from suppressing his emotions too hard, fear hurriedly stepped closer, tightly gripping his arm that was on the verge of collapsing, trying to offer him comfort and strength. At the same time, with a confident attitude, he looked at Harold and asked, "Would your excellency really be the kind to break your word? Could it be that you have forgotten? Back when I introduced Road to you, you made certain promises. Have you forgotten them completely?" This reminder was like a sudden wake-up call, bringing him back from his slightly lost mind. Instantly regained clarity, his eyes once again shone with determination, recovering his composure as he should. As for the words Thier had said before, the deeper meaning hidden behind them now surfaced clearly in his mind, vivid and unmistakable. I am placing the life of someone as important as Thier and Ragnar on the line for the sake of saving Harold's daughter. I was too impulsive. Not at all. I don't have children now, so I can't fully comprehend Lord Harold's feelings. For that, I can only offer my deepest apologies. Upon hearing this, Harold felt a bit of the weight lift from his chest. A sharp scream tore through the air, so piercing it felt like it could shred eardrums. Every time it rang out, Harold couldn't help but stiffen up. Even so, he grit his teeth and endured it, watching the delicate girl suffer such agony. Even tear furrowed his brows. Yet as time passed slowly, her eyes grew sharper. A strange glimmer began to shine in those deep pupils. Life was gradually returning to her body. The cold, waxen face from before had vanished, replaced by a hint of warmth and vitality. At last, she showed signs of truly being alive again. A thick black mist slowly rose from within Aishi's body. It was sticky and dense, like a vile and sinister aura of corruption. This darkness refused to leave easily, writhing around her like a venomous serpent in rage. It flailed madly like a bound creature struggling to escape. SSSS, Kia. But with a sudden burst of fierce lightning, the dark mist trembled violently and began to reluctantly peel away from Aishi's body. Unable to withstand the purifying pressure, the filth collapsed into nothingness, dispersing into the air. As the dark aura faded, Aishi's frail body collapsed sideways to the floor. She had fallen into a weakened state. The emergency procedure is complete. I've expelled the long-hidden filth from within her. It won't be long before she regains consciousness. As soon as Tyr finished speaking, Harold immediately rushed forward, kneeling beside his daughter. As a father, the guilt, repression, and long-held anxiety flooded his heart. Overwhelmed by infinite hope, he lost control of himself. He tightly grasped his daughter's cold little hand, his gaze fixed on Aishi's gaunt face. Through his broad and sturdy back, one could clearly see her body trembling slightly with excitement, all because of the joy of seeing his beloved daughter gradually recovering. And not far behind Harold, an adjutant quietly approached, silently watching Aishi on the bed, who had been on the brink of death but now showed signs of life. Her eyes were filled with admiration and affection. After a brief pause, the atmosphere grew tense, as if responding to the complex emotions of everyone present. Aishi curled her index finger and slowly moved it. Though her breathing remained rough and heavy, it was clearly much lighter than before, bringing a long-lost sense of relief. Finally, Aishi's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, followed by a faint, low sound. Her exhausted eyes carefully opened a sliver, and what greeted her was the worried faces of her loved ones. Father. Having not spoken for a long time, her voice was dry and hoarse. Even so, Both Harold and her adjutant felt her voice to be sweet and warm beyond words. Aishi. Upon hearing her familiar voice, Harold's once stiff body relaxed, and his vision blurred as his eyes filled with tears. With a trace of nervousness, he gripped Aishi's hand again. "Ah, Aishi, do you still remember who I am? This incompetent adjutant of yours." Though her vision was blurry, Aishi's gaze remained firm and steady, locked tightly on Harold's face. "How could you joke about that? But my head is so dizzy. How long have I been asleep?" Awakened from her long slumber, Aishi felt confused about everything around her. Isn't it summer? Why is it so cold here? Just awakened from chaos. Her mind held only one final memory of summer. Now faced with the cold reality, she trembled. She looked at Harold in confusion, her face full of helplessness. A slightly awkward smile appeared on her face. In the midst of that smile, Harold could no longer suppress the emotion churning inside him. Tears gushed forth. "Dad?" Seeing her father cry so suddenly, Aishi widened her eyes in shock, completely at a loss. She tried to sit up, but Harold gently pressed her back down again. He tucked her snugly under the covers on the soft bed. "It's okay, sweetie. Just lie here and rest." Soon after, still unable to calm his feelings, Harold stepped outside to take a deep breath. After he left, Tyr and Roblox quietly followed suit. At the end of the hallway, she rested against the curtains, but the chaos of her thoughts refused to stop. "I don't know how to repay this kindness. Truly, what a blessing." Feeling she'd lost composure, she covered her teary eyes with her right hand. "Things are looking good for now, but remember, this is only a temporary fix. True, full recovery. These emotions will require Aishi's body to slowly regain its functions. It should take roughly 10 nights. Upon hearing this, Harold's heart brimmed with growing hope, because there was no trace of impossibility in those words. If hope is kept alive with perseverance, the image of his daughter laughing and running may yet be restored. Moreover, your help is critical. As her father, your magical frequency and life force match Aishi's best, Roblox said, gazing at her. "From here on out, you will face a long and difficult road. No problem. This is what I have been hoping for. I am willing to stake my life to help. I am willing to embrace the unwavering determination in your eyes, and the profound light of faith that shines within them. That gaze is as devout as a believer witnessing the descent of a divine spirit. Before we begin, please cleanse yourself and raise your magical power to its peak. After that, that will mark the true beginning. I will make preparations here. Return swiftly." Understood. Harold quickly ran to the bathroom. Fear and Roadbrock returned to the room. Unintentionally, Aishi's sleeping face appeared especially peaceful. "Is there anything else I can help with?" "Just observe closely. This is powerful magic. Even observation alone can provide great assistance. But before that, the room must be thoroughly cleaned." After Robrock said this to Fear and his adjutant, they immediately began moving all and started cleaning up in an orderly manner. "I'm back." Since the cold water hadn't completely dissipated, steam still slowly rose from Harold's. Just looking at him now, one could feel a chill seep into the room. Yet in the face of this situation, however, at the very least, you should have dried yourself off first before coming back. Roadbrock frowned slightly, showing a hint of displeasure. Chapter 287. Thus expelled, Harold once again composed himself. After undergoing Roadbrock's thorough inspection, he was finally allowed back inside. "Now you're much better than before." Roadbrock examined Harold's current state and nodded in satisfaction. The magic used to drive away the cold had conveniently preheated his magical circuits, unconsciously adjusting him to his optimal state. On the other hand, the room, once filled with furniture, was now empty. The room had become spacious and clean. The bed where Aishi had been lying was removed, leaving only a treasured blanket in its place. "Lend me your sword for a moment." After Tyr handed him a death metronome from the side, Rodblock resolutely sliced open his fingertip. Blood immediately began to flow. "Do not interfere until the blood completely evaporates." Rodblock slowly walked to the center of the room. He began using his blood to sketch a complex magic array. His strokes were light as wind, making a faint scratching sound. Was he infusing mana into the drawing too? The divine energy in Rodblock's blood, intertwined with precise, subtle magic, was embedded into every line of the array. Each stroke was deeply anchored, with the blessing of powerful dragon-blooded life force. The array trembled faintly like a living, beating heart. As the array was completed, it truly pulsed like a heart. A warm sensation rose from the floor. The entire space was filled with gentle heat. Place Aishi at the center of the array. Roblock had just finished speaking, when Harold acted immediately, gently positioning the weakened Aishi stably in the middle of the array. "From this moment on, every 6 hours you must give it your all. Delicately and thoroughly channel your magic into Aishi through her head. Leave nothing behind. You understand the gravity of this, right?" "Yes, I understand completely." "Then shall we begin immediately?" It was clear Harold's voice carried a hint of worry at this moment. She instinctively realized this spell, but she quickly calmed herself again. Knowing this was a critical step, the turmoil in her heart slowly settled. A strong sense of duty as a father surged within. The helplessness she once felt as her daughter suffered illness was an unshakable shadow in her heart. It pained her deeply, and now the chance to fulfill a father's duty became her greatest strength. It brought her a sense of comfort. Just stay calm and focused. Let's begin. Harold extended his right hand, lightly touching the edge of the magic array. Then he gently placed his palm over Aishi's head. After confirming the contact, she carefully activated the mana flow within her body. Gentle and steady magic power flowed through Harold's palm, slowly channeled deep into Aishi's brain, gradually seeping and spreading. Though its surface seemed rough, it was filled with delicate tenderness inside. From now on, follow this pattern. Once every 6 hours, be sure to pour all your magic into her. After this task, they continued working on drawing a new support magic circle. So this was the arduous task they spoke of. Just hearing it felt exhausting. It was hard to imagine how grueling it would be in practice, releasing such vast magic every 6 short hours, with utmost precision each time. And to carry out this intense labor 4 times a day, continuing for an entire week. If it were me, could I truly endure it? No. Absolutely not. If it were only for the sake of others, such torment would be unbearable. Likewise, she vaguely understood why only a biological parent could manage this. After all, under such extreme conditions, continuously draining one's own energy to save a loved one. Apart from the bond of blood ties, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person. Understood. Even though he had been told this, Harold still kept a calm smile. Father is truly great. Perhaps, even if Harold were given more time, he would still accept it without hesitation. Looking back at her expression and behavior, one could not help but feel moved. I will patrol the area to create for my lord a quiet and peaceful environment to rest. Just as the adjutant finished speaking and was about to leave, she saw the scene. Tyr couldn't help but shiver all over. It seemed she was about to say something. Anything else you'd like to explain? But she changed her mind in an instant. She forced a smile, feigning foolishness. Take care out there. This place could be attacked by Maru beasts at any moment. Huh. You really are as kind-hearted as ever. The adjutant left those words with a smile, then exited the room. Tyr also sat back down. Initially, she had planned to request supplies from the territory in her own name. However, pity, at times, is a form of insult. With that thought in mind, she chose different words and said something else. Little did she know, the current situation proved her point, because this favor was already enough for her to be considered a benefactor. To prevent what could be overcome by effort to the other party may instead feel like an insult. Realizing Tyr's thoughts too late, Harold's adjutant added that line at the end, nearly inviting resentment. Would something like that really earn someone hatred? The fleeting thought flashed through her mind, but she didn't want to stir up conflict for no reason. Instead, Tyr's actions made Harold and Roblox chuckle in amusement, while Harold continued channeling powerful magic into Aishi. Roblox just happened to finish the remaining array inscriptions. To think he reached this level, Tyr stared at the completed magic array, awestruck. From floor to ceiling, the magic patterns and had already transformed the entire space into a completely new dimensional realm. Its exquisite craftsmanship is truly breathtaking. Every part of the design reveals a remarkable brilliance. Clear heartbeat sounds were now echoing in their ears. At this moment, grand, resounding notes filled the magic circle. Well done, Road. This is my first time seeing Roadbrock arrange such an enormous magic array. I was left in utter amazement. Just observing can provide support. That is indeed the case. Do you think saving a life is such an easy task? I too must give it my all. Roadbrock replied, then gently patted his own shoulder. To go this far, there must be another reason, right? May I be so bold as to ask? Though I understand that to revive life, a sacrifice must be made, but I truly don't understand. Why construct such an intricate dimensional space? Such a complex and delicate space seems to hide deeper secrets. Roadbrock raised his hand toward the sky and spoke slowly. This goes beyond ordinary laws. Hearing those words, I suddenly understood. It must be to evade the gaze of the gods. Furthermore, since Aishi's treatment involved the Saint Magic Church, it could attract the attention of outer gods. Though it wouldn't be fatal immediately, her physical weakness was indeed concerning. If that's the case, then Harold exhausting his powerful magic would make perfect sense. Harold's condition, as days passed, master, even the one usually preoccupied with hunting beasts, the usually indifferent adjutant, also showed concern over Harold's condition. His sunken eyes revealed utter exhaustion. His once sturdy frame had begun to visibly wither away. However, I'm fine. Harold still wore a smile on his face, his eyes bright with determination. His presence remained full of vitality. He looked to the sky and stretched his limbs with a yawn. Then, he softly uttered a heartfelt prayer. Please take good care of her. For the past 7 days, Harold had poured his all into fulfilling his duty. Now at last, he could let go, leaving only trust and patience. Before that, even just a little recovery, his physical condition had to return to its former state. He was aware himself how haggard he looked. For that reason, to keep his daughter from being startled by the sight of his worn body when she awoke, he needed to recover his strength quickly. Even a slight improvement would help. Father is truly incredible. Tyr whispered in admiration. The assistant nearby smiled while continuing to assist Harold. Focused and serious, he looked up, eyes full of hope, gazing only at the tiny window that concealed such a great secret. It was there. Roblox was performing a critical ritual. In this tiny room, just a few square meters, the air was tense and heavy. An entire week had passed. The room seemed like a bottomless pit, devouring all of Harold's magic, but now it radiated an overwhelming life force. That density, that level of concentration.
This magic flowed through every corner like a living being, as if it could break free at any moment. Immense magic power surrounded the body, making it feel unbearably heavy. At the same time, a strange sense of power welled up, as if with a mere wave of the hand, everything could be destroyed. Let's begin. A shout echoed through the entire space. Robrox stood proudly at the center of the magic circle. His presence was as imposing as that of an emperor. And not far from the edge of the circle, Aishi slept peacefully, her breathing steady, a faint smile on her lips. Her lips parted, and she spoke in ancient and mysterious dragon language. A solemn voice proclaimed the ceremony's commencement. As his voice resounded, the meticulously prepared materials suddenly radiated dazzling light, like stars falling to the earth. In an instant, the magic in the room began to boil, rapidly condensing according to sacred laws, forming brilliant golden beams that illuminated the entire room. Gazing at the spectacle before him, words of praise nearly escaped his lips, but fear forced them down, and silently admired it in his heart. Every time the dragon language was spoken, it caused massive tremors. It was a power beyond human understanding, great magic, but it was more than just that. It touched upon the ultimate stillness of the divine shade. A single mistake could invite disaster from the heavens. The light grew ever more dazzling, like a galaxy spilling forth. In the next moment, the beams transformed into countless slender, resilient golden chains, each glowing with divine majesty, drawn by the delicate gem in Robrox's hand. The golden chains gradually gathered together. Unspeakable ancient incantations filled the room. Even breathing became difficult. The next scene left everyone breathless. Aishi's petite figure slowly rose into the air, her body shrouded in a hazy holy light. Several dazzling magic circles appeared out of nowhere, gently spinning around the love stone. With every touch, streams of spiritual energy seemed to ripple across its skin. Clang! A crisp, pleasant sound rang out, like the vibration of harp strings echoing throughout the room. Finally, the once soft golden chain suddenly hardened. At the same time, the mysterious item in Lornold Block's hand opened its lid, releasing a fierce, sharp force that absorbed all the precious materials one by one. Then, they carefully wrapped around the love stone's body, like a mother gently protecting her child. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. It was as if a massive explosion shook the air. The magic of Harold, long condensed in the corner of the room. The four massive black pillars swept out in all directions. The love stone screamed again, its body twisted in agony. With every struggle, dark currents surged from every inch of its skin, slowly seeping into the four pillars. An aura of pure evil. But as the dark flow separated from the love stone and spread into the air, its overwhelming toxicity was nearly suffocating. The power of the nameless monarch. As soon as this dark aura touched the four pillars, it instantly vanished into nothingness. Clearly, this aura was far too powerful. Every time it disappeared, it was accompanied by a thunderous blast. The entire building trembled, crackling. Yet the dark flow kept pouring out. The parts not absorbed by the pillars clashed with the golden magic Lornold Block had set up earlier. The two forces collided, entwining into an intense confrontation. Cold sweat dripped from Lornold Block's forehead. He focused all his energy to maintain the balance. Slowly, the dark powers were completely dissolved. The last shadow that had covered the space vanished completely. Rumble, rumble, with nowhere left to retreat. This sinister force began its final struggle, suddenly expanding, as if a devastating explosion were imminent. Whoosh! Lornold Block began chanting a solemn ancient draconic incantation, then sliced upward with his fingers like blades, pointing toward the sky. In that instant, the intricate magic circle. At that moment, boom, 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 boom. A violent explosion erupted as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Dazzling light pierced the sky, as if reaching the distant moon. Moments later, the light gradually faded. As the explosion subsided, Fear, Robrox, and Aishi emerged from the dragon language shield and golden chains. Their figures appeared from the protective magic. Robrox tightly held the newly revived Aishi, looking at her weak yet determined face with satisfaction. Young lady, you've done well. Then, chirp, chirp, chirp. Aishi. Harold, exhausted, rushed over, running as fast as he could. When he saw Aishi in Robrox's arms, his eyes burned with intense, complex emotions. Chapter 288. A pillar of light pierced the night sky, illuminating the surroundings. The beam continued to shine for a while, then stretched toward the moon. Wow! The last remnants of light turned into scattered starlight, drifting away with the wind. Golden light danced across the night sky, gently falling, like a dreamy meteor shower, sprinkling softly over the fields and forests, lingering for a long time, still glowing with gentle light. Well, it's truly beautiful. Amid the enchanting starry spectacle, the villagers stared at the night sky in awe. No one uttered a word, and in the village chief's home at the explosion center, Harold stood under the golden light, gazing at the weakened Aishi lying on the ground. Is it over? Is it truly over? Harold stepped forward, walking through the swirling golden light, slowly approaching Roadbrock. Roadbrock smiled. Silently, she handed Ash into Harold's arms. Harold carefully received his daughter's body, but when he looked down, the once closed eyes were now slowly opening. Her once blurred vision was gradually becoming clear. A vivid light sparkled within them. Ash's eyes, as clear as the blue sky, were now focused intently on her father, a gaze filled with years of longing for the one she hadn't seen in so long. Finally, they were able to look into each other's eyes again. Ash, whose eyes were already brimming with tears, let them fall freely down her cheeks. Now I can finally see you clearly, Dad. Upon hearing this, Harold could no longer contain his emotions. Tears burst forth uncontrollably. His tears fell onto Ash's cheeks, blending with hers as they trickled down together. How could this be? Why have you gotten so thin? Now I can finally see clearly, but you've become so frail. Harold couldn't utter a single word. His hands trembled as he held Ash tightly in a mixture of sorrow and joy. Ash also wrapped her arms around his neck, pouring out years of pent-up longing. Crying uncontrollably, Tyr had not coordinated with Lornold Block beforehand, but just a glance between them was enough to know what had to be done. So he quietly left the room. It was a heartbreaking, yet incredibly heartwarming reunion between a mother and daughter. Because they were not the kind to overstep, they chose to leave this moment to the two in silence, giving them the space to be alone together. As Tyr stepped out of the room, the golden light that had yet to fully fade still lingered on the window frame, like a guardian spirit, quietly witnessing and blessing this reunion. It seems this moment will surely become a legendary tale passed down by the villagers. In the depths of night, bathed in the blood-red light that covered the mountains, most people in the forest had likely already witnessed this earth-shaking scene. To put it clearly, from the moment we crossed the Mohi border, the black dragon likely already knew everything. Wow, golden eyes. Let's make a golden snowman. Outside, the protective magic circle set by Roadbrock was doing its best to withstand the blast impact. In its center, countless fearful yet curious villagers had gathered. Only the children were cheering joyfully at this fairy tale-like scene, completely carefree. Even so, the expressions on everyone's faces were mostly the same, with a faint trace of expectation mixed in. A hint of confusion and dejection appeared on the village chief's face, his vacant gaze fixed on the ruined ceiling. As if deep in thought, we will take responsibility for repairing the chief's hall. Please rest assured. Ah, yes. Oh, of course. May I ask how things are progressing? Thank you for your cooperation. Before we leave, please feel free to express any requests you or your people may have. Whatever your wishes, we will do our utmost to fulfill them. As these words fell, the elders' faces instantly brightened with undisguised joy. After some quiet discussion, one by one, they raised their trembling hands to ask, may we borrow some funds? No problem. Then, may we register a household in your territory? Of course. And anything else? If we keep agreeing like this, it might never end. After all, they are but humble commoners, facing the noble representative fear. Even with countless desires in their hearts, they ultimately only dared to ask for what seemed like modest requests. Precisely because of this, Fear decisively gave an answer beyond their imagination. For their limited imagination, his generous response felt like a dream come true. If you need resources, we can supply materials. If the children seek higher education, we can provide tutors or sponsor their studies abroad. If you wish to develop this land, we are willing to personally lend our support, he declared loudly. In short, your aspirations are the direction of our efforts. For this reason, I solemnly promise in the name of Ragna. The moment those words were spoken, the scene instantly fell into silence. It was as if everyone unable to believe their ears. Yet that silence lasted only a second, as the villagers' eyes lit up once more. Thunderous cheers erupted all around, shaking hearts like the heavens had collapsed. Wow! Long live the great Lord Ragna. Upon seeing this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Tyr's lips. He sighed inwardly. This noble gesture had earned not only fame, but also forged a strong bridge of friendship for the Herald family. From now on, an unbreakable alliance was formed with the Herald family. Tyr's gaze swept across the crowd, and finally rested on the sorrowful face of a young man. In this festive moment, he was the only one unable to smile. So, could those waiting for the departed also be included? Tyr remembered clearly. That sorrowful young man was the one who had tried to open the window and barge in when they first arrived. His movements had been firm but full of unease, as if searching for a safe place to hide. Perhaps because everyone here bore similar wounds, they could all understand one another without needing words. The once celebrating crowd gradually quieted down, and those people fell into silent contemplation. No one showed dissatisfaction or blame toward the young man, because they themselves had felt that same deep, searing grief, and could truly empathize with one another's pain. This village was their new home, built under Tyr Ragnar's gaze, even though the land was barren. And the environment harsh. But this was still the home they had fought bravely to build, and as time slowly passed, the sharp pain in their hearts gradually grew numb. At the same time, they became a final resting place for many who shared the same scars. So now, who could speak? Who could break this oppressive silence? The emotions long buried surged forth once more, making everyone's gaze grow even heavier. Let us first offer our condolences. At this moment, please fully express your sorrow for their passing, your remembrance, and your deep grief. Do not let these sacrifices be in vain. Taking a deep breath, Fear continued his speech with even greater resolve. I bear the old saying of rising again. From the moment we picked up our weapons, each of us has carried the duty of defining ourselves. We are not just those who await salvation, but those who must seize our own glory. Faced with these passionate words, everyone involuntarily lowered their heads, falling into silence and contemplation. They were warriors from Beijing. Such lessons could be seen and heard everywhere, at any time. For them, the word warrior itself was synonymous with honor and responsibility. Yet now, faced with this reality, there was still some hesitation. But our resolve continues. This is the destiny of all who take up arms, and a testament to the pursuit of our highest ideals. Do not insult this choice lightly. Turn all your sorrow into strength. Pour it into the tip of your blade, just like the sword in my hand. It bears not only the shattering of countless cherished friendships, but also the everlasting mark of honor. Recalling the figure of his friend Wellington, Fear raised his hand slightly, gazing at the distant starry sky, silent for a long time. Suddenly, heart-wrenching cries of sorrow reached his ears from nearby, accompanied by clear and fragile voices. Interrupting Fear's moment of silence, he decisively ended his speech, turning to comfort the panicked crowd. During this upcoming period, could we temporarily use that anti-arrow shelter? Oh, of course. Let's go with that. The other party replied somewhat flustered. After getting confirmation, Tyr quickly turned and left the scene. The village chief couldn't help but praise your eloquence. Tyr replied modestly with a smile. I just spoke from the heart. That's all there is to it. After that, the two of them picked a spot, a little away from the villagers, and sat down. Speaking in hushed voices, he continued to stare directly at the golden eyes falling from above. So many things happening. It's really overwhelming. It all started from a simple mission: to hunt 3-second Tyr beasts. Yet it has escalated into this entire situation. Tyr felt a flood of emotions in his heart. Didn't I already say it? The existence of companions always brings trouble. Upon hearing this, Tyr gave a faint, bitter smile. He looked silently at the clear night sky, remaining quiet for a long while. What are you really thinking about? Just, when I looked at Harold, I couldn't help but think of my father. Are you missing Kale? Tyr heard the question, and once again gave a bitter shake of his head. However, in his expression, there was an unmistakable trace of longing. To be honest, the most unforgettable thing in this journey was the power of the first apostle, and at the peak of that power stood my father. Those beings classified as non-human monsters. Tyr had once wondered, if one day, Kale stood among the enemy ranks, would he bring the same suffocating pressure? That guy? The word monster alone is far from enough to describe his terror. Though as the first apostle of the Saint Magic Church, he relied on twisted power and mysterious power systems. For support, Kale relied solely on his natural talent and decades of relentless training. So, even someone as strong as Robrock had no choice but to admit that Kale was an existence beyond comprehension. If it hadn't been me who fought the first apostle back then, but my father, how would things have turned out? Through secret arts and rule systems, he unearthed his potential, barely managing to catch up to Kale. But Kale, relying solely on his own practice and determination, reached heights others could only dream of. Whether Kale or the first apostle, their power had long surpassed what ordinary people could imagine. But Fear firmly believed that even if the first apostle became stronger with outside power, Kale would never yield easily. Even in the future, if the first apostle surpassed his current state due to special reasons, Kale would still overcome all challenges. The stronger he grew, the more he felt the heavy shadow of his father looming. With mixed emotions in his heart, facing a father whose achievements defied common sense, Fear couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. When you truly become strong, you will naturally experience this pressure yourself. After all, your partner carries that man's bloodline, and the blood of Sigurd as well, Robrock said softly, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. His smile was filled with unwavering trust. You are still young. You've only walked half the path of their lives. To say such words, you truly are just like Ragnar. Hearing this, Fear felt a chill creeping down his spine. The desire for power has always burned deep within, like a flame that never fades. That intense craving was accompanied by a fitting amount of pride, and the inner conflict. You're still too young to fully grasp these deeper meanings. So for now, just continue your steady efforts forward. Lornold Block had much more he wanted to say, but in the end, he chose silence. Thinking quietly to himself, your potential surpasses all others. You will one day become someone beyond their imagination. But knowing that humans tend to swell with, he chose to keep his words brief and to the point. After hearing his teacher's words, Tyr couldn't help but smile knowingly. As expected of Master Lornold Block, always wiser and more composed than me. Hey. It's just a small step forward, that's all. His tone was casual, yet carried subtle depth. Then he playfully snapped his fingers, tapping his student lightly on the forehead in reply, then calmly stood up to leave. All right, today's task is over. Let's rest for a bit. It's been such an exhausting day. Truly, to achieve what they had so far, Lorne Old Block had poured in unimaginable effort and sacrifice. By comparison, Tyr had merely been a bystander, and so, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of guilt inside. He had once thought of reviewing these past few days again, but ultimately decided to put the thoughts aside, and quietly followed his master toward their destination, though that young man had already disappeared from view. Tyr couldn't help but still worry about him. Even so, since the words had been spoken, he believed that no matter what, they would spark some sort of change. And if there was no response, then it could only mean his potential ended there. In the end, Tyr pulled himself away from his unexplained worries, and firmly followed alongside Roadbrock, heading toward the warehouse. The next morning, as the first light of dawn quietly spread across the land, Tyr, as always, rose early, and began his daily training. TSK, such precise timing. Truly a flawless display, like a work of art. Standing at the door was none other than Harold. Clearly, he had been waiting for a while. The bloodshot eyes hinted at a sleepless night. It was obvious the elder had not rested at all, his face full of fatigue, yet he still forced himself to greet. Clearing his throat to ease the awkward atmosphere, he then forced a slight smile and greeted. What a fine morning. And the same beautiful morning to you. Already this diligent with your training? Truly dedicated, I see. How could I dare slack off? There's still a long road ahead. At those words, a scene from deep within Harold's memory flashed through his mind. A similar moment and figure. I see. I understand now. By the way, could I trouble you to spare a moment to chat with me? He said, then turned to lead Tyr toward a secluded corner of the village. It seemed to be a place for chopping wood, with a chopping block and an axe. Quite fitting. Just as Harold was thinking that, he suddenly picked up the axe. How is Aishi doing? Thirsty. Thanks to you. We talked all night without sleep. Finally managed to get a little rest. It was a long-lost joy. You're thanking the wrong person. No, not at all. If not for you, I would never have met him. So I should thank you. With that, Harold turned around and faced Tyr directly. Then, he slowly released a powerful aura. The air around them seemed to swirl and stir. It was enough to make your skin tingle, but Tyr showed no fear in the face of such pressure. Instead, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Come on. Chapter 289. Huff. Swish. A gleaming, sharp axe came whistling through the air, though this was only a sparring match, from Harold's throwing stance. Its sharpness hadn't diminished in the slightest. Other than that, could this be the Harold family's way of expressing gratitude? Indeed, practical combat enhances memory recall, better than training alone. However, Tyr never expected that their way of showing thanks would be so intense. Although the weapon had changed from a heavy axe to a hand axe, it actually felt even more difficult to deal with now. An axe that would require both hands for a normal person to wield became a one-handed weapon under Harold's massive frame. Even when training with heavy gear, he had never once slowed down. Now that he was using lighter weapons, his movements were even swifter. It had been a long time since he felt such lightness, and it was truly exhilarating. As he spoke, he kept adjusting his grip on the axe handle, sometimes shortening it, sometimes extending it. These unpredictable movements made it nearly impossible for his opponent to judge the attack range. This clearly wasn't a weapon suited for him. And yet, he wielded the hand axe as if it were an extension of his own body, effortlessly and smoothly. Every movement was brimming with vitality, like a tool that had a soul of its own. It left you in awe, and also gave rise to a subtle sense of unease. More importantly, boom. While your attention was focused on the axe, those razor-sharp fists and kicks would strike at just the right moment. Every time I dodged, my heart skipped a beat, chilled to the bone. If I take a punch from that by accident, I'll be finished. Feeling the wind still swirling around him, Tyr gave an awkward smile. Harold's fighting style gave Tyr a whole new and intense shock. Among everyone he had seen, no one could use both weapons and bare fists in combat. Tyr had always believed that focusing all his energy into the tip of his sword was the correct way to fight. But this experience had utterly shocked him. This was the true nature of battle, especially on the battlefield, where an unseen sword could pierce your chest at any moment. Because of this, every available force should be used to its fullest. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Harold's lips. In the next moment, the world between Tyr and Harold changed. The entire scene transformed into a glassy space. This was the astral landscape built within Harold's mind. Shalala. The roar of waves echoed from afar, surging and mighty. Behind Harold stood a small sandcastle. Clearly, this fragile sandcastle could not withstand the approaching waves. Suddenly, Aishi's face flashed through his mind. But on second thought, this sandcastle symbolized not only Aishi, but every ordinary person. In front of the sandcastle was a makeshift dam built from debris. The crashing waves kept trying to tear apart and devour the sandcastle. The ever-changing sea could not be fended off with just an axe alone. At this moment, a new weapon appeared in Harold's hand. Boom, boom, boom. His trusty weapon cleaved through the raging waves. His massive fist stirred countless ripples as they swung. Thus, a variety of tactics had to be used. Every possible method must be employed, be it teeth or gums. Alternating kicks and punches, with the occasional palm strike, showing that weapons were not limited to the axe in front of him. His movements smooth and fluid, like an exquisite martial arts technique. Finally, with an overwhelmingly powerful move, he tore the raging tsunami in half. So, I say, my weapon is not just this axe before you. Even if the moves aren't elegant or noble, I too seek complete and absolute victory. Next, he held a heavy brocade staff in his hands. Though it looked like an ordinary decorative staff on the surface, in Tyr's eyes, it seemed to reflect the image of the great axe from before. A sense of uncontrollable awe and fear stirred within Tyr's heart. So anything in the world can be used as a weapon. It was truly unbelievable. In the moments that followed, he kept switching between all kinds of weapons. Even though some of them could barely be called weapons without embarrassment, like discarded junk picked up from the ground. And yet despite that, his movements remained smooth and seamless, never once pausing. Under Harold's masterful handling, every object was pushed to its full combat potential. Clang, crash, boom. The long-handled tools once used to control attack distance, now moved like living beings, like coiled serpents, slithering with grace. Not just the blade, the handle, the guard, even the full body movement, all became lethal instruments without exception. The sheer range of his attacks shook the heavens. The waves he stirred up evaporated instantly, turning into countless drifting crystals of white stone. Whoosh! As the towering waves gradually receded, the vast ocean finally returned to stillness. Only the soft, continuous sound of waves sang quietly of what had happened. That deep, lingering melody slowly faded away, until even the crystalline illusion shattered and disappeared. It may seem ridiculous for someone like me to offer guidance, but if it could inspire you even a little, then I would be more than satisfied. I am honored by your instruction, and deeply enlightened, truly grateful. Tyr bowed deeply with sincerity, expressing the respect he truly felt inside. This experience felt like a revelation. It had shaken the very foundation of Tyr's combat style, which he had studied for so long. Without realizing it, I'd become far too fixated on the sword itself. All this time, my techniques have been methodical and rigid, stiff and inflexible. Every strike seemed like mechanical repetition. But what the Master Herald displayed before him was another supreme level. Power and rhythm perfectly intertwined, flowing endlessly, just like the ocean never running dry, flowing smoothly without end. Though his heart was filled with endless gratitude, lingering concerns still surfaced in his mind. Even if you teach me such supreme techniques, will it not cause you any trouble? The Radag family and the Herald family, though the two factions were not yet enemies, such open transmission of knowledge was essentially disclosing core battle secrets. The consequences could be unpredictable. Thus, Tyr carefully voiced his concern. No need to worry. In the future, my Herald family will form a blood alliance with the Radag family to pursue our great cause together. Hearing this, Tyr stared wide-eyed at him in astonishment. He was clearly shocked by the sudden joyous news. What began as a simple visit to attend the Sea King's succession ceremony had unexpectedly resulted in gaining such a powerful and reliable ally. Once again, I declare, from now on, no matter the circumstances, as long as it does not go against Imperial will, the Herald bloodline will make supporting the Radag family its top priority. As the words fell, Herald slowly extended his large, calloused hand, a gesture symbolizing absolute trust and commitment. Tyr, equally pleased, reached out and gripped it tightly. I am more than happy to accept your proposal. Furthermore, I will cherish your daughter, as if she were my own sister. That is the answer I have long awaited. That night, no rooster crowed to usher in the dawn. Instead, it was Harold's hearty, booming laughter that woke the villagers from their slumber. However, Father, what on earth are you doing? Please stop. You're going to make the whole village laugh at us like this. At AI's scolding cry, that unrestrained laughter finally began to fade. But even so, the smile at the corner of Harold's lips couldn't hide his joy. Should we keep this matter confidential for now? Tyr asked cautiously. He was concerned that any leak might attract unwanted trouble. Oh, you mean the alliance declaration? There's really no need to keep it a secret. In that case, I'll go ahead and announce the good news at the upcoming inheritance ceremony. Sure, do as you please. Harold responded nonchalantly to AI's eager suggestion. Though he sounded casual, this was, in truth, a very serious matter that required proper attention. Since that's the case, let's take this opportunity to prepare the relevant documents as well. That way, there's a proper record. After a short pause, Harold's body suddenly froze in place, as if time itself had stopped. A strange, heavy atmosphere filled the air. When he looked up again, there was clear resistance in Harold's gaze, and a bitter smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He turned to Tyr and asked in a probing tone. Hey, you're not more meticulous than I am, are you? That'd be a bit much. I'll take that as a compliment. Tyr replied with a faint smile, polite and composed. Boom. Right at that moment, what appeared before them in the office was a towering stack of white, tower-shaped papers. All of them were important documents waiting to be signed or archived. Rustle. Tyr's busy figure moved swiftly among the stacks of paper, efficient and precise, like a tireless working machine. That person was none other than the one managing family affairs behind the scenes, Black Dragon. In the current situation, since Tyr had not officially assumed the position of head, Black Dragon had taken over Kale's duties in handling daily affairs. Who's outside? Though buried in a mountain of paperwork, the Black Dragon's keen instincts immediately sensed the disturbance outside. Without looking up, he asked. Report. It's of great importance. Presented specifically for your review, said an intelligence officer from the Black Order, swiftly placing a paper on the Black Dragon's desk and disappearing like a shadow. What kind of important news is this? Messages follow strict priority levels. Under normal circumstances, documents reaching the Black Dragon were either top secret or urgent matters requiring immediate attention. The Black Dragon set aside his unfinished work and slowly unfolded the thin sheet of paper, carefully reading its contents word by word. No reply needed. Successfully hunted the Class 1 magic beast, Pinwoof, and established a strong blood alliance with the Herald family, requesting support for a patient and calling for preparation of a proper facility for care. Incident occurred in a small village at the edge of the territory. Estimated arrival within a few days. Judging from the content, there's no doubt. The sender was our brave warrior, Fear. Right after completing the mission of capturing a Class 2 magic beast, he astonishingly managed to defeat Pinwoof. Such news was truly unbelievable. Even the seasoned Black Dragon found himself in doubt. Had this young warrior really accomplished such a feat? Or was it merely a jest? But the Black Dragon knew well that Fear was not the type to spread falsehoods. Nor had he ever hidden urgent military matters. So after a brief moment of thought, the Black Dragon accepted it as truth. If I recall correctly, isn't the current head of the Herald family said to be missing while searching for rare herbs to save his ailing son? He embarked on a long and perilous journey, and news of him has since vanished. Now, unexpectedly, the family has re-established close contact with the outside world. There must be an intriguing story behind this. Fear, just what kind of adventure have you gone through? Right now, I wish I could rush to the front lines and hear that thrilling tale firsthand. Though filled with curiosity, the Black Dragon restrained his eagerness with reason. Carefully folding the precious paper and placing it in his robe before burning it completely to ashes. A sharp crackle echoed with the flicker of flames, proving that everything just now was nothing but a dream. After cleaning up the ashes, Black Dragon sat back down and fell into deep thought. He was pondering the many glorious achievements and valuable contributions Tyr brought back from the Demon Sea expedition. Black Dragon decided they must be given proper recognition. So the question became, how best to showcase these accomplishments effectively? After all, if handled well, it could not only solidify his position out, but also bring about other unexpected benefits. So what would be the best way to carry this out? The current public version was that Tyr had gone alone to the mysterious Demon Sea to prepare for the upcoming inheritance ceremony and had captured a Class 2 magic beast. But if they suddenly announced that he had also subdued an even more terrifying Class 1 magic beast, it would likely cause a massive stir across the continent. The whole land would be shaken by such news. At that moment, a brilliant idea suddenly popped into his head. Yes, they would proclaim that our wise and noble lord chose to sacrifice his son's coronation ceremony in order to prioritize the safety of the people across the territory. Such selfless devotion was truly worthy of admiration and imitation. Even though this seemed like a solid starting plan, Black Dragon still felt slightly dissatisfied. It felt like that alone wasn't nearly enough to fully capture the significance of this event. After all, in the long and glorious history spanning over 1,000 years, even among the illustrious ancestors of House Ragna, besides the very beginning, when the legendary founder Sigurd, in his bold youth, fought valiantly and personally slew a rampaging Class 1 magic beast. Since then, no such feat had ever been repeated. Had the current heir really achieved a glory equal to that of the legendary Sigurd, this would unite the noble families of Winterler and the knightly houses once again. It would also exert tremendous pressure on external powers. More importantly, this event symbolized a feat even Tyr's older brother had never achieved. If Kale had been determined, he absolutely could have hunted a Class 1 beast, but he chose not to. Instead, he always remained vigilant of external threats. Truthfully, this act, which diminished Kale's prestige, gave him some hesitation. Had my brother been here, he would surely understand the reason for this decision. Fortunately, this hesitation did not last long. For Kale's greatest concern, it seems, the succession ceremony will have to be postponed. At last, the Black Dragon made up his mind. Although preparations for the ceremony were nearly complete, however, with such dazzling accomplishments as foundation, this ceremony deserved to be even grander and more magnificent. For now, the task was to plan this grand spectacle. Who's there? My lord, you called. As soon as the Black Dragon spoke, a neatly dressed steward quickly pushed the door open and entered. Postpone the succession ceremony for now. Issue a decree to inform the entire territory, and prepare to welcome our esteemed. Clear out a pavilion and decorate it carefully. Understood. After the steward withdrew, sensing his aura receding, the Black Dragon softly said, Black Snows, at your command, your humble servants await your orders. In an instant, Low but respectful voices came from the shadows. Hurry to the border village and estimate when fear will arrive, and report promptly. After all the figures had vanished from the office, the black dragon slowly lifted his chin and pondered for a moment. We should also send word to Master Gilson of the stables and Lady Cecilia, not just as a show of force, but also to demonstrate filial piety. Such a combination would surely reveal the image of a true hero admired by all. Thus, the grand curtain of the Black Dragon's secret plans was finally drawn open. Chapter 290. During this time, thanks to all of you for your care, I will never forget this kindness. Harold stood at the village entrance and bowed deeply to the villagers and the village chief. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. During this time, Aish had received the most meticulous care. This filled Harold's heart with deep and profound gratitude toward everyone. That emotion flowed unreservedly through his voice and gaze. We never acted in pursuit of gratitude. But if today's outcome brings good results, then that's the best reward we could hope for. Everyone, please travel safely. Let's hope we meet again someday. The village chief generously gifted them an exceptionally rare and valuable horse, and with a warm smile, reminded them to treasure it and use it well. Tears suddenly noticed that the chief's gaze was quietly sizing him up. It stirred something in his heart. I will keep my word. You need not worry. Tears' response made the village chief and the villagers nod in relief. Gentle smiles appeared at the corners of everyone's lips. May your journey be smooth. Until we meet again. Amid warm and enthusiastic farewells, Tyr and his group waved and departed. Riding on horseback was Ai. Her head was lowered, and a rosy blush spread across her cheeks. Like the glow of dawn, beautiful yet unable to hide her nervousness. She should have invited her benefactor to mount first. Clearly, he felt uncomfortable sitting on the horse, as if he were sitting on pins and needles. No need to stand on ceremony. Aish, just accept everyone's goodwill with ease at this moment. Hearing Harold's words, Aish finally relaxed a little, easing her tense posture. As they neared the territory of the Ragnar family, the scene ahead gradually became clearer. The hero's return seemed to have sparked great excitement. Cheers could be heard from the other side of the city walls. Harold couldn't help but laugh, and turned to look at Tyr with meaningful eyes. Tyr, unwilling to be outdone, also smiled, but at the same time, he felt a vague ache in his chest. Surely, he had to show something to the people. But then, an idea flashed in his mind. He considered whether to summon Umbra for a stunning entrance. But he hesitated. Revealing such extraordinary power might cause massive chaos, even an uncontrollable situation, so he dismissed the thought instantly. Please go on ahead, elders. I still need a moment to prepare. Before Harold could respond, Tyr quietly slipped into a nearby secluded corner. He rummaged through his belongings for all the spoils of this adventure. They were proof of his valor. 3 hides from the giant excavators, and the last healing thong from the dissected corpse of Pivav. There were also some scattered materials personally gathered by Harold, most notably a mysterious package carefully kept and entrusted to him by Lady Cecilia. He carried all of it on his back, though the weight was suffocating. His steps remained light and agile, as if every breath of air whispered his long-awaited anticipation of returning home. With every step forward, the roar of the crowd grew closer. He could vaguely see the shadow of the northern gate. Gathered there were the 9 legendary dragon silhouettes. When Harold saw Tyr holding up those items, he widened his eyes in astonishment. The spoils of battle looked heavy. The rumbling sound. When the residents saw Tyr at the north gate, they immediately erupted into cheers. The sound of celebration echoed across all of Winterler. Tyr finally arrived before the north gate. The eyes of the 9 dragons all turned to focus on him. I'm back. Boom. Tyr laid down the enormous turtle hide, and the black fangs along with it. A loud rumble shook the earth. Snowflakes danced through the air. Well done. Black Dragon was the first to step forward and offer praise. The other 8 dragons followed with smiles. Thank you for your hospitality. Now, allow me to introduce someone to you all. This is Count Half Harold, and his daughter, Lady Aishi Harold. As Miss Aishi has not fully recovered, she is temporarily unable to dismount. We ask for your understanding. No sooner had Tyr finished speaking, Count Half Harold gently guided his steed forward, and nodded slightly in respect. Though Aishi was advised against it, she insisted on This is Count Half Harold. Aishi. Harold. Welcome. I am Rabel, of House Ragna. Black Dragon extended his palm. Harold didn't hesitate, and grasped it firmly in mutual respect. To welcome honored guests, as we celebrate victory, is a great honor for House Ragna. My apologies for intruding on such an important moment. It feels like I've become an uninvited guest. Not at all. There's no such thing as uninvited here. Please relax. Enjoy the moment, and take a brief rest. We actually have quite a few matters to discuss with Tyr first. So, Lord Harold, please accompany your daughter and let her rest for a bit. Later today, we will sincerely invite you to attend the banquet. Then I shall respectfully accept. Once again, I thank you for your gracious invitation. Farewell. With a flick of Black Dragon's finger, a luxurious carriage emerged from the crowd, accompanied by a squad of soldiers for protection. This is for our distinguished guest. See to it with utmost care. Ensure there are no oversights. Yes, sir. Under the escort of the guards, Herald and the women gracefully boarded the carriage. Oh, Sea King. The Sea King has arrived at Ragnar, a figure befitting Herald's renown. The crowd shouted his nickname and full title in response. The festive atmosphere kept rising. At this point, Fear and Roadbrock led the way through the path of 9 dragons, swiftly heading toward the main residence. Even so, you don't feel shy anymore, do you? Shouldn't you be used to it by now? Even if it was uncomfortable at first, looking at Roadbrock now, he no longer seemed so unfamiliar. A faint smile crept across Fear's lips. Amid the drifting petals appeared Jinkan and Leja, and the faces of his half-brothers. They now seemed to have fully resigned themselves. Bitter smiles covered their faces, for there were still those reluctant to part with the position. But now, they could finally let go in peace. That's truly wonderful. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. As Julius walked past the 9 dragons, he casually brushed his hair. The mistress of Plum Blossom's sect gave him a gentle smile, though Leja and Jinkan seemed exhausted. They still offered their blessings, and at the very end, Cecilia was still patiently waiting. She seemed to have lost some weight. Are you alright? In fact, I feel even stronger than before. Let's meet at home and— Mother. Tyr gently embraced Cecilia, then turned and headed toward the— With days of heavy duties piling up, he still had much work to prepare. So he had to make a brief greeting in place of a proper farewell. Salute to Lord Nadna. Long live Tyr. The cheering gradually faded into the distance. As he entered the Lord's Hall, Black Dragon was already standing there with hands behind his back. Why does the atmosphere here feel a bit off? If it's not just my imagination, then the subtle sense of exhaustion is impossible to ignore. Tyr furrowed his brow slightly, and silently waited for Black Dragon to speak. Under the radiant sunlight, Black Dragon's gaze was sharper than ever. In the distance, a stifling aura seemed to emanate from the office. Thank you for your efforts. I dare not take the credit. But before we move to the succession ceremony, there's another matter that must be handled first. Without question, he cut off Tyr's words. Black Dragon silently pushed open the office door. A towering white structure suddenly rose into view. Several white towers made of stacked documents surrounded Tyr. Even with so many matters awaiting him, being the head of the house was far from a leisurely position. Please allow us to complete this task as quickly as possible. This impact struck harder than when he first encountered the pen sigils. He felt as though his body was floating backward, unable to resist. Click. At some point, Black Dragon's hand had lightly settled on his shoulder. The smile on Black Dragon's face, forged through relentless work, held a hint of madness. I understand. Tyr forced himself into the office, and sat down before the enormous desk. Why is Rhodey here too? Perhaps it all seemed too natural. That Tyr nearly forgot. Lornold Block sat calmly on the sofa at the center of the room, casually accepting the tea Black Dragon offered. Is something wrong? No, not at all. It's just, all of this was stirring a deep and indescribable irritation within him. What's even more impressive was the calm and composed demeanor Black Dragon displayed at this moment. Please, enjoy this cup of tea. Next, we will move on to the business reports. I trust you can handle the paperwork while listening to the briefings. Almost as if making a declaration, Black Dragon promptly picked up a folder. Though Roadbrock's cheerful laughter echoed in his ears, Fear suppressed his inner turmoil, focusing entirely on Black Dragon's business briefings, while swiftly processing the paperwork. Black Dragon continued to report each item without pause. Roadbrock's expression remained bright, as if he were in excellent spirits. It was oddly unsettling. However, despite the inner turmoil, his hands did not falter for a moment, as the mountain of paperwork gradually diminished, and his mind started to drift, growing weary. Perhaps you should take a short break before continuing. Noticing the fatigue in Fear's gaze, Black Dragon showed his attentiveness at just the right moment. It was only then that I finally understood why humans are so fond of comparisons. What do you mean by that? Gulp, gulp. Roadbrock took a graceful sip of tea, then gently exhaled. If I had been resting alone in another room, I wouldn't have enjoyed such amusement. Don't you agree? Hearing Roadbrock's playful remark, Fear's brows furrowed slightly. Roadbrock noticed this subtle change and burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, Black Dragon approached with the teapot in hand, his movements steady and natural. Haha. Allow me to brew you another cup. Let's try a different flavor. This one has become a bit bland. Understood. Black Dragon flicked his finger lightly, as if awaiting this very moment. The butler promptly appeared with a fresh teapot. Drip. After taking the teapot, Black Dragon calmly poured tea for everyone. His every movement was incredibly graceful. Now, let's get back to the unfinished tasks from earlier. For some reason, Black Dragon seemed even more insufferable than usual at this moment. If they wanted to be rid of this farce as soon as possible, there was only one way: to hurry up and finish these tedious tasks. Oh, picking up the pace, are we? Not long after, once they resumed the unfinished work, Black Dragon quickly reported everything, and was quite satisfied with Tyr's full engagement. Next. Boom. The final document was finally stamped and completed. Then, for some reason, Tyr's gaze turned to Lornold Block. There was a faintly complex look in his expression. So sweet it's almost sickening, and in more ways than one. Huh. Lorne Old Block also smiled contentedly, then stood and took his leave. Tyr and Black Dragon followed closely behind, silently vowing not to touch another document for a while. They headed to the reception room Black Dragon had prepared in advance. Want a drink? Or just tea? Let's stick with tea. At that moment, the butlers already waiting in the reception room sprang into action, efficiently arranging the tea and snacks. Black Dragon sipped his tea and turned his gaze to Tyr, then spoke. So tell me, what exactly happened over in the Demon Sea? To be honest, I really didn't expect even Count Harold to get involved. I didn't expect that either. Even now, thinking back, it still feels utterly absurd. I can't help. Who would have thought that what started as a simple hunt for a Class 2 beast would end up causing such a huge upheaval? This is indeed a good thing, but for you, what matters most right now is your prestige. If judged by that standard, Harold is undoubtedly the ideal ally. To prove my prestige, I bravely crossed the treacherous Mohi Sea, hunting deadly and powerful monsters. However, the heat of this success is only temporary. People are merely caught up in momentary excitement. After all, prestige cannot be built overnight. In the lands of the North, prestige is the mark of power, but unseen potential never lasts long. If it remains unproven before the world, therefore, when Kale rose to the head of his family, he surely faced countless harsh trials. Fortunately, with time, he eventually accumulated overwhelming prestige, enough to silence all doubt and challenge. Tyr too seemed destined to walk this thorny path, but it seems this blood pact has offered far more support than I had expected. Now Tyr is like a rising star. In the future, his path will surely be filled with countless trials to build his prestige, and Harold himself is a legendary warrior, rivaling Kale's renown. With such a legend by his side, even the most stubborn foes of the North will struggle to shake Tyr's hard-earned prestige. After all, without prestige equal to Harold's own, how could anyone hope to form a blood pact with him? This is truly a rare and great accomplishment. Originally, I thought that for at least the next 5 years, I would be embroiled in endless battles for prestige. However, thanks to Harold's assistance, this journey has gone unexpectedly smoothly. Thank you for your efforts. It was nothing more than luck. No, even if it was luck, having the ability to seize that luck is a kind of extraordinary strength in itself. Just like you, big brother, you've never missed a single subtle opportunity. And with that, you've step by step become the legend you are today. Black Dragon lifted his teacup and took a sip. A faint sense of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Tyr looked serious. Finally, the words circling in his heart were slowly spoken aloud. Next, we need to think about how to deal with the troublesome Narxio family. Chapter 291. The Narxio family was once one of the 6 pillars that upheld the prosperity of the Ragna Empire. Even in this era, they remain a renowned and prestigious family, though not as powerful as they once were. The rise of the prodigy Weston brought them back to life. He revitalized the family once again. However, precisely because this rare genius stood alongside Hilda and others like Ding Long, they were seen as enemies of the North and were ultimately brought to ruin and killed. Even as an illegitimate child, his talent was still highly valued by the family. Their expectations for him never diminished. Logically, faced with all of this, the Ragna family should have responded. The silence is unsettling. It's far too unusual. The intelligence network Black Snow built in the far north was practically flawless. From small, daily happenings in 6 regions to the mood of the entire population, everything was reported and recorded in detail, and before nightfall, even Black Dragon, who controls this intelligence network, hadn't mentioned a single word about the Narxio family. As such, this silence only felt more ominous. Let's hope no one is secretly plotting something disastrous, silently praying in their hearts, hoping for the mercy of the gods. Out of deep concern for Wellington, their worry grew even stronger. Whoosh! A fierce cold wind howled past the curtains, like sharp blades cutting through the air, pushing the already solemn atmosphere of the room to an extreme. Even the occasional gust outside the window made the room seem all the more hushed. The faint candlelight flickered in the breeze, like a lone boat in a storm, barely holding on. It called to mind a flame before the wind, on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. This very scene perfectly captured the current state of House Narxio. How did things come to this? Thinking back to the past, when Wellington first joined the Lantern Sect, everything had seemed smooth and promising. Despite the shadow of illegitimacy at his birth, during his growth, Wellington always stayed true to the righteous path. Ever since he became a disciple of the Lantern Sect, House Narxio's fate naturally seemed to be blessed with hope for revival and prosperity. But sadly, good times were short-lived. As news of northern rebellions flooded in, Wellington ultimately fell in battle, leaving House Narxio to face overwhelming grief and loss. For among its mid and high-ranking members, none could shine as brightly as Wellington had, radiating brilliance. The family lacked a suitable heir. Under such circumstances, Wellington had naturally become the future hope of the entire Narxio family, unless Ragnar had firmly decided to abandon them completely. Otherwise, this situation was hard to comprehend. At this moment, House Narxio was like teetering on the brink of disaster. Inside the council chamber, House Narcio's leaders, including the elder Tams and other veterans, were working tirelessly day and night to find a solution. But unfortunately, they had yet to discover a truly effective way out. Until one day, Tams suddenly noticed that his gaze always drifted toward the surface of the desk. That suffocating pressure made it hard for him to breathe. Suddenly, a knock on the door sounded. Knock, 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 followed by the creaking sound of a wooden door being gently pushed open. Hearing the noise, Tams furrowed his brows, his heart filled with annoyance. Who would dare to disturb him at such a time? Someone so bold as to ignore the most basic rules of conduct. Wasn't that proof enough that the family now lacked capable people? His furious gaze shot toward the doorway. However, when he saw an elderly man with thinning white hair but undiminished authority step slowly inside, the fire of anger in his heart finally began to subside. Ralph? Nanik. As the chief steward of the Narcio family, he was not someone who lacked manners. For him to behave this way, there could be only one reason. Why are you here? Tams asked cautiously, but received no reply. The question wasn't meant for Ralph. Knock, knock. The sound of footsteps on the floor answered for him. Behind Ralph, another elder's figure stepped into view, still strong and vigorous. The old man radiated a chilling, northern aura. His icy gaze swept through the office. That man was the one Tams feared and revered the most. The supreme patriarch of the Narcio family, and Tams' own father. Karen. Narcio. Karen stormed in without a word, quietly surveying the office from the entrance. With a cold gaze and furrowed brows, he fixed a chilly stare at Tams. Karen wasn't looking at him like a father at his child, but rather with the indifference one might show to a stone rolling down the road. Humph. Karen clicked his tongue lightly. Only then did he slowly speak, still the same as ever. Such simple words, yet full of scorn. Tams had no reply. He could only lower his head, sweat cold as ice. All his life, under such gazes and voices, he had been driven on, as if under constant training. Do you want to die? Such a thought instinctively weighed down on him. All his life, he had led the family, and now he worked tirelessly to handle Wellington's affairs. Yet his father still refused to acknowledge him. The more he thought of it, the more bitterly he realized that despite the fear he inspired, he still amounted to nothing. Just a useless complainer, a coward. Pathetic. Now, he no longer bothered to hide his look of contempt, as if eyeing an insect. Still clinging to your obsession? He knew well why Karen so openly displayed his emotions. Even revealing himself at this moment had its purpose. Karen had always held fast to a singular goal. It wasn't about bringing glory to the family, nor about becoming a lord admired by all, but driven by an overwhelming ambition to surpass Ragnar in his lifetime with a great achievement. Yet his most crucial support, Wellington, had already fallen. How could this not fill him with frustration? For now, he would swallow his pride. Only by doing so could he seek out future opportunities. After all, only then might he one day break free from Ragnar's shackles. A grim light flickered in his eyes, revealing the turbulent madness roiling in his heart. Though he said nothing, his contemptuous glance at things around him silently scolded Tams. I understand, Tams replied, gritting his teeth bitterly. Humph. Karen let out a cold snort, then turned and strode away, vanishing at the far end of the room. As his footsteps gradually faded away, only silence remained in the air, but Tams's breathing began to quicken. The world spun around him. Instinctively, his hand clutched his wildly beating heart. Staring toward the direction Karen had left, Tams's eyes burned with bloodshot rage that refused to fade. Only after a long while did he slump back into his chair. Karen's brows were still furrowed, his expression as cold as ever. He hadn't seen a single sign of his descendants for a long time, and every thought now revolved around breaking free from Ragnar's shackles. He had once believed that eliminating Kale would finally reverse the situation. At this very moment, the greatest obstacle in his path, Kale, had vanished without a trace. He had eagerly believed his era was about to begin. However, that damn tear Ragnar. The illusion of triumph he had felt just moments ago was shattered. A new shadow loomed over him. That young genius was like yet another insurmountable wall, blocking his path without mercy. His heart grew increasingly unsettled and bitter. Such a pity. Thinking of the deceased Wellington, Karen couldn't help but murmur inwardly. A bitter taste rose in his mouth. Once upon a time, he had placed countless hopes upon that boy. A perfect assistant in all regards. That was all there was to it. The death of his grandson Wellington, in his eyes, was merely the loss of a useful tool, not worth any genuine sorrow. To Karen, it was nothing more than a weapon breaking. Such a trivial matter could not shake him in the slightest. In any case, caution is never a mistake. We must establish contact with the palace. Begin preparations immediately. Understood. After issuing the order, Tyr moved in. Meanwhile, Karen quietly slipped into the shadows, as if he had never been there. Tyr hoped to finalize a plan for handling the Narcio family as soon as possible. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Black Dragon slowly shook his head. It's safer to observe for now. After the succession ceremony concludes, we can make a decision based on their actions. As for the matter of Wellington, Tyr reflected on himself. Realizing he had indeed been too hasty, he gently nodded in agreement with Black Dragon's judgment. At this moment, Tyr gathered all the vassals together. The seat that once belonged to Kale now was occupied by Tyr himself. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over every retainer, perhaps because he was already familiar with many among them. The weight of the Lord's seat felt slightly lighter. Tyr took a deep breath, calming himself before speaking slowly. The murmuring voices in the hall fell silent at once. Everyone held their breath, waiting intently for Tyr's declaration. I believe our prestige and standing have already been sufficiently established. Now that the former head of the house, Kale, Ragnar, is no longer with us, I am aware there are forces testing the limits of the Ragnar family's power. They are restless, gazing at us like hungry wolves. Therefore, smack asterisk. At that moment, Tyr slammed his palm onto the table. The sound exploded like a thunderclap. I intend to make them understand who the true overlord of the North is. At the upcoming succession ceremony, we shall invite the 6 great families to gather here. Moreover, Tyr's gaze sharpened like a blade. He once again swept a cold look around. At that moment, blood is likely to be spilled. I hope everyone is mentally prepared in advance. These words were almost akin to a declaration of war. In truth, Tyr was calling everyone to unite as one, to face the bloody trials that may come. However, not a single murmur or unrest broke out. On the contrary, everyone responded as though it were only natural, nodding in agreement. Their eyes gleamed with unwavering. Have I finally been accepted? Seeing all this, the Black Dragon couldn't help but smile with relief. Ever since Kale left, these people had remained neutral. They had been quietly assessing Tyr in their own way, to see if he was truly capable of leading House Ragnar. If he wasn't, leaving would have been effortless. But if he could shoulder that burden, then staying would mean not just loyalty, but also earned respect and glory. Those who had stayed silent and watched from the sidelines now changed their stance because Tyr had successfully hunted the beast known as the King of the Sea, Bifu, and forged an alliance with the half-blood ocean overlord Harold. That was the decisive factor. The young Ragnar heir had earned real respect, and so no one had any reason not to support him. Some even believed that Tyr's future was brighter than even Kale's reign had been. This voyage to the Sea of Ma had truly yielded astonishing results. The Black Dragon mulled over those words, a smile still lingering on his lips. Without such resounding achievements, many of the older generation would surely have questioned Tyr's decisiveness. Even the Black Dragon's efforts to stabilize Winterler would have been delayed. Those who once followed Kale had raised their standards, and now they finally recognized Tyr's strength and worth. Moreover, the powerful presence Tyr displayed further instilled unwavering confidence in everyone. Good. Then dispatch envoys to every region. Make sure to prepare thoroughly for the event. Understood. We will obey your command. The resounding reply instantly echoed through the hall. Sensing this unprecedented unity, even Tyr himself couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Seeing all this, Black Dragon nearly burst into laughter. Everyone present seemed as if they were desperately trying to perform just to catch Tyr's attention. Though they hadn't sunk so low as to become outright flatterers, the scene was still rather amusing. Even though some hailed from generations of loyal families, the saying that people's hearts are unpredictable truly rang true. Even after the meeting ended, as the nobles strode confidently out of the chamber, from their backs, one could still feel their burning resolve. When most of them, except for a few of the dragons, had left the hall. Asterisk clap, clap, asterisk. Crisp applause echoed. It reminded them of the first time the elder brother chaired a meeting. Truly a nostalgic memory. Back then, the elder brother faced countless trials to establish his authority. Though the passion at the time was formidable, it was no less than today's fervor. Julius and Robel, reminiscing the past, exchanged glances full of emotion over the meeting. Hearing about events from before he was even born, Tyr's curiosity was greatly piqued. Go ahead. Start drafting the notifications we will send out. I will check them later. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Just write sincerely what you wish to convey. Black Dragon casually handed him a sheet of paper. Julius gently patted him on the shoulder. The two then exited the meeting room. Tyr slowly took the paper in hand, his gaze fixed intently on it for a moment. Soon after, he gently closed his eyes, as if making a firm decision. His eyes lit up with determination once more, and he reached out for a pen. Chapter 292. Manhwa, Rank, Gardener, Cop, Barks, and the Narxio family. The so-called 6 great clans all received word brought by the messengers. It wasn't from any unreliable courier service, but an official envoy directly appointed by the head of house, delivering a matter of grave importance. The 6 heads of house, each in their own residence, received this letter. Everyone had already heard the news that Kale's successor had been decided. Each clan had also reached their own conclusion regarding Tyr's legitimacy. As a result, the reactions to the letter varied from clan to clan. Rank, Gardener, and Barks were overjoyed. They stepped forward, touched, to receive the letter, smiles on their faces. Cop accepted it with a more complex, unreadable expression. Manhwa, in front of the envoy, struggled to conceal his fury, though the displeasure in his eyes was still visible. The head of the Narxio family, on the other hand, showed an expression of deep anxiety. With their own tangled thoughts, the 6 clan heads unsealed the confidential letters, So, it has come at last? The letter revealed that the Kale era had ended, and a new age was dawning. The grand succession ceremony was drawing near. More than that, The letter included heartfelt words written personally by Tyr. The tone was nothing like Kale's. It rose brightly, and even conveyed a sense of warmth and compassion. Manhwa, after reading those words, frowned deeply, falling into troubled thought. As for the head of the Narcio family, he closed his eyes in pain, his heart filled with bitter humiliation. Sigh. Tams let out a long sigh. The elders, you see. Indeed. In fact, the Supreme Lord's order had long been issued, and Tams, as the final arbiter, had already signed his approval, since our Lord has made the decision. As members of the Narcio family, no matter how much we resent and feel humiliated, we have no choice but to bow our heads in compliance. Is everything ready? Reporting, my lord. Everything is under control. However, are we really going to give this treasure to Ragnar? The wealth of the treasury alone is already more than generous. The family head's only brother, Timothy, spoke out on behalf of the entire senior council. He too was unwilling to hand over such an important item, to simply give it to Ragnar. Timothy's heart was also filled with conflict and doubt, reluctant to part with their cherished treasure. I have made my decision. It's not just you. Everyone in leadership must understand this. Sealed within the Xiangxia is the heirloom. An irreplaceable family treasure passed down through generations. By giving this tooth to Ragnar, we are pledging our absolute loyalty. It represents complete submission. It means obeying all his commands, without question or hesitation, like a hound that follows its master faithfully. If it were me, would I willingly give this away? Tam's chilling voice resounded through the entire study. Crack. A fine web of cracks spread across the solid oak table, the result of a fist slammed down in fury. His whole body trembled slightly. As the atmosphere grew heavier and heavier, Tams finally managed to suppress the raging fire in his heart. Humph. I understand your feelings, but please also consider mine. I sincerely apologize, my lord. No. This humiliation must be etched into your heart forever. Turn that shame into strength. Let your blade speak in your stead. Bang. Tam slammed the desk forcefully and stood up tall. From where his fist had struck the desk, blood began to well and pool into a crimson stain. Timothy stared at the bloodstain, gritting his teeth until his lips turned pale. I shall obey my noble lord's great will. The table was adorned with lavish meats and wines with rich, fragrant aroma. The decor and furnishings were opulent and extravagant. Golden filigree sparkled, inlaid with rare and precious gems, glorious and radiant. The atmosphere was one of a relaxed and cheerful banquet. There was not a trace of oppression or gloom to be felt. All the guests were clad in devouring the food ravenously, like starved beasts reborn, feasting without restraint. After one man finished eating, he casually wiped his mouth and offhandedly remarked, "Oh, right, I heard recently that the Narcio territory seems to have." The comment drew in the attention, and the sound of wine being sipped echoed clearly through the quiet hall. Such a sensitive topic involving military and politics was clearly unfit for an indulgent feast like this. But upon further thought, it was almost ironic. Such a topic was actually quite fitting, given the true nature of their location, which was not an ordinary banquet hall, but a secret chamber deep within the imperial palace, specifically used for roundtable meetings with the emperor himself. Narcio. That old man living in the tidal castle, right? Humph. The four high-ranking officials present all set down their knives and forks, carefully wiped their mouths clean, and neatly placed their utensils back onto their plates. For these powerful figures, though the topic at hand was not exactly life or death, it certainly carried significant weight. They understood well. This could not be settled as carelessly as usual. It had to be handled with utmost caution. Are you seriously confident we can capture Ragnar this time? A cold chuckle followed. He scoffed, running his fingers through his beard. At that moment, a man standing with a face as sly as a fox spoke up. Do you really think Carl is still alive? I've heard it's his son who's now the Lord. That's why, I suspect, Narcio is seeking us out now. Seems you haven't grasped the full picture yet. That young man may be young, but he's already hailed as a genius rivaling Carl himself. Pfft. A derisive snort escaped his nose, echoing through the room. Opposite him sat a burly man with a rounded belly, his face full of disdain. He spoke slowly. Do you think Carl is just any ordinary name? He was merely using Ragnar as a stage for political theatrics. His goal was to maintain control over the north, though sharp. His words weren't entirely wrong. Carl Ragnar's legend was already carved into the history of the entire continent. A truly extraordinary figure. Now that such a person was gone, the Ragnar family's rule naturally began to show cracks. Thus, the fat man's words carried even more weight. So, which side do you intend to stand on? Are you planning to support Narcio? Admittedly, the current situation feels like a high-stakes gamble, but that Grand Lord beside Narc lived through the era of Kale and knows its intricacies well. Moreover, he's one of the closest observers of Ragnar. That proposal is undeniably tempting. To be honest, if we don't strike now, we may never get such a good chance again. Whether in short-term gains or long-term strategic planning, backing this move is clearly the wiser choice. Naturally, even during Kale's time, plenty of fools dared to try and overthrow him, seeking aid. If we throw in a little money now, as a speculative investment, we might reap massive returns. So why not? The more I think about it, the funnier it gets. These savages tearing each other apart is downright entertaining. If we could live stream it through a magical crystal ball, what could possibly be more thrilling? Oh, looks like this venture is quite the worthwhile bargain. You may seem foolish on the outside, but you're sharp as a whip inside. It's not that complicated. We get to enjoy the show, while also seizing control of the North. It's clearly a win-win situation. The entire conference room filled with shrill and spine-chilling laughter. Even putting that aside, purely from a profit standpoint, if Narxio really manages to overthrow the Ragna family, it would mean that the long troublesome northern forces would finally be in our grasp. Since that's the case, how should we proceed? If we decide to offer assistance, why not dispatch the Iron Lion Knights? The Iron Lion Knights, an elite unit of the Capital Defense Knights. They're tasked with safeguarding the capital's surroundings, handling emergencies, and other crucial missions. As the core of the capital's defense, every member possesses exceptional skill and ability. Their power is so great, they could wipe out an entire Baron family overnight. This force is composed entirely of battle-hardened warriors. That's why I believe they're perfect for dealing with the barbarian tribes of the wilderness. Besides, this also gives us a chance to distinguish true war zealots of justice from mere savages. Indeed, the commander of the Iron Lion Knights is certainly the best choice. He's more than capable of handling this task. Just then, as everyone awaited his final order, bam! A man, silent until now, suddenly struck the table with his fist. The noise resounded. He was the leader of everyone present, the current court earl. His action immediately silenced the others. All eyes turned to him. Since the higher-ups have ordered us to closely monitor Ragnar's every move, we should dispatch a force that's even more reliable to carry out this plan. The Iron Lion Knights are formidable, but as a gambler, the court earl clearly yearned to place an even bigger bet. He sought an option with even higher returns. He was hoping for an option with even greater rewards. After a brief moment of thought, he finally made up his mind and spoke. Sending the Golden Lion Knights would be ideal. You mean the Central Defense Knights? The Golden Lion Knights. They are second only to the Emperor's personal guard, recognized as one of the most elite armed forces within the palace. All we need now is to wait for Sayak. Even the highest military commander cannot deploy this unit at will, because only the Emperor can issue a direct order. These knights are the core of the palace's defense. Without an imperial edict, any action would be considered unlawful. Yet for the court earl to mention this so casually, there must be something deeper. No need to worry. I'll convince His Majesty to approve it. In fact, he had been confident from the start that he could secure the necessary authorization. Not only did this show his confidence in handling the situation, it also reflected his true influence within the royal court. Truly remarkable indeed. No wonder His Majesty holds you in such high regard. Qingzai Xian, a loyal man like you, is rarely seen in this world, always offering wise advice. That's right. If someone as wise as you could ascend to the throne, then our empire would surely flourish. Unfortunately, such a rare opportunity was lost. Suddenly, from the courtyard, came a loud knock on the table. From the intimidating court count, the sharp sound immediately silenced all the excited voices around. Everyone instinctively held their breath, watching the count's expression. However, no matter how they speculated, on the count's face, there was not a trace of emotion or discontent. Forgive me. Since there's no objection, I'll speak frankly. The court minister, with a sinister smile, stood up. As he left, the chilling laughter still echoed in the chamber. Thier had now arrived at Harold's residence, not only to check on AI's condition, but also to invite them to dinner. He thought to himself, it seems the Black Dragon has indeed contributed a lot. Since Harold's house was much larger than expected, Thier couldn't help but marvel at the Black Dragon's generosity once again. As Thier looked around, Harold came out holding a damp towel and a basin. Thinking to himself, it should have been prepared long ago. Only the competent should survive. Thier shifted his gaze. He noticed a servant in the corner looking uneasy. The man was secretly observing the surroundings. It was probably because this involved his daughter. Harold became determined to handle it personally. As their eyes met, Harold greeted Thier with a gentle smile and walked toward him. You're here. His calm and lively appearance made Thier dazed for a moment, as if this was their very first meeting. He recalled the feeling from the moment he first saw her. That was during their encounter at the Demon Sea. The face in his memory was exhausted and sharp. It was almost hard to believe they were the same person. How has Aish been lately? She just fell asleep. She's been getting better day by day, thanks to your blessings. Only then, Harold took the water basin and damp towel from the waiting deceased beside him. Then he briskly walked down the stairs. That's great to hear. Why don't you sit for a bit? Sure. Tyr and Harold sat together on the living room couch. The atmosphere gradually became peaceful. After a brief silence, there still seemed to be a subtle sense of awkwardness in the air. Yet looking at the man in front of him, so different from his usual stern image, Tyr couldn't help but smile. What are you smiling at? You look genuinely happy. Haha. I was worried I might look a bit silly. By the way, how are the preparations for the succession ceremony going? Harold laughed cheerfully, clearly pleased. But there was also a faint trace of nervousness. Everything's going smoothly. I won't be staying here long either, so no need to worry. Heh. That's not what I meant at all. Harold scratched his cheek, wearing an embarrassed smile. Of course, Tyr understood. Harold's question came from genuine concern. However, as the new head of the family, Tyr knew well his responsibilities, and could understand Harold's delicate feelings at this moment. It was time to handle family affairs. At this moment, his priority was to swiftly address the family matters left unattended due to AI's uncertain fate. Chapter 293. Nevertheless, Harold's greatest wish was still for AI to recover soon. Therefore, he had to give his all to restore the fallen family to its former glory. Once the ceremony is over, you may depart at once. I will arrange everything for your journey home to ensure a safe trip. Upon hearing this, Harold gently stroked his beard, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Although this was just Tyr's thoughtful gesture, it had to be said. His ability to read people was truly remarkable. He had noticed it slightly in the Devil's Sea, and now Tyr, by observing people's subtle actions and gazes, could always grasp their intentions precisely. This skill was undoubtedly extraordinary. It's hard to imagine that he was just a young man about the same age as AI. However, Harold had no intention of leaving just yet. Besides the blood-pact oath, there was still an important task unfinished. How could a brother stand by while another sheds blood in sacrifice? How could I just leave? Hearing these words, Tyr was slightly startled. Then his pupils dilated. Though they had only spent a day together, Harold had already grasped the situation in Winterl thoroughly. Your insight is indeed sharp. When one grows old, all that's left is to rely on reading people. Isn't that so? Harold said with a smile, and continued. Since that's the case, why don't we witness this fusion of bloodlines together? In fact, as the head of the family, shouldering the fate of his entire clan and people, he naturally felt both guilt and a strong sense of responsibility. But he also felt this sense of duty had come too late. What weighed more heavily was his overwhelming guilt. This emotion slipped out unintentionally, but Tyr saw right through it. To the retainers of the clan, I've already made an irreparable mistake. Even so, I still hope to use this chance to form an unbreakable bond with this young man. The reason for this decision was Harold's firm belief in the current backbone of the family. Even with the clan in such dire straits, as long as he was alive, he believed it could rise again. That confidence is what led him to make this bold proposal. I'm truly grateful for your kindness, but matters in the north are always straightforward. All entanglements and conflicts must be handled by me alone. That is my duty. Although Tyr knew this was a sincere offer, he didn't hesitate at all. He simply smiled and politely declined. Seeing this, Harold couldn't help but laugh heartily. Tyr understood better than anyone what becoming the overlord of the north would mean for this young man. Even so, he still responded with such calm composure. In truth, he never planned to act personally from the start. He had intended to send Harold instead. He was neither rude nor overstepping. It left a strong impression. This child clearly has a deep and thoughtful mind. Far from being off-putting, he was actually quite charming. Kale truly raised a fine son. His later years must be very peaceful. With that thought, he couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if Tyr were his own child. I appreciate it. I'll gratefully accept your thoughtful arrangements, as it should be. After all, we're brothers. Haha. Your eloquence has truly reached the peak of mastery. Then just take that as praise for me. In that moment, Harold felt that in his twilight years, he had gained a new source of comfort and joy. Do you intend to bring Ash along with you? That goes without saying. I will take good care of him on the way back. You need not worry about him, Harold replied with a confident smile. Although for Ash, this journey might be somewhat difficult. If he grits his teeth and endures, it should still be manageable. Leaving Ash here for now would also be an option. Moreover, Rhodey is also here. Everyone would feel at ease. Why not take a proper rest before setting out? Even though the chances are slim on the way home, the world is always full of unforeseen fortunes and misfortunes. If Harold were traveling alone, it would be one thing. But bringing Ash along, who had not yet fully recovered, would surely expose their weakness. Indeed, you've always been the type to pursue perfection. Thinking back to when they first met in the Devil's Sea, Harold had already noticed this trait in Tyr. Tyr always chose a path where everyone could be safe and happy. Because of this, it was Harold's final assessment of Tyr. And at this moment, for Harold, there was no reason to refuse Tyr's proposal. If it had been anyone else, he might not have even considered it. But since it was Tyr making the suggestion, it was a different matter entirely. Very well, I trust you. Harold extended his right hand. Tyr grasped it without hesitation and smiled warmly. Rest assured, no one will dare inflict even the slightest harm. Haha. You truly are a reliable man. Harold laughed heartily, a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. And then he added, especially those men. They must not be allowed to get even half a step closer. It wasn't out of distrust toward Thier. Besides, with Ash's illness, there wouldn't be any men around him anyway. Though it was a joke. There was a smile on Thier's face, yet there was not the slightest hint of humor. Yes. Understood. Harold did not respond. He simply smiled slightly. Then he stood up from his seat. It seemed he was preparing to head toward Ash's room again. Just then, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Did I do something wrong? SSSK. Clang. A sharp sound of a blade being drawn, followed by a loud metallic clash that echoed through the air. Then came the roar of slicing wind. It wasn't the power of just one person, but the synchronized force of over 100 warriors on the training ground, all of them striking with their long spears in unison. Just from the sound alone, one could tell. These warriors possessed flawless discipline and extraordinary power. On their left chest was the Golden Lion insignia. They were the Empire's most elite and proudest unit. They were known as the revered Golden Lion Knights. Standing atop the high platform, the commander leading these awe-inspiring lion warriors stood among them. His presence exuded unstoppable force. Every movement he made was refined and confident, honed by countless battles. He stood around 1.9 meters tall, with a towering and well-built frame. His eyes, like those of a lion, radiated endless courage and power. He was a strikingly handsome man with short golden hair and sharp features. His facial features were elegant and bold, with his captivating appearance and untamed heroic aura. He caused countless young women in the capital sleepless nights, switch to assault formation. His deep and commanding voice. At the captain's command, the soldiers instantly moved in perfect sync to reassemble their formation. At that moment, a clattering sound signaled the arrival of someone who didn't belong. The sharp, hurried clatter of hooves suddenly shattered the training ground's order. The sound echoed through the wide open field. Someone was ready to shout. Who dared to ride a horse into this sacred ground? Yet the captain didn't even bother to glance over. He simply raised one hand gently. At his signal, every knight immediately understood. They adjusted formation at once. They stood neatly in orderly rows and columns, maintaining a straight and upright posture. The commander's face darkened at once. His gaze swept over the group like arrows. In the imperial court, the only force that could behave so arrogantly was his. Crack. The sound of gritted teeth could be faintly heard. Watching their deliberately arrogant demeanor, all the knights furrowed their brows tightly. At the very front of the line, a man with a toad-like face was riding slowly closer. His appearance stirred a wave of instinctive disgust. My lord Count, that damned toad-like fellow. Even with him right in front of them, the commander kept his anger in check, his expression unchanged. There was no need to conceal his hostility. What was even more suffocating was the overwhelming disappointment surging within. So this is the Capital Knights. Even during training, you exude an awe-inspiring presence. Though the words sounded respectful, every syllable felt like worms crawling in their ears. Utterly nauseating. What business do you have here? We are in the middle of training. State your purpose clearly. A cold gaze shot at the nobleman, as if to tear him apart. The other party clearly understood how deeply these knights, who valued honor, despised their arrogance. To keep the situation under control, he deliberately wore a calm and complacent smile. They should be grateful no one can replace them. His sneer carried a lingering scorn. The Count pulled from his coat an imperial decree from His Majesty. Hearing the words His Majesty, the commander's pupils contracted. His brows twitched instantly. Mindful of his station, he knelt down on one knee without hesitation, even though he knew full well that behind this royal decree hid a sinister conspiracy. The northern border was in turmoil, a grave concern for the nation. We hereby command 300 brave knights of the Capital Legion to set out at once to quell the rebellion and rescue the northern people from fire and blood. At the same time, let our royal glory be made known to all. The Capital Legion shall obey His Majesty's decree. Very good. We leave it to you, Captain. A scroll was placed in his palm. At the same moment, a mocking remark rang out. Faced with such blatant humiliation, the captain chose to remain silent. How utterly boring. Came a dismissive mutter. The Count and his entourage left with pompous strides, leaving behind a heavy silence. As the sound of hoofbeats faded in the distance, the surroundings became unnaturally still, and in that silence, the captain slowly stood up. In just a split second, he felt an invisible weight anchoring his legs, heavy and unmoving. A thick shadow quietly crept across the captain's face. A chilling darkness surged within him. It didn't just cling to his skin, it gnawed at his soul. Though he had brushed death countless times, he had never experienced such suffocating dread and despair. My lord. At that moment, his lieutenant called out softly behind him, his eyes full of concern. Even the lieutenant could feel that at this very moment, the captain seemed to carry an invisible boulder on his back. That burden made his every movement incredibly heavy. Even so, no need to worry. Prepare for deployment. After a brief hesitation, the captain quickly composed himself. He regained his usual resolute expression and issued orders in a calm, yet unquestionable tone. This expedition feels somewhat off. The adjutant spoke hesitantly. My lord, are you all right? These words made the captain's previously distant gaze focus completely. A moment later, The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a bitter smile. He had anticipated what the adjutant would ask. He also understood that this so-called imperial decree had come from that very minister, who held sway over the entire palace, and even the fate of the nation. It was issued by his hand. From the moment they received this assignment, there had been a vague sense of fear and doubt in his heart, and these feelings, like a brand, were forever seared into his heart. However, since the order had been given, we must follow it. There is no other choice. But how are we to endure the brutal actions of those people? Enough. The captain suddenly turned his head and firmly cut off the adjutant's further words. Inside the palace, at this moment, we are surrounded by countless enemies and countless watchful eyes and ears. Any word spoken could bring disaster. Everything happening right now has likely long been monitored and eavesdropped on. It was precisely because he understood this. That's why he absolutely would not allow his lieutenant to continue taking risks. I understand everything you want to say. His tone was cold and firm, like twin blades slicing through the air. We are the Emperor's sword. A sword does not think. Its duty is solely to strike. To stray from that principle is to become a traitor. At this moment, we were still standing at the doorway, and we kept hearing the echoes of several captains' voices. Strangely, we could also hear the faint grinding of bones. In truth, in everyone's heart, the one who most longed to overthrow this decaying palace was none other than the silent, yet burdened captain before us. Make preparations for deployment. We depart in 2 days, on schedule. Make absolutely sure that every soldier is well fed and clothed. Faced with this short, yet sharp and severe command, the lieutenant finally shut his mouth. Another word, and it would have been too much. The captain turned around and quietly walked into the depths of the manor. His cloak fluttered in the wind, appearing especially lonely beneath the setting sun. The captain stepped into the manor's interior and sank into, letting out a long, weary sigh. The view outside the window, though elegant and beautiful, was framed behind cold iron bars, like a caged bird that could not take flight. It was suffocating. The pressure led his hand unconsciously to touch the ornament at his waist. He tried to calm himself, but he realized this unease could not be dispelled. Lately, as his thoughts deepened on the meaning of his existence and his mission, the conflict within him grew ever more intense. The almost overwhelming anxiety nearly suffocated him. What worried him even more was whether the sword in his hand could still retain its edge, and to make matters worse, the enemy was Ragnar, the opponent named in the imperial decree. At that moment, he felt such a confrontation was no accident, but a catastrophic choice. Ragnar, the overlord of the north, the capital knights, were praised as the strongest force of the capital, but even they knew, before Ragnar's massive army, their advantage was as tiny as dust, pitifully insignificant. But even so, that was not the main issue. After all, the capital knights had always sworn to protect the royal family, no matter the challenge. Even if it meant braving fire and water, or falling into hell, they would not hesitate. However, this time's expedition, how deep would it be stained? This question kept lingering in his mind, refusing to fade away. For now, at least the palace nobles and their followers had kept their brutality in check. This was thanks to the royal knights, who still maintained their full strength. At the same time, they were not fools. They understood that recklessly destroying the nation's foundation, it only brings harm to others, and to oneself. And yet, even so, the current situation seemed reluctantly acceptable. Could it really end like this? No, of course not. The chancellor and his faction were clearly waiting for the perfect chance to strike a fatal blow. So then, what should the next step be? He must grow stronger, even if only to shatter the fangs they dare to bear, to usher in that long-awaited restoration. Failure. The commander's eyes gleamed with determination. He gripped his sword tightly, determined to leave his office, even for just a little bit of growth. Chapter 294. Come try this unique northern half-barrel beer, chilled and refreshing. Challenge yourself with the tender meat of this massive wild boar. We also have the North's exclusive live-brewed ale, served with rich red wine. Though this is the freezing winterler, there's a warmth in the air that makes you forget the cold. Vendors lined up neatly on both sides of the street, while the square was alive with clown performances, bringing joyous laughter to children. In every corner, cheerful singing and boisterous cheers blended together. Everyone drank freely, danced, and celebrated with joy. After many long years, the grand succession ceremony would once again take place. It wasn't just a regular ritual, but the formal recognition of the rightful bloodline from the famed Kale Ragnar. It stirred the blood of the people, like a glorious display reaffirming legitimacy. Luxurious carriages of noble families arrived one after another. Supply convoys followed in endless streams, and the city gates never once closed. As people passed through the crowds, drawing closer to the central palace, the atmosphere seemed to shift dramatically in an instant. Clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing, and the warriors' high-spirited shouts echoed across the sky. It was just a short distance away, yet the scene before them felt like an entirely different world. Everywhere they looked, armored An imposing knight stood tall, though the knight's grandeur was enough to draw the citizens' admiration. This time, Ragnar had no intention of using them to entertain the public. On the contrary, a growing invisible pressure began to spread. The atmosphere felt like the weight before an impending battle, heavy, oppressive, and razor-sharp, as if it signaled an approaching war. The faces of the knights were marked by determination and gravity. Every expression revealed a tragic resolve. So when the influential family representatives entered the grand hall for audience with T2, they couldn't help but feel a faint sense of unease. Perhaps this wasn't a welcoming ceremony, but a silent warning. Tams, Narcio, as they stepped into the grand hall in order, they too felt an unusual atmosphere. Though it wasn't quite murderous intent. That fleeting sensation of battle aura brushing past their still made their backs tense. That must be Tams and Narcio. Their aura is indeed extraordinary. Indeed, wherever Ragnar hosts an event, you will always see them. Next, it must be the Ragnar family's turn. That's only natural. Especially considering recent events. Quiet down. Are you announcing good news or something? You're right. Though they spoke in hushed voices, every word reached Tam's ears without fail. Not just their words. Even their gazes revealed what they thought of the Narcio family. Tam showed no signs of unease. No matter their piercing stares or sarcastic remarks, he was already used to them. They were the second-ranking family of the North, nothing more than that. The Narcio family was just that, no more, no less. A fact that was both shameful and a source of pride. But all Narcio could feel now was overwhelming humiliation. Tams clenched his jaw tightly. As expected, just as father had predicted. No need to dwell on it. It's like someone loudly scolding us for being late. Tams whispered secretly to Deputy Leader Timothy, sharing his bitter feelings. They're just eager to gain favor with dear Ragnar. That's all. People like that likely won't mind too much. After hearing Timothy's words, Tams gave a wry smile. He had already set aside his pride, determined to win the new clan leader's trust upon arriving 3 days ago at the Duke's manor. And yet, even so, the endless waiting continued. Other families had simply acted faster than Narcio, and to display things so openly to guests arriving in goodwill was inappropriate. Showing Ragnar's authority was only natural. But the current display had clearly gone too far. It was like a porcupine raising all its spines for fear of being underestimated. This impact was far greater than they had expected. In a sense, such a reaction was understandable. It was nearly impossible to fill the void left by that great man in such a short time. Besides, figures like Kale were not ones that appeared in succession. Karen clearly understood that too, which is why he reached out to the imperial capital. Tams's expression turned slightly odd. Perhaps that grand plan was finally beginning to see a glimmer of hope. The Golden Knights sent by the palace, with their powerful intelligence network, had likely seen through everything. If one thought they came only to deliver sacred scriptures, that would be a grave misunderstanding. If Ragnar realized their true purpose was to aid House Narcio, he likely wouldn't act so easily. Weston might simply deliver a gift and leave in haste, even if nothing was fully confirmed. What was certain was that this moment was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't leave a trace. Let's move. Understood. At long last, their footsteps entered the Lord's castle. What are you thinking about? Tyr wore a relaxed expression, sipping his tea. His gaze drifted toward Black Dragon. Black Dragon responded with a gentle nod, savoring the tea's aroma, while cross-checking the inventory of assault supplies. Every succession ceremony had always been organized by the Narcio family. It wasn't something worth fussing over. Back then, his elder brother never faced such issues. The Black Dragon spoke with a hint of weariness, then continued flipping through the documents in his hands. The Lord's fortress was already full of guests, and there were still many matters left to handle. Seeing the Black Dragon's perfunctory attitude and remarks, Thyr's lips curled into a slight smile. The name Narcio carried great weight, yet the Black Dragon dared to dismiss it so casually. There was a reason behind this. Merely a bunch of self-proclaimed geniuses. After all, just idle fish. Copper. Name. Shop. After all, they were merely self-important clever people. Even though Ragnar stood at the pinnacle, the Narcio family, with its sizable military force and many strong warriors, could not be underestimated. However, they were too bound by convention, always following rigid rules, though this demonstrated absolute loyalty. In Ragnar's eyes, such opponents were far too predictable, and this had long been the fundamental reason why Narcio had failed to surpass Ragnar. Kale's way of thinking remained deep and unfathomable. Even T2 could not gauge it precisely, and likewise, T2 had inherited this very trait. Because of this, the Narcio family would remain stuck in second had they been a little wiser. They might have already risen to stand alongside Ragnar as an equally powerful house. In the years before the rewind of time and space, they could have originally risen to become a powerful family on par with Ragnar. In the years before the time-space rewind, the one who achieved this feat was none other than Weston Narcio. Those words also, at the very least, within this era under T2's governance, There would be no chance for change, if there were to be a variable at all. There was only one. It was the intelligence that the Imperial First Knights had now launched a northern expedition. Since the true strength of this force remained unclear, caution was essential. What's more, what if they colluded with House Narxio to stage a rebellion? How should that be handled? Countless lives would surely be lost. As head of the household, the burden was truly immense. Without even realizing it, his hand had curled tightly into a fist. Whenever he thought about the fact that House Narxio was likely pulling the strings behind all of this, Weston's face would appear in his mind unbidden, bringing with it a faint sense of dread. Perhaps this situation was just like the Troyden incident. An entire household could be wiped out. Rebellion itself was equivalent to a death sentence. So no matter what, he hoped they wouldn't choose violence in the end. By tomorrow, everything would be clear. That's right. So then, Black Dragon set the file box aside and slowly stood up. His eyes were firm, but still gentle. Once we step into the formal setting, whether it's me or any member of the group, we'll all address you with formal titles. After all, your identity is soon to be that of the clan leader. Therefore, in public settings like that, you must address us using formal language. As soon as Black Dragon finished, Tyr widened his eyes in shock. Startled by such formalistic protocol, he hadn't been paying much attention to it anyway, let alone forcing others to strictly adhere to it. As long as you give orders freely tomorrow and achieve the goals, that's enough. However, who would dare to point out to him that such a laissez-faire attitude was a mistake? However, when Tyr saw the Black Dragon pulling the bow, the corners of his mouth still curled up, showing a hint of a smile. All right. Starting tomorrow, I will demonstrate enough authority so that Ragnar will never dare to treat me so casually again. In that instant, almost overcome with emotion, he almost blurted out words that were too casual and even disrespectful. Looking at the Black Dragon's face in front of him, a subtle, elusive smile appeared on it. He barely restrained himself. At that moment, a genuine sense of relief welled up inside him. Though the Black Dragon's occasional jokes were not unacceptable, he actually didn't quite like them, and he hoped to avoid such situations. It was indeed intimidating. Or perhaps, this kind of joke wasn't really a joke at all. The subtle confusion made him somewhat uncomfortable. Just as Tyr was about to resume reviewing the documents, he heard a knock on the door. Come in. Tyr responded and then looked at the Black Dragon. He saw that the Black Dragon had already regained his calm demeanor, as if nothing that had just happened existed. The butler, who had been waiting, walked slowly into the room. Sorry to disturb you, but a half-blooded herald requests an audience. Let him in. Before he could finish speaking, Harold had already pushed open the door and entered. As Harold stepped into the office, he glanced at the pile of documents on the desk. His brow furrowed for a moment. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Why are you staring at this stuff? At first, Tyr thought he had misheard. Those words were absolutely absurd, completely beyond reason. And yet, before he could react Harold had already stepped forward and sat calmly beside Tyr. Isn't that exactly what the clan head must do to handle such matters? That final remark unconsciously came with a hint of hesitation. After thinking it over, he tentatively asked with a sliver of hope. So you're saying, you normally don't involve yourself directly with business operations? Faced with such a baffling reply, when Tyr questioned him, Harold nodded without hesitation. At that moment, Harold's gaze softened, a slightly distant smile forming at the corner of his lips. I only look things over in name. Really? As soon as he said in name, Tyr was instantly overcome with a wave of envy. To think that it basically meant having no real responsibilities at all. And across from him, the elder's expression clearly showed confusion as to why the younger one seemed so conflicted. Perhaps the reason his father was so strong was that he had once endured crushing workloads and harsh training. But the current situation was nothing like before. A new thought suddenly crossed his mind. He turned his head to glance at the ever-calm Lord Black Dragon. At that moment, the latter was in a leisurely state, his eyes half-lidded, savoring the moment in complete composure. As if fully detached from the world, enjoying every second of peace. The room was filled with an indescribable, peculiar atmosphere, as Tyr's questioning gaze locked firmly onto Black Dragon's face, until the latter slowly opened his eyes, breaking the long yet fleeting silence. Once the suffocating quiet had finally lifted, Tyr finally opened his mouth slowly. Surely it's not that exaggerated, but you do take time occasionally to tend to these affairs, don't you? Black Dragon shot Tyr a scornful glance, and promptly cut him off. Silence. Don't waste time on nonsense. Each family has its unique cultural differences, and it's just common sense to adapt. Just adapt. These words were too seasoned, leaving no room for doubt. Both his firm voice and calm tone left no loopholes. It was a flawless statement. Because of this, Tyr became even more certain that the other was lying. Harold suddenly burst into laughter, trying to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. Don't be so disappointed so soon, young man. At the same time, he gave Tyr's back a firm pat with his large, warrior's hand. In that instant, a thought arose in his mind. Maybe it's time to modify some rules. This small idea sparked like a spark about to ignite. But Tyr's heart tightened with a warning. No, this idea is too dangerous. If put into practice, the risk of losing one's life would be too great. The risk of assassination was too high, especially from the look in the black dragon's eyes. Fear could faintly sense a hint of warning. Don't think too much. These things are meaningless. The black dragon silently conveyed a clear message with his gaze. It was naked pressure and coercion. He took a deep breath, reminding himself, this is a family matter. It is best left to the elders to handle. Fear quickly organized his thoughts, forced himself to calm down, and picked up his teacup, taking a small sip, to calm his nerves. Yet, he still felt the bitterness in the tea growing unbearable. It was becoming increasingly bitter and unbearable. Not sure what you want from me specifically. There are quite a few things worth seeing outside, huh? I thought I could use this opportunity to take Ash for a leisurely stroll through Winterl's holy gathering. There's still plenty of time, isn't there? I had to work quite hard earlier, convincing Ash not to rush off sightseeing. Now's the perfect time for you to come along with me. At that moment, Harold was clearly in a cheerful mood. The smile on his face never once faded. He immediately continued, seeing how busy you are. I'll skip the small talk. Let's get straight to the point. At that moment, a peculiar gleam flickered in Harold's eyes. Tyr gave no response, simply meeting Harold's gaze in silence for a brief moment. At tomorrow's succession ceremony, I'll present you with one final farewell gift. Asterisk asterisk chapter 295 asterisk asterisk. Boom, boom, boom. A solemn, deep melody echoed between heaven and earth, as though heralding the arrival of a crucial moment. Though the inheritance ceremony had taken long to prepare, the actual event was unexpectedly brisk and efficient. From the clan head's hall, the procession rode forth like a triumphant march, reaching the central plaza where the ceremony would be completed. Placed atop the clan head's podium was not only the heavy sword symbol, but also the Caliban, to be formally bestowed upon the new clan head by the most respected elder of House Ragnar. Due to the ceremony's logistics, the Caliban was temporarily entrusted to Black Dragon for safekeeping. However, the path from the clan hall to the central plaza wasn't always smooth sailing. If you think about it, this journey could also be seen as a solemn final trial. This stage carried a deeper significance. If any member of the clan could not accept the legitimacy of the new head, then they must, at that time, step forward before all and issue a challenge. Therefore, Tyr had to walk this path alone to prove his courage and determination. However, for the sake of security, loyal guards were still stationed on either side of the road, in case of emergencies such as assassination attempts. According to tradition, only one person was allowed to stand in Tyr's way, but that person had to present a valid reason and accept the fair judgment of the entire clan. Of course, if no one steps forward throughout the entire procession, then it signifies that all members have fully Now look ahead, at that pure white path, still yet to fully reveal itself in the distance. No one can say for certain whether it will be stained red with blood, or blossom into a journey of flowers and glory. Until the very end, nothing will be truly known. May you have a smooth journey, and return safely. At the castle entrance, the neatly lined up butlers and maids bowed respectfully, offering their warm blessings. Cecilia and the other core members were already waiting at the central plaza, quietly anticipating his arrival. Their gazes were focused and deep, as if peering through the mist of fate to glimpse destiny's outline. Tyr gently tightened the reins in his hand, adjusted his posture, and sharply scanned the surroundings. Then steadily, he nudged his steed forward. He began to move slowly, accompanied by the creaking sound of the gates opening. The groaning echoes intensified the solemn atmosphere. A magnificent gate opened grandly, revealing the golden avenue that stretched straight toward the plaza. It unfolded before all eyes, and in that instant, the crowd gathered to witness the moment erupted into thunderous cheers. Tens of thousands of eyes locked onto the figure atop the steed, his posture upright, radiating majesty like a mountain under moonlight. Wow! It's young Master Tyr! 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 The shouts rose and fell, deafening the ears. He's just so dashing. He makes my heart race. Young Master Tyr, please look this way. Responding to the enthusiastic crowd's cheers, Tyr gracefully waved his arm to show his thanks, while patiently guiding the white horse, step by step, towards the destination. The movements were steady and powerful. Clop, clop, clop. Under the sunlight, countless flower petals danced in the bright blue sky, falling onto the pure white path. It was like a dreamlike, beautiful painting. The colorful petals added a brilliant splash to the otherwise pure world. The entire scene became even more mesmerizing. Gradually, the central square of the destination came into view. Getting closer, it seemed within arm's reach. Finally arriving, the entire journey was without any obstacles. This meant no one tried to stop Tyr, the new family leader. The cheers and applause, those blessing words, etc. All the sounds were harmonious and unified. There was not a single noise out of place. This also meant everyone was showing with actions. Tyr's emotions surged uncontrollably, and with anticipation becoming reality, he stepped through the gate of the central square, then gracefully jumped off his horse. The raised platform had already been filled with important figures, including the 9 chief elders of the Ragnar family, 6 elders, and other distinguished guests. Seeing all this, Tyr's eyes widened in shock. The elders were all watching his triumphant figure. However, their atmosphere was completely different. The main members of the Ragnar family, Yahello, exhibited a warm and friendly demeanor. Their atmosphere was completely different. The main members of the Ragnar family, Yahello, exhibited a warm and friendly demeanor, but the other elders had serious expressions. Such an arrogant brat. Ragnar really made a pretty risky move this time. Relying on a brat who only knows how to show off. How could that lead to anything great? Someone whispered to him. Tamus, sitting at the corner of the high platform, clenched his fists tightly. His hand seal trembled slightly from excessive force. Raging flames churned within his chest. The humiliation was deeply branded. Just you wait. I will repay this humiliation 100-fold. Tamus's gaze was sharp as lightning. It pierced straight toward Harold in the VIP seats. In the past, the main seat in the VIP section had always belonged to the pride of the Narcio family. However, today, things were very different. Perhaps considering the shift in circumstances, this symbolic seat of status was temporarily given to the Harold family. After all, in terms of reputation and strength, the Harold family was indeed one of the top noble houses in the region. Even if the Narcio family had declined somewhat, it was an undeniable fact. However, the seat assigned to Tamus was not only far from Harold's, but was at the very end of the VIP section. Such an arrangement openly declared to the world the Ragnar family's encroachment upon the Narcio family. Regarding this situation, those feeling displeased were not just the Narcio family. Other allied families as well found it utterly ridiculous. So-called rightful succession was nothing but an empty slogan. They came with overconfidence, only to bring disappointment. Rather than suffer such humiliation, it would have been better not to come at all, from beginning to end. Tyr had never interacted with or met the guest who had come specifically for the succession ceremony. Despite the many disparaging words spreading like wildfire, the ministers of Ragnar remained calm and composed, without a hint of disturbance, as if going through the motions of routine affairs. They stayed silent, constantly refusing. The sound of hooves grew clearer. Tyr rode on horseback. He slowly entered the central plaza's entrance. Almost at the same time, a thunderous cheer erupted from deep within the plaza. Then, the crowd gathered on both sides of the podium began to automatically part ways. Asterisk clack clack asterisk. Soon after, a group of burly men in neat formation began stepping into the plaza. 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 Soon after, a group of burly men in neat formation began stepping into the plaza. Their footsteps were heavy and forceful, with a clear rhythm. Every movement was impeccably precise, drawing the full attention of the audience, so much so that people forgot to keep cheering. Throughout the entire process, the movement of this squad was as smooth and natural as flowing water, without the slightest hint of chaos or disorder. Their attire closely resembled the design of the herald helmets seen before. On the left side of their chests was a carved wave emblem. Along with massive battle axes, they also carried the banners symbolizing the glory of the Harold family. Their exposed muscular physiques were awe-inspiring. They formally stepped into the central plaza's core area. Harold, leaning on one arm, glanced at Tyr and revealed a warm smile. Their eyes met for a brief moment. So this is what the so-called final gift is. Tyr's eyes had widened in surprise, but soon returned to normal, as a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips, a smile identical to Harold's. This is the Harold family. The Harold family boasts the proudest and most formidable combat unit in their ranks. Those warriors strode boldly toward Tyr. Then, with well-trained precision, they split to either side, simultaneously slamming their massive axes into the floor. A thunderous roar erupted. Tyr remained calm and composed. He rode gracefully forward between these mighty warriors. Ha ha ha, Harold. Harold. The earth and sky seemed to tremble under the overwhelming chants. The entire plaza boiled over with excitement. Such a grand spectacle brought an inexplicable joy and pride to the faces of some of the warriors' family representatives, until Tyr stepped onto the platform. The fervent chants never ceased for a moment. With every step Tyr took up the stage, he met the gaze of each of the 9 elders in turn. The council of elders all wore kind smiles, watching the proceedings unfold, especially Cecilia, who was overwhelmed with emotion. She was nearly brought to tears, hurriedly covering her mouth with both hands to avoid losing composure. When Tyr's gaze met the solemn Cecilia's, he offered her a gentle smile. Finally, he ascended the platform. Standing before the main seat, Tyr looked up at the countless people before him, then raised both hands, signaling for silence, gradually suppressing their fervor. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Even the thundering heartbeats of the crowd could be heard clearly, resonating in the air for a long time. People held their breath, waiting for Tyr to speak. Tyr took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping firmly around. Then, he slowly began to speak. I extend my deepest gratitude for your warm cheers and blessings. Tyr's warm and powerful voice filled the venue, resonating with everyone present. His seemingly humble and respectful tone made everyone present feel an unprecedented sense of respect. We have braved countless hardships along the way. I've only made it this far. There will surely be even longer and more arduous roads ahead. But now I make this vow. I, Tyr, Ragna, will be the bravest, most loyal vanguard I will charge at the very front, personally slaying any enemy who dares to offend the Ragna family. Even at the cost of my life, I will be the first iron wall defending my kin. Ragna! Ragna! Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in a tidal wave of cheers. They shouted the name of the Ragna family in unison and pride. Tyr originally wanted to continue his speech, but the overwhelming emotions momentarily blanked his thoughts. In that brief silence, a meaningful smile emerged at the corner of Tyr's lips. His gaze settled on the black dragon. The black dragon stood from his seat. At once, the remaining 9 dragons and all honored guests rose one by one in respect. Asterisk swish, asterisk. The black dragon drew Caliban from its sheath. Bathed in brilliant sunlight, the holy sword radiated dazzling brilliance. Oh! Everyone gazed at Caliban, letting out heartfelt gasps of awe. Caliban is not only a legendary artifact, but also the spiritual symbol of the Ragna family. Its significance is known to all. Tyr knelt on one knee, gazing up at the black dragon, his eyes filled with reverence. The black dragon revealed a kind smile, and said softly, "From now on, our lives are entrusted to you. Please lead us in the right direction." With devotion, Tyr extended his hands, and solemnly accepted the sacred weapon that radiated ancient power and solemnity. Immediately after, the remaining 9 true dragons knelt on one knee. With this posture, they expressed the highest. The scene stirred every soul present. Everyone was overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. The atmosphere was immersed in solemn reverence. A moment later, Tyr slowly stood up, and stepped forward with unwavering resolve. First, for Tyr Ragnar, son of the patriarch Kale Ragnar. Today, under the witness of heaven and earth, I hereby solemnly declare him the new leader of the Ragnar family. Let us together write an even more glorious chapter of history. Long live Tyr. Long live Ragnar. The roaring cries shook the skies. An invisible pressure seemed to fill the air, even making the skin faintly ache. Tyr once again raised his hand high to signal for silence. Not only that, the Herald family, as our new Blood Alliance partner, now joins under the Ragnar banner. Let us welcome the leader of the Herald family to the stage. Under Tyr's guidance, Herald rose calmly to his feet, striding confidently to Tyr's side, to receive the admiration and respect of the crowd. My goodness, this truly is the legendary Herald. He is actually Ragnar's steadfast ally. Brother, what doubts remain in your heart? Look at the emblem high upon the banner, and the overwhelming, orderly and splendid knights. Isn't that proof enough? That is clearly the mark of the Herald family. Between Winterl and Herald, Ragnar's reputation spanned a great geographical distance, so many still harbored doubts about news of their alliance. However, the stunning performance personally led by Herald today proved it all to be true. All the rumors vanished into thin air, reduced to nothingness. At first, the audience murmured in hushed voices, then suddenly erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. The first thing I will do upon taking the throne is to distinguish between loyalty and betrayal, to choose only those friends truly worthy of trust, with whom Ragnar should walk forward together. In stark contrast to his earlier warm and gentle voice, Tyr's tone was now bone-chillingly cold, as piercing as the winter wind. His gaze was like a sharp sword, thrusting straight toward the VIP section. Now I finally understand why you all refuse to appear and meet. Truly a rough-edged yet talented person, quite admirable. A gem among stones indeed. Aside from traitors like Troyban, is there truly anyone bold enough to challenge the noble status of Ragnar? In the VIP seats, most people suddenly turned their gazes toward the direction of the Narxio family. This is bad. Could this be their plan all along? A trap designed specifically to frame us. Tams bit his lip anxiously, his heart filled with unease and fear. As time passed, rumors of the Narxio family's cruelty quietly began to spread, like a viper lurking in the dark, waiting to strike. This was undoubtedly a stern warning from Tyr to them, meant to intimidate the other side. They intended to use today's grand ceremony to publicly expose the so-called traitor, and thereby send a message to everyone. That sly bastard really is bold and full of ambition. The envoy from the Narxio family clenched his fists involuntarily, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Unfortunately, now is not the time to reveal everything. After all, in order to hide their strength, they even left behind their so as not to draw unnecessary attention. At that moment, the Xylankai family expressed their willingness to uphold tradition and pledge absolute loyalty to the great Ragnar. They vowed to guard this glorious belief for life. Next, the Gardner family also took a stand on their side. The Barks family vowed to follow Ragnar forever. Soon after, the entire Wanja clan from the Selford River followed suit. Even the Kopp family, who bore no deep grudge against Ragnar, joined their ranks without hesitation. We, the Hanabika, also pledge loyalty to Ragnar. Of the 6 major noble houses, 5 have now sworn allegiance. Even so, during this process, Tamus still appeared deeply troubled. Inner monologue. What exactly does he know? The upheaval has made the situation even more perplexing. As more northern houses pledged their loyalty, Timothy placed his hand on Tamus's shoulder. Brother. At this moment, the atmosphere had become unusually tense. Tamus finally stepped forward. The Narxio family will also stand with Ragnar. Tyr raised his finger, silently but clearly signaling him to stop speaking. With Tyr's gaze, Shai locked his eyes on Tamus. These are the only allies I am willing to accept. Chapter 296. The meaning of those words hung over the entire plaza. Silence fell. Because this marked the end of the era where the Narcio family had long stood as the second seed of the North, and as Ragnar's strongest support, and it was spoken with such finality. For the onlookers, it was like a world-shattering declaration. The honored guests stared in shock at Tamus. Members of the Dark Moon Knights in the Ragnar faction began to radiate intense hostility. Patriarch, there must be some misunderstanding. I didn't mean it that way. We, the Narcio family. Tamus raised both hands. Everyone knew he was alone, waving them helplessly in the air, trying to explain. However, do you think I know nothing? Tyr's icy voice abruptly cut off Tamus's words. Do you know that I had sincerely hoped your house would not get involved in this? Tyr's voice grew even heavier, his eyes as deep and grave as an abyss. A slow-burning fury rose within him and lashed out toward Tamus. It carried the meaning of a war drum and unrestrained rage. I have no intention of forgiving you anymore. Tyr's voice seemed to make it clear to everyone. I had truly hoped your house would not get involved in this. Tyr's voice grew increasingly deep. His eyes resembled a vast abyss, with fury rising slowly like thunder from the depths. He cast that fury toward Tams. It was the beating of the war drum and raw, unmasked resentment. He cast that fury toward Tams. It was the beating of the war drum and unrestrained rage. It was the beating of the war drum and unrestrained rage. It was the beating of the war drum and unrestrained rage. This was undoubtedly betrayal, without a doubt. Lord Ragnar would never target an innocent family without cause. That's right. That direct heir of the Narcio family was once hunted for crimes in the north. The atmosphere in the venue quickly deteriorated. Tension fell sharply. A sense of oppression filled the entire space. People's gazes turned sharp and hostile, locking unanimously onto Tams. You see for yourself. The North has never shown mercy to traitors. So then, let me now pronounce your banishment. Death. Tyr's figure blurred like a distorted battlefield mirage, like an afterimage left between flashes of light and shadow. Then, *SHK*, Tam stood in stunned confusion, completely unable to comprehend what just happened. Even with the naked eye, he couldn't follow the trick brought by that speed. The prologue had quietly begun, yet the truth remained hidden in darkness. A strange and unusual sensation surged. Tams realized something was wrong. It was as if his entire sky was collapsing. The earth tilted, and he was plunged into unprecedented chaos and fear. A dull sound like a beast rolling across the ground, but no crisp sound of blades slicing flesh. Only the searing rush of emotion, and the pungent scent spreading swiftly, became his only sensory cues. This, just now what? Tam's final frozen gaze landed on Timothy's face, full of shock. Clack, clack. The cold, hard blade, carrying warm blood, fell to the ground. Not only Tamus, but even the nearby captain of the guards and Timothy had no chance to react. Also frozen in place were the knights of the Narcio family in the rear. Even though they stood farther away, they still couldn't believe what had just happened. Because, at some unknown moment, the heads of Tamus and the captain of the guards were already rolling back and forth in a pool of blood. How could this be? From such a distance, to strike here in an instant? We didn't even notice. The shock of this terrifying strike left everyone speechless. Even their minds seemed half-frozen. Caliban had already approached, standing right at Timothy's throat. Then a gust of wind blew, lifting Tyr's black hair. The newcomer was none other than Julius. Julius's sword was already drawn, its sharp tip aimed at Timothy's chest. Unless you wish to die, I advise you not to make any move right now. Damn it, demon dragon. Timothy clenched his teeth, furiously glaring at the two swords aimed at him. His heart was filled with unwillingness and resentment. He knew that with his current strength alone, he was far from enough to challenge a being of demon dragon level. Faced with such a threat, all members of the Narcio family could not even draw their swords. They could only tremble, barely loosening their grips on the hilts. Hurry and retreat. Return and prepare for full-scale war. Starting today, Ragnar shall officially declare war on the Narcio family. The goal, complete annihilation. Tyr's icy gaze swept across, revealing an unshakable resolve. His inner monologue, even knowing that the capital knights would come to Narcio's aid. Do they still dare act so recklessly? The Black Blood Intelligence Network's capabilities. Tyr's icy gaze swept again, fixated on the exact direction of the Narcio family's current movements. According to earlier predictions, they were still entangled in the Caliban incident, barely keeping afloat. Some even claimed that even royal reinforcements would be in vain. But reality was far from that. Tyr's earth-shattering strike just now, its shock and oppressive force, had long surpassed awe and fear. To think this is how it would be, even toward the once loyal Narcio, could there have been any other outcome? His eyes burned like twin flames, scorching the very air. They silently declared, no more words are needed. With a sharp metallic click, Caliban returned to its sheath. Mercy ends here. Leaving only these words, Tyr turned and left without hesitation, stepping steadily toward the high platform. Get out. Narcio. Leave now. How shameless, coming here to seek death? As Tears' actions concluded, the furious crowd could no longer suppress their emotions. Tears' words ignited a storm of voices. Everyone stood up to curse and shout in outrage. One after another, people stood up, hurling accusations and curses. If this continues, we'll probably be crushed by flying rocks before dying under Tears' sword. At this critical moment, Timothy spoke in a low voice. Enough, let's go. With that, like a gust of wind, he rose abruptly from his seat, cradling the head of his brother Tamus. In the monk's eyes, there was still an unyielding grief and fury. The rest of their entourage silently gathered Tamus's remains and followed after. Fortunately, perhaps in recognition of Tears' earlier words, the crowd did not continue to hurl stones when he raised Caliban, which shone with dazzling brilliance. What happened next was entirely expected. A thunderous cheer erupted, and the entire plaza was instantly engulfed in a roar of shouts. The reason for such wild excitement was clear, because the man standing opposite them was none other than the famous Natio. Just as everyone had unwaveringly relied on Ragnar all these years, they had also fully depended on and trusted Natio. But who would have thought that this once respected hero would turn out to be a traitor? The revelation of the truth caused a shock so powerful that the people's hearts were filled with unprecedented disappointment and rage. Tears' swift punishment perfectly aligned with the suppressed anger that had been building in the people's hearts, and this, precisely, became the spark that ignited the crowd's passion. His deep understanding of the people's struggles and his keen insight into the crowd's mindset. This is undoubtedly the mark of a worthy lord, one of the essential qualities that cannot be lacking. For words quietly surfaced in his mind, cunning and calculating. Among the crowd, only one man silently pondered, his gaze fixed on the stage. Today's ceremony ends here. Please enjoy the remainder of the banquet. As Tyr finished speaking, he stepped down from the podium. The 9 dragons followed close behind, heading toward the family hall. The guests gradually left their seats, though many townspeople remained in the plaza, excitedly chatting. The Lord must feel deeply disappointed right now, a family he once trusted, to betray him over just a few short years, let alone the fact that they're part of Narxio. TSK, what a shame. Humph. In the north, betrayal means death. To think Ragnar would even consider otherwise. Clearly, he's far from fit to serve as a subordinate. Even so, the Lord's frustration must have reached its limit. That's right. Then, will this now become the fivefold oath? People began reflecting on the end of today's ceremony, discussing it fervently. Suddenly, a man slipped quickly through the crowd, quietly disappearing. By the time he had retreated beyond the city walls, people were still buzzing about what had just happened, cheering at the outcome dealt to the traitors. As he ascended a mountain path, he looked around to ensure he was alone. Then he raised his hand to his face. Crack, asterisk. His fingers gripped his jaw, and with a sharp pull, the mask was forcibly torn apart, revealing the cold face of an old man. TSK. The Ragnar faction has grown even stronger. The old man let out a mocking snort. He casually tossed the mask into the deep canyon, silently annoyed. In that instant, this child, though young, was remarkably quick-witted. Another man nearby ripped off the human skin mask from his face as he slowly approached the old man. Perhaps this was a trap set by the Black Dragon, but his strength was undeniable. To instantly slay Lord Natio and his captain of the guards, such power. This man was none other than Clarice, master of the magic tower. Even so, he had been startled by Tyr's lightning-fast move and was forced to acknowledge his skill in another way. Coming here in person was definitely worth it. Someone like me, shallow in knowledge, could hardly satisfy his expectations. Indeed, without seeing it firsthand, it would be hard to believe what happened. But today, even just understanding a fraction of his abilities means we must never take him lightly in the future. That was the purpose of the Magic Tower Master's secret visit today. There was only one goal, to witness Tyr's actions with his own eyes. For this, he even brought a crystal orb inscribed with recording magic. Based on this data, they would now conduct combat simulations. He had underestimated me at his own cost. It is time to make him pay in blood. Earlier, in Clarice's mind, Tyr's words resurfaced. Though he came to Winterl out of curiosity, he never acted according to Tyr's message. Soon, this hinted that a war between Matap and Ragnar was imminent, and moreover, they were of the same mind. With a disdainful smile, Clarice leisurely took his leave from the blood-soaked scene. Da-da-da-da. Dong-long. Urgent hoofbeats echoed sharply through the air. The horse was nearly exhausted. Its mouth was drenched in salty foam. Heavy breath snorted from its nostrils, yet it still charged forward with all its might. After traveling such a great distance without pause, the rider's thighs had gone completely numb. Still, this was no time to stop. Even through discomfort, just endure a little longer, please, brother. Timothy stared at the square object pressed to her chest, silently praying for forgiveness. Her chest throbbed with pain like it had been torn apart. What tormented her most was seeing her own brother fall before her eyes, and being powerless to help. That helplessness filled her with self-loathing. Finally, in the distance, the solemn gates of the Narxio estate came into view. Open the gate immediately, she shouted at the mirror guards stationed by the entrance. That sudden roar though unexpected, was instantly recognized by the guards. Each and every one of them knew that voice. The mirror guards pushed open the heavy wooden doors. Through the narrow gap that remained, the horse shot inside like a bolt of lightning. Just outside the Supreme Patriarch's main hall, Timothy leapt from the saddle. Brother, Lady Timothy. The butler waiting at the doorway was stunned to see her. After all, this normally composed young woman was now drenched in sweat, head to toe, her expression shaken, completely unrestrained. Is father in the inner hall? Please follow me. A firm, clear response came from the stairs to the right. It was the chief butler, Ralph Nanik. At the time of the succession ceremony, what exactly happened? With a single glance, Ralph sensed something unusual in the air. His gaze shifted to the box he had carefully tied up. Silently, Ralph led Timothy into the room of the Supreme Patriarch. Before Ralph could even knock, Timothy had already seized the door handle and flung the door open. I've taught you proper manners. How can you be so rude? Timothy's rough behavior made Karen furrow his brow deeply. At the same time, his gaze shifted to Ralph, who had failed to restrain Timothy's impulsiveness. However, when he sensed the strange aura emanating from Timothy, Karen quickly looked away. His gaze slowly fell upon Timothy's chest. What is that? That box, familiar, yet unsettling, stirred up a storm within Karen's heart. It shouldn't appear here. More precisely, it had no right to appear here at all. The lingering scent of blood gradually spread through the air, like a cold iron hammer pounding the surface of his heart, sending ripples of terror through him. Say that again if you dare, Karen roared, his voice shaking the entire room. Only at that moment did Timothy slowly untie the cloth sack from his chest. Then, with trembling hands, he raised the box and walked toward Karen. This is my brother's head. Chapter 297. Karen's mind went completely blank. All his thoughts froze. Only his arms, moving on instinct, reached out. His hands trembled slightly as he struggled to take the box. Timothy. His voice was hoarse and broken. Emotions long suppressed surged forth. An overwhelming intensity swept through the room. A heavy voice, lowered eyes, and an aura of killing intent impossible to hide. Even the floor began to subtly crack. How did it come to such an end? At those words, Timothy gently closed her eyes. That strike, etched deep in memory, grew even more devastating. Timothy slowly recounted the entire course of events. That was a tear. Ragna's official declaration. Timothy clenched her fists, her gaze still fixed on the ground. Karen, listening in silence, opened a box at his side. Inside was a human face. To dare treat a true blood of Narxio like this, is that not a blow to the very foundation? Karen slowly leaned over to close Tam's unshut eyes. Then he stood up. A murderous aura began to spread from Karen. His bloodshot eyes burned with rage. His face, like one possessed by a demon, muttered in a low, rumbling voice. This is war. To mock Narxio like this, even with the royal family's backing, I will erase Ragna from this world. Each word struck like a curse, clear and full of force. After hearing those words, Timothy felt no surge of anger. Instead, an unspeakable heaviness flooded her heart. In that moment, what radiated from Karen was unmistakably sorrow, a depth of grief that could not be contained, thick and heavy beyond concealment. Timothy realized this was a side of her father she had never seen. Yet, that sorrow did not stem from grief for her fallen brother, Tams. After all, even though Tamus died in such a humiliating way, Karen never once mentioned his name. Everything was solely focused on worries about the fate of the Narxio family. From this moment on, the Narxio family will enter full combat readiness, start rallying nearby forces, and send word to the Golden Lion Knights. Yes, sir. After receiving his orders, Ralph quickly left to carry them out. Timothy, however, remained still, silently watching his father, as if waiting for something in his gaze. But, go act now. The response Timothy had long awaited never came. I thought he would at least show a trace of sorrow. Clearly, in Karen's heart, there was neither Tamus, nor any place for the... There was only a Timothy's father, and a burning fury toward the Ragnar family, along with the deep despair of losing a pillar of the family's strength. It was like losing a useful tool. I understand now. Timothy swallowed his bitterness, and silently withdrew from the office. As he was about to leave the Patriarch's hall, he couldn't help but glance back. The scenes of playing and laughing with Tamus in their childhood still lingered in his mind. I'm sorry, brother. That man. I will kill him with my own hands, and place his head before your spirit. A mighty fleet of airships was slowly advancing, a total of 5 grand vessels, each magnificent and imposing, their presence awe-inspiring. Golden lions were carved proudly upon their sails, a symbol of power and glory. The ship's hull was crafted from legendary blackwood that feeds on iron to grow. Incredibly sturdy, yet even that wasn't enough. Its keel was reinforced with steel in key areas. Powerful defensive magic circles spun constantly, ensuring no attack could ever break through its protection, though it appeared luxurious, like a mobile palace for nobles. In truth, it was a devastating superweapon. Its capabilities far surpassed those of any mass-produced model from the magic towers. Utterly unique. Even the most intense firepower could not shake it. Its onboard magical cannons and conventional artillery could fire together, erasing enemies in an instant. These 5 warships alone could annihilate any nation, and now, such super warships were sailing north for the sake of a single family, despite their terrifying might, so fearsome that not even birds dared approach. Within the flagship, a carrier pigeon flew calmly, circling within its interior. It was delivering crucial intelligence from the Imperial Army stationed on the ground. A soldier on deck responsible for watch duty caught the pigeon and immediately rushed inside with urgency, delivering the intel to the adjutant. Enter. The adjutant was in the middle of a tactical meeting, studying the battle maps. A message from the carrier pigeon. Understood. Place it on the desk for now. You may go. Yes, sir. Once the adjutant left the room, he immediately returned and retrieved the note from the desk. Carefully, he unfolded it. As the writing reached his eyes, his expression gradually turned grim. Without hesitation, he pushed back his chair and stood up, then quickly strode out. Instead of heading straight for the command room to report, he rushed directly toward the ship's deck. There, under the bright full moon, Felix stood alone, his deep gaze fixed on the raging sea ahead. The adjutant had long. Because of this, since the day they departed, the captain came to the shore each night to calm his restless heart. Captain. The adjutant's voice came. The captain slowly turned around, his silhouette blending into the hazy moonlight, his expression cold as frost, his icy gaze fixed on the adjutant. There's news from the Natio family. It was personally sent by Natio himself. The moment the name was spoken, the captain's eyes turned sharp. What is it about? The head of the Natio family has been slain by Ragnar. Moreover, Ragnar's army is advancing toward the Natio family's territory. This is serious trouble. Felix furrowed his brow slightly, concealing his worry. He had thought this man was one of careful deliberation. He never expected such a rational man would so easily provoke war. Clearly, his resolve was underestimated. If he were truly a man of deep strategy, how could he let emotions dictate his decisions? Even if Ragnar took the initiative to behead the family leader, it would still make sense. After all, Ragnar had ample justification. Why not choose to surrender directly? For the Natio family, this is an immense humiliation. But if survival of the family is the priority, even unconditional submission would leave Ragnar with no excuse to continue the war. In the end, war is inevitable. Though the words were soft, his tone carried dissatisfaction. He already saw the golden as part of the Natio family's strength. It pained him to watch them crumble. That old man truly fought with all his might. From the perspective of the Natio family, though Karen's decision brought resentment, it was not entirely incomprehensible. As they learned from the reports, his ambition is plain to see. It seems he's realized there's no chance of rising again in the north. So he's gambling everything, making one final desperate move. Even so, there are still some unanswered doubts. Taking a life under justified cause may be permitted, but when it involves the life of a family head, the situation is entirely different. Even if one were to slay a direct subordinate, it wouldn't be a major issue. However, the head of a house must never be touched. Was this reckless act simply driven by impulse? This move by Ragnar has, in fact, given the royal family a perfect excuse to intervene. They must have known we were preparing for war. With 5 flying warships dispatched, how could it be kept a total secret? Not to mention Ragnar's intelligence network is known for its extreme efficiency. Even knowing we would act, he still chose to go through with it. Is it overconfidence or arrogance from youth and pride? It's undeniably a challenge to the royal authority. Even if the Imperial Golden Knight Order comes to Narxio's aid, he seems completely unfazed, as if he's certain of his own victory. Though we anticipated that the white armored cavalry might attack aboard the 5 warships, still, we didn't expect it would actually happen. To send all 5 at once is clearly excessive force for a mere family conflict. Fortunately, just is enough to exert psychological pressure. But one wrong move, and we could easily. As this territorial dispute escalates further, the Narxio family, closely tied to the royal court, will not easily abandon its support. However, for now, it remains unclear how exactly they will assist, as no specific methods have been disclosed. Immediately investigate all entanglements between Ragnar and the Natio family, no matter the cost. We must quickly obtain from the Royal Intelligence Agency and the surrounding intelligence networks. Understood. I'll get on it right away. I guarantee the task will be completed. After the captain issued the orders, the adjutant respectfully bowed and withdrew. Not long after, a side door on a main warship slowly opened. A small transport craft glided out smoothly and landed steadily on the ground. Felix remained behind, alone in the control room. He slowly closed his eyes. This was the first time he faced a mission so challenging, with almost no certainty. So he had to be extra cautious. Every decision needed to be made in line with his convictions. Ragnar's military campaign was advancing rapidly compared to the grand mobilization during the Naga Zesanit campaign. This time, the scale was smaller, thanks to Julius's thorough preparations beforehand. Just hours after the succession ceremony, all preparations for the expedition were already complete. The warriors of the white armored dragon cavalry proudly mounted their mighty wyverns, ready to set off at any moment. Julius stood at the front of the formation. Behind him, long time no see, Selford and Airy greeted him with slightly awkward smiles. Looking further back, Hawks and Erica, though also waving with smiles, still showed a trace. At this moment, Julius had already become the family head, and could no longer be treated lightly by others. To be honest, I'm still not used to being treated with such respect. You'd best get used to it, my lord. For now, you are no longer just a son of House Ragna, nor a mere member of any team, but the actual helmsman of the entire family. Tyr spoke with a faint smile. Julius stepped forward behind him, his expression stern, yet exuding a sense of authority. He responded firmly, as the Black Dragon said, from this day forward, he will receive the due respect of the other 9 families. As Tyr and Julius locked eyes, a warm smile slowly formed on Julius' face. The white armored cavalry will depart swiftly as the vanguard unit. Meanwhile, ground operations will be handled jointly by the Black Moon Knights, supported by House Herald, the Gale Sword Corps, and the Blue Sword Mirror Guard, who always stay by the family's side. All will serve under the overall command of Huanlong, and gather at the rendezvous point atop Snow Peak Ridge. The Blue Sword Mirror Guard, they are the shadows of the family. Wherever their liege goes, they follow without question, without fail, even though he was never asked. Herald, before departing for the far north again, still left behind this elite force, the Black Moon Knights. More importantly, he specifically instructed them to look after Ash. Faced with Herald's friendship, Tyr simply smiled softly, then summoned his mount, a dragon. This was the first time he had shown it to others since forming a bond with it in the Demon Sea. In response to Herald's gesture of goodwill, Tyr simply offered a gentle smile. Then, without a word, he summoned his mount, a dragon. It was the first time he revealed it before others. The dragon he had bonded with in the Demon Sea, the strongest comrade and partner. Open. Umbra's furious roar shook the entire field. The osprey circled endlessly. Then, from Tyr's shadow, a massive beast slowly emerged. Its menace was fully revealed. Right after that, whoa! The surrounding wyverns, seemingly gripped by fear, cried out and retreated, trying to keep their distance from this mysterious creature. Seeing the panic of the wyverns, Umbra showed no pity at all. He let out a disdainful snort through his nose, even showing a hint of mockery. Though he had accumulated much, this guy really is something. Tyr let out a faint smile, glancing at Umbra. So this is the Umbra? Even Julius was amazed by Umbra's new appearance. It was already larger than an ordinary wyvern, but now it was even more extraordinary. Most importantly, the aura emanating from this wyvern was entirely different from its appearance. Because of this, people believed it had already become a dragon. Even though it's a hybrid, it makes sense that it evolved. It's always been extraordinary since ancient times. Drawing the wyvern this time was a success. Huh? The world is so unfair, though it's a bit sudden. I have to admit this time, its appearance, its power, even its writing skills. Guess you've made peace with it now. Among the other members, there was a strong sense of awe and envy. Haha. This is writing a new history. Dragon. This is the true dragon cavalry. Dragon. Julius laughed aloud, re-expressing his admiration. Then, Master, please issue the order to march. After Julius said these words, fear jumped onto Umbra. All troops, march out. Chapter 298. On a snow-covered plateau stood a military camp. This was specially set up for the white-armored cavalry to facilitate operations in the far northern land of Winterl. There are similar outposts throughout Winterl. Of course, outwardly they exist for military purposes, but in reality, they were set up to monitor other northern families. The condition is not bad. Just need to set up a few more tents. Julius got off the wyvern, and after inspecting the long and used military camp, he smiled in satisfaction. Then, the team members led their wyverns steadily into the livestock shed. Then, achoo, Umbra sneezed again. While watching the other wyverns, Umbra slowly entered the shadow of Fear. Haha, this friend's temper is really special. It seems like there's a lot on his mind. Julius laughed heartily at the sight. Fear only felt an indescribable sense of discomfort. It was like watching his own child do something ridiculous. He could only force a bitter smile, no matter what. It looks quite amusing. Indeed. Without a doubt, compared to the beast's expression, the proud look is definitely more eye-catching. I wonder when the ground troops will arrive, even if it takes a little longer. Fear felt that this conversation was somewhat awkward. What surprised him even more was that Julius turned out to be someone so good at polite small talk. Speaking normally isn't a bad thing either. Let's talk later. Just take it easy. Julius smiled and softly replied. This subtle but obvious shift was not something only Tyr could notice. Time slowly passed as the tents built by the rear reinforcements neared completion. At the entrance of the plateau, a dusty messenger carrying the Ragna banner rushed over. The message that the follow-up troops were arriving was delivered. Understood. Notify all commanders to report to the conference room upon arrival. Yes, sir. After issuing the notice, the messenger left immediately. Meanwhile, Tyr and Julius remained seated in the tense meeting room, waiting in silence. Soon, the sound of organized marching came from afar. The surroundings gradually grew noisier. Looks like everyone's finally here. As they chatted while sipping tea, the meeting room doors suddenly burst open. Magnus strode in with confidence. Sorry to have kept everyone waiting. My lord, no need to be formal. This is a place of honor. Before you arrived, I had already sent scouts to survey the Narxia region. I believe they'll report back soon. So, I ask that you all postpone your rest for now. Tyr personally lifted the teapot and poured Magnus a cup of warm tea himself. Receiving such courtesy, Magnus' expression changed slightly, hesitating briefly before regaining composure. Everything returned to normal. Judging by the look of it, his inner thoughts weren't so simple. On the surface, he was just showing respect to a general, if you ranked loyalty to Kale. No one could surpass that phantom dragon, let alone that this was Tyr's very first campaign as the newly appointed head of the clan. Mood will never be too complicated. Thank you. Illusion Dragon brought the teacup to his lips. The moment the teacup was placed back on the table, Tyr immediately said, "This is the beginning of the strategic meeting. Our primary goal is still to achieve a victory without any bloodshed. To this end, the Black Moon Knight Templar of the Herald family has joined the battle lineup. As long as there are no unexpected situations, their plan should have no issues. Ragnar never underestimates any enemy. As for the strength of the Natio Legion, he is already very familiar with it. The performance of those troops is so clumsy, it's laughable, but it happens to be strikingly similar to Ragnar himself. Obviously, their ambition is to surpass Ragnar, undeniably. As an opponent, the Natio Legion has demonstrated an extreme obsession with winning. The key is still aerial combat. However, the ground forces are basically no longer a concern. There is nothing to worry about with the ground forces. The most worrying part is actually the air force. Even without Umbra, we still have enough confidence to defeat the so-called Holy Knights in a pure head-to-head confrontation. This fact, it is an unbreakable truth. However, unfair war machines. Just those 3 words made everyone feel uneasy. It was like dark clouds covering everyone's face. According to the intelligence gathered by Black Snow, the enemy has prepared 5 unfair warplanes for this operation. Humph. The collusion between that old fox and the Imperial Palace has long ceased to be a secret. Julius sneered contemptuously, then crossed his arms. But even so, the rubbish unfair warplanes made by the Magic Tower are still far inferior to the similar weapons equipped by the royal family. What's more, these royal warplanes are led by the highly prestigious commander of the capital's knights. In this situation, how could we afford to be careless? However, it was precisely because Tyr had never faced irregular troops in actual combat that he now found himself overwhelmed. His mind was in turmoil. Just how wide was the gap between irregulars and heroes? Tyr turned to Julius and asked. As the most experienced fighter in the group, Julius was undoubtedly the best person to answer this question. Simply put, it's like the difference between infantry and cavalry. I see. There's indeed an insurmountable gap. Overwhelming them by sheer numbers isn't impossible, but it would come with a massive cost in lives. However, what confused Tyr wasn't just the surface-level issues. Another unsolved mystery lingered in his mind. There had never been any indication in history that the Narxio family had close ties with the royal family. So why now? It was undoubtedly a puzzling matter. According to what Julius had said before, the Narxio family only maintained a faint connection with the royal court. The palace would never lightly send someone with military authority to participate in such an operation. Then, could this deployment stem from some political calculation? If viewed from that angle, the motive behind the Golden Lion Knights expedition became somewhat clearer. The 8. At that moment, the scouts had completed their mission and returned safely. A member of the royal guard, who had waited outside, knocked and entered. To those who had waited anxiously, this news was like a ray of light in the darkness. If they could get a detailed look at Narxio's troop deployments, they could begin to deduce their strategic intentions. Reporting, sir. Here is the latest intel. Please review it. The scout carefully took out a scroll that had been meticulously preserved. Tyr stared at the map, instantly impressed by its stunning accuracy. Could this be the work of the Black Dragon? In this world, no one else could gather deployment info so thoroughly, so precisely, other than the Black Dragon himself. Seeing Tyr's expression of crossing arms, the scout did not hide his identity. He simply nodded slightly in response. You did an excellent job. Go rest now. Yes, sir, my lord. Julius and Magnus also noticed the deeper meaning behind the blueprint. Their eyes showed a hint of admiration and approval. Feigonting was arranged at the back of the formation. This seemed to indicate that they had no intention of playing an active role in this battle. After learning this news, Tyr showed a faint smile. This meant that his speculation was indeed correct. It seems they want to fully control the northern lands. Julius's analysis also reached a similar conclusion. By publicly supporting the Natio family, it was clearly intended to make up for the lack of influence they had in the north. But all of this is nothing more than a blatant show of force. If Feigonting's purpose was merely to warn others not to act against the Natio family, then his position should not be on the edge, but rather in a more central position. However, why did they choose to retreat? Could it be that the leader of the Golden Lion Knight Templar is dissatisfied with the current palace situation? Without a doubt, although Fei Gongting was arranged at the end of the formation, his deterrent power still cannot be underestimated. Simply being on the battlefield would be enough to suppress everyone with his power. This is the terrifying aspect of Fei Gongting. But even so, just knowing that Fei Gongting can adjust according to the situation is already a significant intelligence gain. It was at this moment that Fear immediately understood something. Fei Gongting will not be involved in the upcoming critical moment. The leader of the Black Moon Knight Templar could be on the sidelines at this moment. Fear raised his voice and asked the guards, "I'll have him brought over immediately." The guard quickly stood up and left. Moments later, the leader of the Black Moon Knight Templar, Arnold, was brought to Fear. The man who appeared before Fear was tall, nearly comparable to Harold. His cold gaze emphasized his authority. "I've met the younger brother of the Lord." Arnold lowered his head in greeting. He respectfully referred to Fear as his older brother. According to reason, not participating in the battle alongside the main army, and only receiving instructions from Ragnar, should have felt a bit awkward. Yet Arnold showed no such emotion. He displayed the composure of a seasoned soldier. "Sorry to disturb your rest. Please have a seat first." Once Arnold sat down, Tyr personally poured him a cup of hot tea. "I specifically invited you here to express my gratitude. Thanks to your assistance, we're now close to achieving our intended goal." Arnold had assumed he was summoned for a military meeting, but upon hearing those words, he couldn't help tilting his head slightly in confusion. "I'm afraid I don't understand what you're referring to, sir." If it was merely to thank him for his support, it would be understandable, but the current phrasing was far too vague and puzzling. Even Tyr's deep-set eyes were revealing something unreadable. Because of the Herald family's participation, they too lost their excuse to act freely. When Tyr mentioned them, Julius and Magnus instantly widened their eyes. Seems the justification for interference has gotten blurry. Julius smiled and voiced the very thought in Tyr's heart. He was referring to the involvement of outside powers. If this were merely a territorial dispute, Ragna and Narxio could have resolved it themselves. However, the royal family intervened, claiming Ragna acted improperly toward Narxio. They stepped in directly. But now, with the Herald family involved, things have grown more complicated. This suggests the reasoning was never about so-called misconduct. Now that they have support from another noble house, the evidence accusing Ragna of wrongdoing no longer holds weight. Even the Golden Lion Knights are likely beginning to question the situation. What's more troublesome is that their opponents are the mighty Ragna from the Northern Empire and the Herald family, praised as war gods of the sea. In the current court system, where self-interest reigns, every faction would quickly weigh gains and losses. But perhaps we won't need to go that far. The Golden Lion Knights commander on the scene has likely already sensed something crucial. Raised the Herald family's banner high, so it can be seen from afar. As Narxio predicted, the Ragna forces were stationed near the Sheffield region. Similarly, Felix had also dispatched scouts to monitor Ragna's every move. Although there are still many doubts about this war, as the commander, it is my duty to understand the enemy situation. Felix was patiently waiting for the reconnaissance results. At this time, the adjutant entered the private meeting room with a serious expression. "The ancestor of the Natio family wishes to meet with you. Tell him I refuse this meeting. However, I will personally visit him as soon as possible. Please ask him to wait patiently." Understood. Since Natio's arrival in the territory, Colin has had many reservations about the current arrangement of the private court. However, until the reason for the expedition is fully clarified, he will never take risks or engage in bloodshed. Inner monologue. What about the other intelligence? Colin had previously ordered an investigation into the enmity between the two families, but had received no response. Report. The scout has returned. After completing the reconnaissance, the scout brought detailed intelligence about Ragnar's base. The adjutant took the paper from the scout and quickly handed it over to Felix. 300 elite from the white armored cavalry, along with approximately 1,000 soldiers on the ground, and the Drak forces actually appeared in person. Details of the events in Naga Forest were gradually delivered to the palace in complete reports. Among all the information, the most notable was undoubtedly the appearance of the Drak forces and the Golden Dragon Legion. The report also specifically marked a warning: extremely arrogant and unreasonable. This left a deep impression on everyone. Felix had already anticipated the enemy's tactics, so he was not too excited by this information. However, as he continued reading, he suddenly stopped. His eyes snapped open. "Commander." The serious expression on Felix's face immediately tightened the atmosphere around him, and he quietly added, "The Herald family is also involved." These words immediately, even the adjutant was stunned, eyes wide in shock, because they knew something that should never appear in the north had shown up in plain sight. Resisting Ragna was already a tremendous challenge. Now they had to face the pressure from the Herald family as well. Felix pondered silently. Even using unconventional tactics, the cost of this battle would be devastating. In the end, Felix didn't wait for more intel to arrive, and decisively made his judgment of the situation. In the time that followed, a faint, long-lost smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Chapter 299. The adjutant looked at the commander's rare calm and confidence, feeling both unfamiliar and familiar at once. Yet at the same time, The doubt in his heart just wouldn't go away. We'll probably suffer heavy losses too. And more than that, this confrontation will directly pit the great noble families against each other. The consequences will be immeasurable. Felix was well aware of the strength of the Herald's Black Moon Knights. Judging by the current, irregular battle system, it was already exhausting just dealing with Ragna. So he couldn't grasp the meaning behind the commander's smile. Why does the commander insist on doing this? Aren't we trying to protect the peace of the North? At that moment, the commander slowly raised his index finger, silencing the adjutant from saying more. Don't force yourself like this. Even with just our unofficial forces, we can still deliver a show of strength. Send an envoy to the royal court immediately. Upon hearing this, the adjutant collected his thoughts and asked no more. He trusted the commander had his own plan, so he picked up pen and paper, ready to record the next instructions. In the stillness of the room, he listened intently to every word. Is it wise to make the Herald family our enemy? But the deputy strategist finally began to understand the commander's intent. So, you're leaning toward rejecting it, aren't you? After the vice commander's words fell, Felix gently nodded in agreement. Then, he calmly added, even with all efforts, protecting the Natio family would be in vain. After all, they have lost control of the northern region. They can no longer provide any real assistance to the royal family. All right, I will send the message at once, with urgent speed. Understood. Hearing these words, Felix couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. A sense of relief flooded over him. The frustration that had accumulated over time was instantly dissipated. In fact, this sense of ease came more from one fact. Everything those people had schemed and plotted ultimately fell apart. If the royal communication method is used, a response will be received within 4 days. The royal messenger birds that can fly thousands of miles are indeed unmatched on the continent. Even so, it is still unknown when the enemy forces will launch their offensive. But one thing is certain, when they see the contents of the letter, they too will fall into deep contemplation. Looking at it this way, the stalemate is likely to continue for some time. Once the intelligence reaches the palace, the order to withdraw our troops will be given immediately. This is quite obvious. After all, wherever and whenever, the royal family only cares about maximizing its own interests. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. The sword vice commander completed the document. Felix nodded at him. Soon, a sharp, crisp sound of an eagle's talon cutting through the sky announced the formal start of the mission. Since the reconnaissance revealed the details of Natio's camp, Fear had been holding back, quietly waiting for the best moment to strike. After days of long travel, the soldiers seemed quite fatigued. Thus, Fear gave the order. They were given ample time to rest. By the third day, they still chose to stay and wait. Assuming the forward scouts had truly spotted the heraldry of the Herald family, they should have sent a report back on the first day, a message of urgent warning. Therefore, the delay during this period was clearly meant to give the Golden Lion Knights. After Tyr issued the order, the war drums thundered loudly. Their booming echoed in all directions. Asterisk boom 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 asterisk. The ground forces were the first to reach the open plains at the mountain's base. They swiftly formed ranks and surrounded Narxio's territory. Compared to Ragna's towering, fortified city walls, these defenses were far too flimsy. A single fierce charge could allow the Golden Lion. This charge, after Tyr's command was given, the war drums thundered again. The sound swept across the battlefield. Asterisk boom 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 asterisk. This charge might crush them in a single blow. Members of the Drake squad stood beneath Narxio's walls, coldly mocking the archers guarding the ramparts. On the other side, Narxio soldiers stared intently at Ragna's imposing army, their eyes filled with unwavering resolve and determination. Kale, A piercing roar erupted from the skies above Valen, like a blade tearing through eardrums. It echoed in the heavens for a long time. All the Narxio soldiers froze and looked up in shock. Despair quickly spread across their faces. What is that thing? A dragon? Is that really a dragon? Why is there a dragon here? That massive beast soaring through the clouds used its overwhelming form to block out the sun, casting a vast shadow of darkness. When the black dragon Umbra descended with roaring winds, it landed steadily on the ground and came to rest at Ragna's war camp. The Natio soldiers' inner passion had already faded, leaving only a cold emptiness. Crack! Fear's figure leaped off the back of the black dragon, prompting the Ragnar Legion to erupt in cheers and applause. Fear slowly raised his arm, and the loud crowd suddenly fell silent again. He then mounted his horse and moved forward. His gaze was directly fixed on the Natio family's command tower. Colin's eyes were cold, staring at each of Fear's movements with deep hatred. Despite this, the calm expression on Fear's face did not waver in the slightest. In response, Fear merely smiled contemptuously, finding it utterly laughable. Clearly, they still hadn't fully realized just how dangerous their situation was. Standing beside Fear was a man wearing golden chainmail, with a golden lion insignia on his chest, symbolizing noble blood. However, at this moment, his expression was complex and unreadable, leaving one unsure of his true thoughts. He watched Fear his eyes filled with both scrutiny and inquiry. Finally, Fear took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Natio family, listen up. Is our feud truly worth making countless allies bleed and sacrifice? If you still have any sense of honor, then disband your allied forces immediately and stop this meaningless war." His voice was deep and resonant, like thunder rolling across the land, shocking all and echoing for a long time. However, stop babbling there. A brat who hasn't even grown up, daring to mention honor. Just as Colin sneered, intending to turn away, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed. Felix stepped forward. And at the same time, Colin's words abruptly stopped. Felix's cold, murderous gaze. Then his gaze swept toward him. Why would anyone waste the Emperor's sacred sword on internal strife that could have been resolved independently? A chilling air suddenly filled the space. Felix's words clearly took Karen by surprise, because they were effectively a declaration that he wouldn't take part in this war. Karen's eyes sharpened at once, and he glared furiously at Felix. How dare you defy the sacred and inviolable imperial order? Upon hearing this, Felix furrowed his brow. So-called decrees. Everyone knew perfectly well who truly issued those so-called holy orders. Such hollow, embellished words no longer deserved to be used. More than that, a surge of anger instantly flared in his chest. In that moment, he clearly felt that Karen was merely a pawn of some powerful faction. The thought filled him with deep disgust. For a moment, he longed to draw his sword and teach this arrogant man a lesson. But he quickly suppressed his emotions. He pulled out a scroll from his coat. A public edict that just arrived today. The royal family has officially appointed us as arbiters of this territorial dispute. Karen's face instantly turned deathly pale. In other words, all unofficial reinforcements sent by Jikan are now rendered useless. As he took the scroll, his hands trembled, and he hurriedly began reading its contents. As he read, the panic in Karen's eyes grew more and more apparent. Felix took it all in with amusement. He chuckled inwardly. Who would have thought that even he would treat me this way? No matter how hard he tried, the information in the scroll just couldn't register in Karen's mind. The only thing he could confirm was that the royal family had completely abandoned. The shock of that realization left his mind blank, followed by a sharp, splitting headache. As the appointed arbitrators of this territorial conflict, we will act strictly according to protocol and discern justice with clear eyes and fairness. Such words, like a death sentence, jolted Karen's entire body. He looked up at Felix with eyes full of terror. Either the parties involved engage in a formal duel of honor, or the matter will be formally submitted to the royal court for judgment. Though subtle, it was clear that Felix's gaze carried a faint hint of mocking disdain. Goor. Colin's hand slowly clenched into a fist. A faint sound came from it. Blood dripped from the pale gaps between his fingers, falling onto the hard ground, blooming into dark red flowers. The royal court. Such a hollow thing. Could it still be relied upon? From the beginning. The problem is that the royal authority can't extend here at all. The northern border has never been directly affected by them. The royal family actually knows the rules here. They belong to the unique laws of the northern continent. So even if the ruling is in our favor, that ruling would be nothing more than a meaningless scrap of paper. Who would betray Ragnar after such an important decision, and instead support Natio? Besides, from the start, they had no confidence in winning this lawsuit. If they truly lose, it would give Ragnar the perfect excuse, a destructive reason that could annihilate the entire Natio family bloodline. Damn it. This guy didn't follow the plan. How dare he ruin my entire strategy? Colin's eyes turned red with fury. His anger erupted like lava, burning his soul. It was at this moment that he realized that the restraint of the past 4 days had only been waiting for this crucial letter to arrive. When his fingers unconsciously reached for the weapon at his waist, he suddenly realized. You think you can handle this? Cold laughter, laced with piercing meaning, spread throughout his body. It was Felix's aggressively questioning gaze, like a sword piercing his chest. He indeed had enough confidence to kill the commander of the Night Corps, but if he did so, the Natio family would be completely erased from the world. Not even a trace of their last breath would remain. No. Even now, what could change the situation? Everything seems like a fated destiny. They ultimately can't escape the fate of annihilation. The only thing to be thankful for is, at least there is a chance to preserve a trace of bloodline for the future. At least there is a chance to preserve a trace of bloodline for future generations. Clinging to a faint hope, Karen began to dream of a future where the banner of the Narxio family would once again flutter proudly in the wind. After a fierce inner struggle, Karen finally managed to calm himself down. Cancel the previous request. He spoke in a low, muffled voice, tinged with deep disappointment. He muttered to himself, all right. Felix's lips curved into a faint smile. He then calmly descended from the command tower. Begin preparations for withdrawal. Retreat at the appropriate time, and continue monitoring the situation from afar. Then return to the capital according to the original plan. Karen's slumped shoulders came into clear view. Tyr watched the scene before him, and the corners of his lips lifted, revealing a subtle smile. Everything was proceeding as planned. Tyr raised his hand in signal. The Herald family's Black Moon Knights promptly withdrew to the rear. Whoa! Not long after, aerial ships slowly rose into the sky and flew toward the outskirts of the manor. Just at that moment, as Tyr was about to return to camp to begin preparations for the upcoming battle over territory, Creek the tightly shut gates of Narxio slowly began to open. A unit of cavalry rushed straight toward Tyr, and the one on horseback was Karen. It seemed he had come up with something. Thundering hooves. As Karen rode forward, the sound of hooves carried a strange sense of sorrow. He looked utterly defeated. To appear like this before the battle even began, it was obvious he had something else in mind. He must have realized a direct confrontation held no hope of victory. If that was the case, then only one option remained. Tyr understood clearly. Karen was not the type to easily bow his head and surrender, and Colin is not a resolute hero who would rather perish with his enemies. So, Tyr had already anticipated the suggestion Colin was about to make. He didn't expect that in such a short time, a person could become so worn out. A faint cracking sound came from beneath his feet. Seeing Tyr teasing him like this, Colin couldn't help but clench his teeth, fury rising in his heart. However, on the other hand, he couldn't hide the admiration that grew from deep within for Tyr. The powerful aura that subtly emanated from him had already reached a level that could almost rival his, and this was just the beginning. It turned out this young man really saw through the whole situation. Even with a strong army led by Ragnar, they still hadn't directly attacked Natio. Instead, they chose 4 days of silence. And now, with the serene expression Tyr showed, if he hadn't fully grasped the detailed situation of Natio and the royal family, how could any of this make sense? At this moment, the familiar faces of Tamis and Timothy started to quietly appear in his mind. Finally, even Wellington's face appeared. If I had such subordinates, I'd want them as my sons, Tyr thought to himself, full of regret and unwillingness. Among the many worthy individuals, the one most praiseworthy is Wellington. Such a situation made Tyr feel deeply sigh. Colin's facial expression stiffened for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. He opened his mouth and said, "Does it really take so much bloodshed? What did you say?" Tyr asked in reply. Colin's expression twisted once again. Although he already knew what Tyr was going to say, that mocking smile still made his blood boil. He couldn't help but want to tear him apart right then and there. How about a personal duel between generals? After hearing Colin's suggestion, Tyr just smiled. 748. 00:22:49, 920. 00:22:49, 920. After hearing Colin's suggestion, Tyr just smiled. After all, under the current circumstances, this was the best choice Narxio could make. At the very least, it might save those soldiers. Tyr pondered for a moment. If he chose to eliminate Narxio now, it would remove the threat once and for all. But if they were to resolve the matter through a duel, he didn't hesitate for long. Very well. The battlefield will be right in the center of this region. Chapter 300. After both sides reached an agreement, Tyr and Karen returned to their respective camps. The sound of their horses' hooves were entirely different. Tyr's steed moved with light, lively steps, as if relieved and joyful. Karen's warhorse, on the other hand, tread with a somber weight, as if carrying a sense of tragic resolve. So, it's possible to enter a city without bloodshed after all. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When he first saw the enemy's walls, his mind had been full of turmoil, but now, this general's duel felt like a gift from the heavens. How did it go? Julius stepped forward, full of concern and anticipation. Clearly, he was already prepared for a formal battle, his whole being radiating killing intent. They want to settle things through a duel between generals. In the north, such a duel meant the heads of both houses would personally fight to the death, and this story wasn't over yet. Now we'll finally get to see how much he's grown. It was because of this excitement that he couldn't help but smile. As for what happened in the Demon's Sea, he had long heard the stories, but witnessing it with his own eyes was vastly different from hearing it secondhand. And so, the demon dragon felt a stirring deep within his heart. Then I'll take my leave. Tyr's calm and composed demeanor left a lasting impression. Without a doubt, it was in these subtle details that one could sense his growth. It was like seeing a truly maturing junior, and it was comforting. But all of this still needed time. Just then, suddenly, a face flashed through Julius's mind. He instinctively cleared his throat, trying to hide the turbulence inside. Please be careful. I hope you return safely. Julius suppressed his emotions. Jerry, stay calm. And he gave a solemn salute. Tyr smiled gently, also offering a warm smile in return. Then he stepped toward the center. There, Colin had been waiting for a long time. Had you rested enough? A faint, blood-like smile hung on Colin's face, with hidden mockery within. By the looks of it, it seems you didn't come here for a position after all. Could it be that you've already resigned yourself? Tyr gave him a cold smile in response. At the next moment, Colin's muscles bulged as he clenched his fist. You kid, are becoming more and more arrogant. Arrogant? With you? Do you even deserve to say such things? What did you say? Colin's anger spread rapidly. On his white scara, red veins filled his eyes. Such an insult, coming from a kid who is only fit to be Kale's substitute, was simply unbearable. Never has there been a person who's even close to Ragnar's level, yet shamelessly talks about superiority. What a joke. The mocking words pierced Colin like a blade. His face turned bright red in an instant, with anger radiating from his entire body. Such a pile of self-doubt. Emotional control is a complete failure. Is this what they call the Natio family leader? What a joke. Since you think you can enjoy equal treatment because of the accomplishments of an immortal, why not prove it first? Why not prove it first? How much was he really worth? Oh right. He had never actually won before. No wonder he lacked confidence. Tyr's sarcastic remark stabbed like a needle into the bone. In that instant, all surrounding sounds seemed to vanish. Asterisk rumble asterisk. Only the furious pounding of his heart thundered in his ears. In that moment, blaze. He drew his sword. A wooden flame exploded in his eyes. Red magical energy surged forth, rising around him, releasing suffocating waves of power, truly worthy of being called the Grand Patriarch. This overwhelming presence matched his explosive temper. As he felt that raging, demonic fire-like aura, Tyr let out a cold smile. A flicker of excitement sparked within him. This might turn out to be an interesting match, and his sharp tongue too was just like that guy when he was young. As for so-called respect, it no longer mattered. At this moment, the towering wall in front of him loomed so large that no matter how hard he tried, it seemed impossible to climb. Even maintaining the bare minimum of dignity felt like a luxury. To Karen, Kale was a peak he could never surpass, always standing there, like an unreachable sky. All he could do was look up to him. Long ago, he had already experienced that vast difference in power. The memory of that day was still deeply etched in his mind. It would surface in his dreams, turning into an unshakable nightmare that tormented him again and again. That feeling never faded. Not until his confrontation with Ragna. Back then, he was full of pride and stepped into the arena with absolute confidence, ready to prove to the world his unmatched strength. In his eyes, victory had never been in question. Everything naturally fell into place. However, what's going on? He had memories of the situation where both sides saw things differently. But when he snapped back to reality, he found himself lying on the ground, looking up at the familiar blue sky. He couldn't bring himself to believe that outcome, even though the other party was the renowned Ragnar. Compared to himself, he was still young. For Colin, who was still immature, accepting such a defeat was undoubtedly very difficult. After that, he never drowned in the pain of failure, but resolutely threw himself into hard training. As the years passed, he gradually learned to accept the past, while becoming even stricter with himself, and constantly moving toward his goal. Now, he had the determination to surpass that sword, and the unshakable ambition to surpass the ever-growing Ragnar. Colin's ambition spread like a plague. Quickly spreading throughout the Natio family. Whether it was him, or the entire Natio family, they all shared the same belief. One day, they would surpass Ragnar. He vented his anger on his children and all the members of the Natio family. He relentlessly whipped them. However, he kept comforting himself, saying that this torment was merely preparation for that inevitable day. The world is unpredictable. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, Colin had become the supreme family head. Yet, the path of training never ends. In the end, in a simulated battle, he successfully saw through the opponent's sword and made a brilliant counterattack. He became, finally, the day had come. He remained unwavering in his belief. The arrival of Wellington. It was like a divine revelation, signaling the official. He believed it without doubt, full of anticipation, until the dawn of that glorious day came into sight. From that moment on, Karen began to enact his plan. From the bottom up, he worked to dismantle the decaying Ragna. Gradually, he plotted to weaken their power. When Weston came of age, it would be the perfect moment to overturn the old order. And yet, Weston defected and became a rebel in the north. The news of Weston's death soon arrived. That news struck like a thunderclap from a clear sky. It shook him to the core. But it wasn't familial affection that shook him. It was rage at the tool he had chosen turning against him. In essence, it was fury born of disobedience, a primal rage unleashed against the sword he thought he wielded. Perhaps it was because of that he was careless. After all, it was only a tool. And because he saw it as a tool, perhaps he believed that losing it would not hinder the progress of his plan. What mattered more was, I have already surpassed Kale. Now all that's left is proof. With unwavering confidence, he drew his sword without hesitation. However, the butler returned in a panic, bringing news that Kale had reached a higher. In that instant, Karen's mind went completely blank. His youthful glory had reached its peak. Was that really the end? And then, rage surged violently within his chest. All of this, for a victory like that, unbelievable. Just because of one meaningless duel, he vanished from the world stage? Such behavior was utterly incomprehensible. This act, without a doubt, left an indelible mark on Karen. He would forever be the defeated under Kale's shadow. And the most ironic part was, standing before him at this very moment, was a young man claiming to be Kale's descendant. And now, once again, in his face, that mocking smile. What's worse is, the contemptuous expression on this young man's face is exactly the same as the one Kyle showed many years ago. It's almost identical. Besides, he's not Kyle at all. With just your status as a mere substitute, you dare to stand and show contempt towards me. The roar caused by extreme anger echoes throughout the venue. Cracks appear on the ground, accompanied by a muffled sound. The intense heat in the air is felt by everyone. The burning battle intent is so overwhelming. It is a force, even someone as well-versed as Thier. However, Shi Guangmong is still overshadowed by Kyle and Ragnar, thus becoming a tragic figure ignored by history. Had he not come from the barren lands of the north, his fate might not have been so tragic, and he wouldn't have suffered such a cold and unfair fate. You won't escape unscathed. Karen's gaze pierced, fixing on Thier, his words coldly uttering a threat. However, Thier not only remained calm, but even curled the corners of his lips, drawing a faint smile of blood. You're overthinking. Today I will make an example of your defeat, to announce to the world. The danger brought by greed and obsession is fatal. Whoosh, as Thier drew his longsword. The corner of Karen's eye quickly contracted. The ancient shining artifact was the legendary Caliban. It once belonged to Kyle. Now it was in Thier's hands. All of this seemed like an unavoidable fate. Death. The harsh sound of gears grinding filled the air. In the next instant, the two figures vanished without a trace, leaving only echoes lingering in the air. Clang. The deafening sound of clashing metal. Sparks burst forth with every fierce collision. The entire space seemed to tremble from their intense battle. A violent storm of magic surged around them, sweeping in all directions. The storm was so fierce, even seasoned warriors guarding the front lines felt an overwhelming pressure. Their neatly combed hair was blown into disarray, and the laughter from the clash of blades rumbled like rolling thunder, almost piercing everyone's eardrums. Truly, the world's judgment is harsh. In that moment, I understood why Karen always harbored such deep inferiority. He is a hero toyed with by fate, shrouded in shadows, and a monster born from self-denial has also appeared here. Oomph. That old freak is barely recognizable. Tyr swung his sword, quickly widening the distance. His face, once twisted by had now returned to normal, though his sword technique scattered in anger. That unique feeling Tyr gave him calmed his mind almost instantly. Good grief. That mouth of his is quite the smooth talker. Ugh. Karen's sword began to tremble. As magic power surged explosively, he focused his mind and took in a deep breath. Narxio's secret art. Oppressive laughing howl. Karen's figure surged with power. He soared upward in an instant. In a flash, he charged like a raging beast. This move was once performed by Weston, a treasured technique of the Narxio bloodline, and now, it is wielded by the Grand Patriarch of House Narxio. In its perfected form, it can be considered the pinnacle of perfection. It is a technique of extreme precision. The sharp wind edges stimulation. Each inch contains destructive power. The tip of the blade carries the force of a great wind. If hit, it will result in blood and flesh flying. Its might is enough to tear apart any enemy wrapped in powerful forces. It strikes fear into the hearts of all. The reality before us is the best proof. Ka-ka-ka-ka-clang. A master, after all, is a top-tier chosen one. Where the swords cross, a harsh metallic screech erupts. Both hands tremble uncontrollably, as if they were about to separate. That relentless desire to push beyond the limit is so deeply ingrained. Every time the blade clashes with Karen's sword, you can deeply feel that resolve and endless sorrow. Death. Caliban roars. With a heavy breath, he strikes at the enemy. Dad. That sword. This sword move is exactly the downward heavy strike seen from Kyle. It contains the essence of the Ragnar family, the most refined swordsmanship. The sword's momentum is not fully complete, but its form is already unparalleled in beauty. Karen raised a cold smile. You really are too naive. Do you think, with this unfinished sword, you can contend with me? Anger surged rapidly in his chest, seeing his lifelong pursuit so hurriedly displayed before the world. That humiliation was unbearable for him. The sword's momentum suddenly became ferocious. Pride. The source of his anger could roughly be guessed, and he also understood what the other party had in mind. Victory is mine today. I'll surpass you by killing your son, and rise above you. Karen was convinced he had grasped the key to victory. Ah! A resounding clang rang out. The probing phase was clearly over. Splashes of energy scattered in every direction like water. To ordinary soldiers, it was nothing more than flashes of lightning across the sky. Only elites like Julius and Magnus, peak-level powerhouses, could catch the subtle changes within. Julius couldn't help but show appreciation. To be able to break through limits again was truly extraordinary. The same applied to Magnus. Tyr's movements at the moment were a little blurry, but they brought to mind Kale in his younger days. Though there was a slight difference. Julius had become a little more cunning in temperament. He looked at Tyr with a knowing expression. and a warm smile slowly appeared on his face. Chapter 301. Is that man really the current head of House Ragna? Felix hid in the shadows at the edge of the territory, silently watching the duel between the two. Though he held the title of referee, he didn't actually care whether they lived or died. There was only one thing on his mind. What is the true strength of this generation's Ragna patriarch? Still seems to fall short of Karen. Karen's deputy remarked coldly as he watched, but there wasn't much regret in his tone. After all, Kale had only just passed, and had already become an untouchable legend. Comparing young Tyr to him wasn't exactly fair. That said, there was something a little strange about it. Tyr didn't show the slightest sign of nervousness or pressure. If someone lived their life under the shadow of their father, logically speaking, they should be suffocated by the burden. Yet there wasn't a trace of such emotion on Tyr's face. On the contrary, Karen had shown a strange calmness during this time, which made Felix narrow his eyes slightly. Could he be intentionally hiding his true power? A trace of doubt rose in Felix's heart, even though he appeared calm on the surface. But the feeling of gradually being suppressed when facing Karen feels very unnatural. Perhaps he really is holding back. When this thought flashed through his mind, Felix immediately felt a chill down his spine. Karen's power is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. At this moment, Felix is reassessing the external perceptions of Karen. He would feel uncomfortable facing such a strong opponent. If he is unwilling to use his full strength, that would be terrifying. Mafi, we are witnessing the emergence of a monster more terrifying than Kyle. Perhaps this is the truth of the matter. Yes. Kaka. Two crescent-shaped sword lights in midair violently collide, emitting a sharp, ear-piercing metallic scraping sound. Countless crescent and straight-line beams of light rushed out in waves. But these attacks were quickly blocked by another wave of archers, and instantly triggered a chain reaction of explosions. The powerful magical shockwaves created several explosions. Thick white mist rose up, enveloping the surroundings, gradually eroding the air around the warriors. The cheers and chants from both sides continued. But now, what entered their ears was only the deafening roar of the battle. Aren't you the one boasting so much? Why are you silent now? Boom. Karen struck with a deadly determination, swinging his sword, infusing his demonic power to the extreme. Tyr's form violently swayed under his vision. This is a powerful, overwhelming strike, like a wild beast, full of primal strength, as fierce as a lion, combined with the steady experience accumulated over the years. This is not a simple strike targeting the opponent's vital points, but a strike meant to completely destroy anything touched by the blade. Just like the Naxos family's emblem, a bear and lion, Karen's swordsmanship embodies this very momentum. Even when old, a lion is still a lion, not deceived by false moves. He carefully weighs the situation, choosing the best moment to strike. Every strike is precise. He must really want to defeat his father. Humans often have subconscious, patterned behaviors in battle, but there was no discernible pattern in Karen's movements. Only relentless effort could have brought him to such heights. To create a sword style that breaks all conventional rhythm must have required countless days and nights of struggle and contemplation. At this moment, Tyr could only admire him from the heart. What was even more shocking was that Karen would sometimes slow down on purpose, first blocking steadily, then freezing in place, and slowly advancing again. Did he not consider the strain on his muscles? To suddenly stop using muscles under tension usually results in injuries due to the backlash, but Karen didn't care at all. His level of focus had transcended normal limits, and every so often, that fearsome special light blade would appear. Wow! The air was cleaved apart with sheer force, dragging along a heavy, piercing brilliance, a blade so similar to Kale's. It sent a chill through Tyr's heart. The resentment contained in it seemed bottomless. Right now, Karen was using his own way to recreate the strike that once made him yield. Karen's body rang out loud and clear, with overlapping openings, mismatched footwork, and that familiar light. Even with his guts tearing and body in excruciating pain, he still didn't stop moving. In the next second, his sword carved a smooth and full arc through the air, striking swiftly and sharply at his opponent. Crack, snap. Tyr barely managed to block the blow with all his might, but was violently knocked back dozens of meters, kicking up a cloud of dust. Karen stared at the thick dust swirling in the air. No matter how he recalled it, Karen's body, and the reality before Tyr's eyes. I definitely felt the feedback from the hit, and I did manage to injure him. But where exactly is this strange sense of unease coming from? Just a few more rounds of engagement would be enough to slice Tyr clean in half. That was the truth he firmly believed. Because Karen's body didn't show the slightest wound, he believed this was the insurmountable gap in strength between them. Logically speaking, he should have firmly grasped the key to victory by now. There is no doubt about that. Why has he become so uncertain? At this moment, his heart is filled only with overwhelming confidence. But as confidence gradually fades, a deep sense of helplessness begins to spread, forcing Karen to furrow his brows. Boom. He suddenly swung his longsword, sweeping away the heavy dust surrounding him. What appeared before his eyes was a figure covered in abrasions, with drops of fresh blood constantly sliding down. However, even so, no, this can't be. This situation is impossible. A sense of foreboding flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. At this thought, Karen's gaze involuntarily fixated on Thier's chest, noticing the prominent wound. At that moment, did you enjoy this performance, just now? With this cold and ruthless voice, a red-hot gaze pierced through the dust, clearly visible. Then, boom. A powerful magical sword aura slashed down from the sky. It tore through the thick dust like rending the heavens, revealing Thier's smiling face. Without hesitation, Karen immediately raised his hand to block the incoming sword aura, and using the power from behind him, sent it flying back into the sky. In an instant, the entire space violently trembled from the collision of the terrifying power. Boom, 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 boom. The deep, continuous sound of a 3-core engine starting instantly consumed all the sounds on the battlefield. At the same time, an unprecedented sting slowly spread from Karen's skin. It was a strong and vast wave of magical energy. This phenomenon alone caused a change in the surrounding space. Although the soldiers of the Narcio family were still fanatical in the face of defeat, their faces gradually showed signs of fear and dread. Karen was no exception. His expression was also exposed without concealment. Next, Thier's figure suddenly disappeared. Cold sweat slid down his back. A strong sense of discomfort instantly overwhelmed his whole body. One more look, and he saw Caliban's sharp blade hovering in front of him. Boom. He had no choice but to raise his arms and barely block the strike. What was worse? He noticed fine cracks beginning to appear on his sword. What an arrogant little brat. He finally managed to squeeze out a bit of magic, using all his strength just to slightly push back the enemy's assault. Even so, he still poured all his magic power into it, trying to even cut through the blade itself. But Thier's body. This is just unreal. The only result was that he took just one step back. Every single hair on his body stood on end like a wild beast. Yeah, this feeling. This can't be happening. Just recalling that day, his whole body went numb. A wave of emotion surged up like a tide. An uncontrollable sense of defeat spread through his heart, like falling into an abyss. That suffocating despair rose again from his feet, engulfing him. Rumble. The ground trembled violently. The surrounding terrain rapidly collapsed. The magic power Karen released lifted dirt and rocks up to knee height, as if trying to devour everything. Even an aging lion should still carry such presence. Watching this scene, Thier grinned. He slowly summoned the magic he had long held in reserve, and at that moment, boom, thud, 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 every part of the ground except where Thier stood suddenly collapsed downward, forming a distinct fracture in the earth. Seeing this unfold, Karen's expression froze in shock. His eyes filled with disbelief. A vast surge of magic burst forth. Though the difference in magical power between them was massive, Thier had been holding back all along, as if watching with a touch of disdain in his attitude. That realization made Karen's mind come to a screeching halt. Karen's eyes, the immense sense of humiliation and disgrace in his eyes, made him dizzy. Unable to stand, his vision began to shake violently, becoming blurry. In this shaking scene, only Thier's eyes, glowing with fierce red light, still gleaming brightly. Such a gaze deeply pierced Karen's heart, making him panic. His heart raced suddenly. His chest felt like it was tightly constricted by something, a suffocating heaviness, pressing the air out of him. Karen's breath became quick and heavy. The pressure on his eyes gradually caused him to collapse. His entire body looked on the verge of collapse. Don't look at me with those eyes, Kyle. His eyeballs gradually turned crimson. His eyes filled with madness. His veins bulged. His skin slowly turned crimson. His veins like root-like knots surfaced on his skin, radiating a chilling aura. Ha ha. Karen's raging energy completely lost control. It felt like it was about to explode at any moment. He released a pressure toward Thier. Karen watched Thier like a wild beast watches its prey. That chilling sense of danger made one's heart race. It was a natural gift. Karen activated the forbidden technique he had once seen, burning his own life force. It was a technique that sacrificed life in exchange for a brief but powerful strength. As his sanity was on the brink of collapse, driven by the desire to surpass Ragnar, he unconsciously activated this destructive power. If he couldn't surpass by normal means, he would rather pay the price of his life. Karen's goal. Even if only a corpse remained. Kyle. Karen's roar echoed like thunder, deafening, quickly spreading throughout the space. At this moment, he had already fallen into madness. He could no longer distinguish clearly between Thier and Kale. He kept crying out Kale's name, in the most agonized and hoarse voice, while recklessly releasing intense Sha wings. Thier, however, firmly gripped his longsword, and locked his gaze on his opponent. Boom, boom, boom. He quickly activated the power of his triple cores, focusing all his potential into a single point. Facing a completely transformed Karen, Thier understood. Every move from now on would be critical, because that man's next step could bring an unpredictable shift. Therefore, he had to calmly observe his movement patterns to properly respond to any danger. But the sound of a slash. He desperately deflected the incoming light. The reflexes forged through extreme training reacted to even the slightest killing intent, allowing him to swing his arm in time. A laugh echoed like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. No matter which direction, it was coming from everywhere, as if the very sky was speaking. Had he entered a new realm by burning his life force? If not, then these movements made no sense. And then, another slashing sound. This time he clearly caught the shift and successfully blocked the flash attack from behind. In the battles with Pinfu, he had honed a sharp sense of awareness and was gradually locking onto Karen's presence. So this is your limit, Kale. A thunderous crash. He caught a heavy arrow descending rapidly from above. At the same time, Karen's face was now extremely close. That demonic expression, an eerie smile, naturally made his brow furrow. Tyr caught the arrow and lunged forward, from the right shoulder to the left hip, swinging the long sword diagonally, rushing toward Karen. Creating distance would only allow for a surprise attack, choosing close combat as much as possible. Narcio's Hell Vision sword. With a fierce scream, the sword's edge whipped up a storm-like momentum. The oppressive feeling, like a typhoon, surged forward. Tyr had no choice but to create distance. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce typhoon turned into sharp claws, ripping apart everything around, brutally destroying everything. Die. A sound, like metal scraping, echoed. Before his eyes appeared that crimson light. Kyle's beam seemed to be copy-pasted in line. That familiar light made it feel strangely reminiscent. At this moment, it crashed down from the sky. Do you want to have a beam like this too? Tyr's eyes flashed with wrath. A powerful force suddenly surged out, instantly stirring up a violent wind. Incredibly, this beam actually came from that proud hand, especially after this person had clearly abandoned the Sandwing. This scene was in the emotional turbulence. Tyr's demonic poison was instantly activated. The entire space seemed to respond to his inner struggles. Black lightning surged upward, clashing fiercely with the red beam descending from the sky. Below, a piercing black light column suddenly erupted. With the force of thunder, it returned the favor. Boom. The powerful magical collision instantly ignited the entire land. The deafening explosion echoed in all directions. The shockwave from the explosion swept across the vast plain, kicking up a sky full of dust, forming a sandstorm that blotted out the sun. Master. Father. Such a violent explosion was enough to doom anyone's fate. Everyone couldn't help but fall into a brief panic, but they quickly regrouped. They rushed to the site of the incident as fast as they could. When they got close enough to sense each other's aura, the team accelerated its sprint and almost instantly arrived at the target location. They silently thought. Both of their auras are still there. The first person to arrive on the scene, Julius, quickly locked onto the remnants of both auras and halted his steps just in time. As long as their life force hadn't completely vanished, this battle of life and death wasn't truly over. Who? A gentle breeze swept across the ruins. The thick dust lingering in the air slowly began to fade. Chapter 302. As the vision gradually cleared, the figures of the two finally emerged from the dusty haze. The outline of a dark sword stance became more distinct. What was once a vague shape now appeared shockingly clear. Sword-shaped. Faces of all reinforcements present showed mixed emotions, both relief and concern. Only heavy, ragged breathing echoed through the field. Twisted expressions spoke of the brutality of the battle just now. Silver-white hair fluttered wildly from the intense fight. A severed arm lay in a pool of blood. The entire battalion was stained crimson red. A cold, gleaming blade pointed straight at Karen's bearded chin, its sword aura fierce and full of oppressive might. The Caliban blade was flawless, shining with a terrifying glow under the enhancement of magic, as if it could devour everything the next second. So, you finally snapped out of it. His bulging blood vessels gradually subsided. Karen's face returned to a ghastly pale state. He glared at Tyr, full of resentment. The unwillingness and agony in his eyes were plain as day. What kind of technique? Coughing blood. He spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Karen's body trembled violently, nearly unable to stand. Behind him, Timothy was preparing to rush forward and assist. But, do you want to taste death too? Tersen's cold gaze pierced through Timothy like a blade, forcing her to stop in her tracks. Almost at the same time, Julius flashed over in an instant and stepped protectively in front of Timothy. I must say, I admire you. Even after all this, you still desperately chased that glimmer of light. But that longing, was this what it brought you? Karen's chest tightened with waves of intense pain. He understood. Now, Tyr's words were filled with hidden and subtle meanings. Jealousy and longing. The two are separated by only a thin line. Thinking back to the past, indeed, he once held a deep admiration for Kyle, but he lacked the courage to face this fact. It was all because of that foolish and fragile pride. A proud person like Narcio would never admit to the slightest bit of jealousy in his heart. He was still just talking. Karen's long sword slowly fell to the ground. Even so, you are already outstanding. This is the truth from the heart. There's no falsehood. With this affirmation, a warm smile gently appeared on Karen's pale face. In that instant, it seemed as if a dreamlike scene unfolded before him. That beam of light that captured his soul. Yes, it was this kind of light. The one he saw long ago. A light he desired to chase and imitate. It was this divine radiance now reappearing before him. Karen seemed to have found ultimate satisfaction. His eyes gently closed. In a world gradually brightening. As Tamus's intelligent face gradually became clear. I'm sorry. Karen quietly uttered a belated apology. But where this final confession is directed, fear will never know. A clean, decisive cut across the neck. With a short, piercing cutting sound, Karen's head was thrown high into the air. Then, his body began to disintegrate, gradually collapsing. A muffled sound echoed. His head heavily dropped to the ground. In a deathly silence, there was no cheering or shouting. To break this oppressive silence, time seemed to stop. Silence like cold fingers. It cut through everyone's heart, leaving them breathless, as if struck by Karen himself. Only silence shrouded the surroundings. Then Tyr turned around and raised Caliban high above his head. Wow! A thunderous cheer erupted into the sky. Julius stood behind Tyr. What an absolutely brilliant duel. Julius still had his back to the crowd, because no one knew what state Timothy would be in, now that she had lost her father. Timothy slowly walked toward Karen's body. Tyr immediately dropped to his knees and stared blankly at Karen's tightly shut eyes, completely silent. The sword aura was no longer filled with fighting will. Tyr then raised his hand, and right after, Magnus arrived leading the light fleet guard. Detain this person, and prepare the body properly. Understood. Got it. Magnus waved his hand back. Two guards quickly approached Timothy, skillfully binding him up and dragging him forward. Timothy looked utterly lost. His steps were heavy, stumbling like a walking corpse. Tyr turned around without hesitation and headed straight toward the gate of the Narxio family estate. Meanwhile, Caliban's blade still gleamed with a chilling, cold light. Even though the battle had come to an end, a complete victory, there was no telling when the enemy might awaken again, with the thought of dragging everyone down with them. At the same time, Ragnar stepped forward slowly. With the pressure of an unsheathed blade, Tyr stood before the city gate and shouted out loudly, "Now is the time to show yourself." Tyr immediately stepped forward. Tyr's voice was like thunder, echoing across the vast heavens and earth, resounding far and wide. The Narxio family is famous across the continent for its unity among its members. In this family, every member is likely to be infected by the spirit of martyrdom. Such situations are not uncommon. This warning right now is the last chance. An uneasy atmosphere fills the city. Since the core 3 members of the Narxio family are not present, the scene is in chaos. However, when people are ready to step forward, they are frightened by the overwhelming military force shown by the Ragnar family, hesitating to move forward. Even more shocking is that he doesn't even have a single serious injury, at most just a few scratches, or a little clothing damage. For the members of the Narxio family, this all brings an unbearable and immense fear. Waiting any longer is now meaningless. If they continue to resist, all they will face is bloody slaughter. Open the city gates. At this moment, boom, whoosh, 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 the tightly closed city gates slowly began to rise with a tremendous rumble. Fear watched this scene with a meaningful smile. This was his original plan, to take the city without bloodshed. And now, this moment has finally arrived. The Light Guard Battalion rushed in as soon as the gates opened, quickly seizing advantageous positions. Everyone immediately put down their weapons. Gather over here. With the command shouted by the illusory dragon. With the command shouted by the illusory dragon, the knights of the Narxio family were forced to drop their weapons to the ground in pain. Clatter. In the sky, the White Armor Dragoon squadron rode their wyverns, letting out deafening roars as they circled and surveyed the area. With such overwhelming presence, the operation to pacify the entire city took barely any time. At the city gates, Magnus led a horse over to Tyr's side. Everything has been completely suppressed. Please, my lord, enter the city. Tyr raised his whip and leapt onto the horse, and rode into the city with pride, marching in with unshakable authority. Inside the city, knights who had already surrendered knelt to one side, while the citizens gathered in terror in another guarded area, under strict watch. Tyr, Julius and Magnus walked through the chaotic scene, with Timothy restrained behind them. Timothy followed behind with his head down, his face full of sorrow and defeat. The commoners looked at their once proud lord with eyes full of complex emotions, grief and pity intertwined. Even the cries of those in tears struck a deep chord in the heart. Please spare me. Don't kill me, please. I beg you, don't take my life. Please. Show us just a sliver of mercy. Some even cried out in such desperation. Perhaps they didn't know about the others, but it was clear Timothy had earned deep respect and a heavy reputation. Yet for all the wailing around him, Tyr paid no heed and calmly stepped into the Patriarch's hall. On one wall of the hall hung lifelike portraits of every generation of the Narxio family. Among them was the familiar figure of Weston. Tyr stood silently in front of the painting for a long time, a deep, indescribable bitterness rising in his heart. Hey, What exactly do you expect to achieve? Although trapped in such a dire situation now, he still desires to find a proper commemorative gift for Wellington. The answer seems to be already clear. The fear is overwhelming. Fearful, fearful. In the sound of his heavy steps, an elderly man in a butler's uniform slowly appeared from a higher level of the master's hall. His movements were dignified and graceful. Greetings. I am the current head butler of the Narcio family, Ralph Lonick. In his speech, Ralph showed dedication. Then he calmly stepped down the stairs. His strength, is it comparable to Karen's? Sensing the overwhelming aura of intimidation, fear naturally gripped the hilt of Caliban's sword. I challenge this dispute. Please temporarily cease the killing. Ralph spoke gently, but resolutely knelt before Fear. Magnus, considering the caution, carefully searched Ralph's whole body to ensure there were no hidden weapons. Soon after, confirming, Magnus nodded in approval. If you are the head butler of this mansion, shouldn't you be leading the vengeance for your master? This remark echoed loudly, causing Ralph's body to tremble slightly. Clearly, he was trying to suppress the burning vengeance within him. If the life of the respected Lord Timothy behind me is taken, even if I am this aging old man, I too will follow my master. This is a request for mercy for Lord Timothy's life, but it also contains an undeniable warning. As for this wretch, how dare they talk of safety? Magnus was enraged, while Julius just tightly sneered, saying nothing. That was only to be expected. After all, Ralph's earlier words had completely disregarded their presence. You dare insult my vassals. Did you think you could walk away unscathed? In just a moment, a chilling aura began to spread silently. By convention, he should have been punished on the spot. There was no room for debate. Truly a cunning and devious man. Because if he were executed rashly, then the entire imperial trial earlier would become completely meaningless. So for now, he had to let it go. Besides, if they wanted to fully absorb the Narcio territory, then from this moment onward, all unnecessary bloodshed had to cease. Tyr knew clearly that this provocation was a deliberate move, well thought out, not an impulsive outburst. It was merely hoping that the current ruler of Ragna would show the generosity and vision of a true sovereign. Understood. Summon all remaining retainers of the Narcio family to gather here immediately. They've been waiting quietly in the... Suddenly snapping out of it, a question rose in his mind. With such a person, why would he lower himself to serve under the Narcio family? Just as Ralph was about to turn and leave, a simple hand gesture was given to his attendant. But suddenly, Magnus spoke up. Surely you aren't still hiding something. I wouldn't dare. Who would dare act recklessly now? Besides, the Narcio clan wouldn't be so foolish as to openly defy a judge dispatched by the imperial court. That's not an unreasonable point. If they really did, then the Narcio family would be completely erased from this world, and Ragna, on the contrary, would gain a perfect excuse to appeal to the imperial court. Very well, lead the way. He responded to Tyr's command. Ralph smiled gently. Then he calmly walked towards the meeting room. Inside the meeting room, around a round table, heads were turning. The table was crowded with many of the Narcio family's vassals. They didn't carry weapons, but had their hands clearly spread on the table to show sincerity. The situation had come to this point. It was hard not to be suspicious. Their every move revealed a completely submissive posture. Once, the Narcio family was said to have worked together in unity. How did they end up like this? To be honest, it is indeed a bit regretful, but after some thought, they really had no other choice. Only this way could they survive. To stand firm and resist. Not only would they have to face Ragnar's powerful soldiers, but it could also lead to a full-scale war. With the incredibly strong Golden Lion cavalry, they must have known well the implications of being forced into such a narrow space. They are well aware now, since no one could see what was happening here. Even if another reckoning were carried out, the outside world wouldn't notice a thing. The vassals and soldiers following Narcio were the same. Although it's unclear what Ralph specifically orchestrated, at least the determination of these people has been clearly conveyed. It seems things will progress quickly. To continue the bloodline of the Narcio family, the determination you have shown, I will never forget. Although it's still unclear whether the descendants of Narcio, only Timothy remains, but the resolve these men have shown is enough to make Fear respect them. Ah, thank you. Even so, the feeling of humiliation deep inside still lingers. When he saw the expressions on their faces, it was hard to remain calm. Fear sat firmly at the top. The magic dragon and illusory dragon stood by his side. In the end, I will grant forgiveness. For your master and the former head of the family, he has already paid with his life on your behalf, so I intend to bury the matter here. As soon as Tyr said this, no one felt any relief. Instead, a deep sense of shame spread. No one wanted to accept surviving disgracefully after losing both of their lords. The only small consolation was that Timothy had been protected, and the bloodline of the Narcio family continued. Because of that, holding their ground once more became their greatest pride. Next, Timothy will be held as a hostage, temporarily detained in Ragna. Does it have meaning? No. Good. Then this discussion is over. Everyone dismissed. Chapter 303. As the others departed one by one, the meeting room fell silent. Only Tyr remained, alongside Julius and Magnus. Magnus spoke up with concern. You're just letting them go like that? Winning over their hearts will be no easy task. These people on the surface may have shown full submission, but in their expressions, you could see the humiliation and shame burning within, and given enough time, who's to say they won't secretly plot revenge? Naturally, all of this is already within Tyr's grasp. You're right. But I don't need the kind of loyalty that's bought with favors. The Narxio people shouldn't be dealt with lightly. History has taught us again and again that repeated leniency in the past is what led to this very outcome. Those betrayals didn't happen by accident. Tyr's true intention was to make Narxio once again submit to the ancient iron law of the. He plans to fully implement this strategy to ensure that they will never dare challenge Ragnar's authority again. As for subsequent measures, please closely monitor their every move. Once you find someone attempting to resist or openly complain, immediately deal with it on the spot. I grant you the necessary authority. Upon hearing this, Magnus raised the corner of his mouth in a smile. Understood. After Magnus left the meeting room, only Julius and I were left in the room. The fire dragon is indeed a very aggressive character. All along, he has rarely interacted with others, as the captain of the master's personal guard. Therefore, it wasn't until this opportunity that I truly began to understand him. Haha. Even though he's calmer now as the captain of the guard, he used to be a warrior who made enemies tremble in fear. Julius recalled the past happily, while gently picking up the cup of tea already prepared, taking a small sip. Even so, if the master feels this way, he must have been trying hard to make up for the mistakes he made in the past. Past mistakes. Tyr was confused. He tilted his head and looked at Julius in confusion, because he had a close friendship with Torkel in his early years, which caused him to completely lose power in political struggles. Oh. For Magnus, that was undoubtedly something he deeply felt wronged about. Just because of his close relationship with Torkel, he almost got caught in ruin. Thinking about it, since then, he's always shown a fawning attitude toward Tyr. But that can't be the whole reason. Being able to stand back on the front lines, fighting side by side with the master, must have excited him greatly. You seem quite familiar with the fire dragon. You seem to be quite familiar with the fire dragon. Our relationship isn't bad. It's not as if we're sworn enemies. All in all, he's just a man who sticks to his own beliefs. Given Julius's usual temperament, as long as there's no major conflict, they should get along quite well. What do you plan to do? Will the Narxio family be swept into the dust of history for good, or will you choose to absorb them? Why not first carefully examine the important records of the Narxio family and decide afterward whether to merge or keep things as they are? That's become the biggest dilemma at hand. Originally, the plan was to merge them when stepping into the hall, but along the way, I encountered a cunning and calculating viper. The abilities Ralph displayed in such a short moment were truly impressive. Perhaps Karen's actions were also part of his grand plan. Because it is difficult to easily probe his thoughts, he must maintain a high level of vigilance. Is it really necessary to take that person in? If only I could eliminate him without hesitation, I could avoid future troubles and feel much lighter at heart. It is truly regrettable. It is because he lacks a trusted confidant familiar with the geography and shifting situation that he finds it hard to govern the newly acquired Nashio Ridge. He feels it is difficult to manage. But in this moment, a trace of melancholy arises in his heart. At this moment, a sudden idea flashes in Tyr's mind. Immediately after, a sense of unease follows, though this may seem less than honorable. Tyr falls into brief contemplation. He recalls Wellington's funeral. It had been constantly delayed, a ceremony that could not be held. But now, in the peaceful street of Ragnar's territory, Wellington's body is being protected by preservation magic. Perhaps some. I hope you understand. Tyr continues to rescue more members of the Nashio family. After making up his mind, Tyr stands up resolutely. Did you come up with a brilliant idea? I have some initial ideas. First, please call Ralph over. Can you handle it yourself? Is there someone outside? Julius's deep voice rumbled. Soon after, a member of the mirror guard quickly pushed open the door. He entered the room. Please go call Ralph Lonick. Understood. Got it. Tyr smiled slightly. He sat back down and waited for Ralph to arrive. You summoned me? The mirror guard had just left not long ago. You were just coincidentally nearby? Where could the chief butler go? I was just fulfilling my duties. Ralph spoke in a calm tone, without any emotional fluctuation. He exuded an extraordinary composure. His every move flowed like water, smooth and natural, as if that string of unexpected events earlier had never affected him in the slightest. Tyr couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration arise within. Let's get straight to the point. Gather all the key documents that the Narxio family has handled in the past, compile them completely, and bring them here. Understood. I will do my utmost to submit a report to you as soon as possible. But before that, please proceed to the clan head's chamber for inspection. There are still some related documents stored there. At that moment, standing there, Tyr suddenly felt as if he had already become the head. He rose from his seat in the conference room and, following Ralph's instructions, walked into the clan head's chamber. Then, I shall return now and prepare those documents at once. I vow to follow you to the death. Just as Ralph was about to leave, Julius slowly stood up from his seat. Though he spoke no threatening words, there remained a hint of concern, fearing there might be omissions in the documents. Ralph was well aware of this. He gave a slight nod, then personally closed the door and left. Left behind, Tyr picked up a pen, unfolded a sheet of paper on the desk, and began writing. A letter to be sent via carrier pigeon. Guards, Tyr called out loudly to the guards outside. Yes, sir. One of them stepped forward quickly and asked, send this letter through a carrier pigeon, and ensure the secret route is ready for delivery. Is that clear? Yes, sir. At once. There will be no mistakes. The guard respectfully took the letter. He turned and did not leave. The purpose of this move was to test the golden lion. What was the intention of the person seated in the knight's order? Since he is a judge, he should issue an unofficial order again. If that person truly is a general commanding thousands of soldiers, he will certainly understand the meaning hidden behind this letter. For now, hold off. First, take care of the tasks at hand. Tyr opened all the drawers in the study. He carefully examined all the files and documents. In the informal setting, Felix had not moved a step for a long time. His eyes were fixed, locked on the bottom. The astonishment had long filled his eyes, and remained for a long time, unable to dissipate. It was a sight that filled the heart with fear. Even his thoughts seemed to freeze in an instant. He recalled the calm demeanor Tyr maintained during the life-and-death duel. Felix couldn't help but fall into a state of confusion. This shock did not simply come from the psychological level, but from something deeper that made him feel uneasy. It was no longer in doubt that Tyr was concealing his strength. But could it really be that this man, called Karen, was being toyed with like a puppet? In Felix's eyes, the whole process felt like an elder amusing a child, so easy and effortless. Even though the ranking has been downgraded, Karen, once known as one of the top experts, was now subjected to such humiliation. Moreover, the person carrying out this act was merely someone who had just entered their youth. Could it be that the new generation of monsters has already surpassed Kale? A new era has begun. Though the current level is still far from Kale's peak, the potential for growth seems limitless. The future, what realm it will reach, is unknown. To guess its limits is almost an impossible task. To guess its limits out of thin air is almost an impossible task. Judging by his emerging trajectory, perhaps the fate of the entire continent will soon be drastically shaken. If the other party is truly evil, maybe we really shouldn't hold back. We ought to eliminate him now. However, what if he's innocent? What am I even thinking? Felix gently shook his head, trying to clear the swirling thoughts from his mind. The more he pondered the reason, the more bitter his inner smile became. No, some truths must still be acknowledged. That streak of pitch-black sword energy was truly enough to inspire fear and awe. So it's no wonder such absurd thoughts would quietly creep into his mind. A powerful enemy is most vulnerable when they first sprout. Striking then often yields the best results. Captain, at that moment, his adjutant rushed over with urgent steps, heading straight toward the deep-in-thought Felix. He tightly clutched a pale piece of paper in his hand. Tyr, Ragna, requests an audience. Upon hearing this, a faint smile rose on Felix's lips. Perhaps he wasn't the only one having such thoughts. In any case, this time, we must also serve as arbiters to end this war. Let's go. Yes, sir. I'll prepare the fleet to descend into visual range. The adjutant nodded in acknowledgement, and immediately turned to signal the crew. Felix then issued another order. Everyone, check your weapons and gear thoroughly. Be ready to fight at any time. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, mingling with the cold breeze to create a refreshingly crisp atmosphere. In such a pleasant setting, even closing your eyes for a short nap felt perfectly natural. Only when the mind is relaxed can one so keenly sense the warmth of sunlight and the flow of air. The Black Dragon had finally returned to his residence. In this quiet space, he leisurely manages the affairs of the Black Dragon Winery. Now, Tyr has officially inherited the position of family head. The Black Dragon has finally been relieved of the heavy burden that has weighed on his shoulders for so long. Ironically, the number of documents sent recently has suddenly increased. It has actually brought him a sense of joy amidst his newfound busyness. He slightly tipped the teapot. The hot liquid flowed into the cup, making a crisp and pleasant sound. The rising steam ascended, and the air was filled with a soothing fragrance of tea. It was very comforting. The Black Dragon picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. He couldn't help but feel deeply moved. It turned out that those who had retreated behind the scenes and willingly become members of the Elder Council also once enjoyed this kind of simple happiness. Wisdom shone brightly. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. If it were any other time, it might have been a trivial report and wouldn't have drawn any attention. But now, the situation was somewhat different. The Black Dragon's sharp senses were stirred, like a warning bell ringing. It was a natural reaction he had whenever this warning seemed to say that the days of peace were over. Come in. A sense of unease arose. A person named Reup pushed the door open. After a brief salute, he handed the Black Dragon a note. This was an urgent letter from the Nashio Ridge. The Black Dragon first opened the note and carefully examined the text inside. From the first piece of news, he smiled with satisfaction at the unexpected good news. He had already begun seriously considering whether he should quickly join the Senate and take the position of the new Senate chairman. After the Great War, all the troops had successfully entered the city without shedding blood. It was indeed a great achievement. Entered the city without bloodshed. It is indeed a great achievement. The Black Dragon was also well aware of the immense reputation and power behind the name Karen. And yet someone managed, alone, to defeat such a powerful foe. Moreover, it was during a trial, presided over personally by the Huang clan. That battle would undoubtedly become a key moment for Tyr's prestige to rise even further across the continent. Those previously doubted achievements could now finally be validated and spread far and wide. Still, though rumors would eventually quiet down again, that didn't matter. Now, Tyr had the official recognition of the Huang clan. With that title, he was stepping toward an even greater future, letting others underestimate him, and temporarily concealing his strength wasn't a bad thing. That's why, even now, I can't completely detach from my duties. After all, the sense of fulfillment from work, that's the most satisfying part. Just reading this message alone brought him immense joy. If he chose to retire from the front lines, then what awaited him would be nothing but a string of dull and boring retirement days. The Black Dragon sipped his tea and chuckled softly. However, as he read the final few lines, his once relaxed mood suddenly grew heavy. So that's how it is. You guys really want to work this old man to death at the palace, huh? The last line clearly stated he was needed at the Narxio Council Hall. Though he spoke that way, his expression didn't match his words at all. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Then he stood up, and before heading to the Narxio Avenue, he made a stop at the morgue. Go retrieve the body of Wellington, now frozen cold. Chapter 304. Fear sat at the desk in the main room, carefully reviewing the mountain of documents. The documents covered matters personally handled by Karen, as well as correspondence with the royal family. The most impressive to him was the efforts and painful struggles involved in imitating the sword of Kale. They were all meticulously recorded. It turns out this perspective. The document not only describes in great detail, Fear told the next generation that even if our generation cannot achieve the goal, we must surpass Ragnar in the future. It was almost suffocating. This obsession, Fear carefully folded the document and tucked it into his chest. He felt that based on these documents, perhaps a new explanation could be found. At that moment, there was a sound from outside, the noise of footsteps in chaos. It was the sound of an army marching. It was inevitable, after all. The army outside the main room could only be one. Knock knock. The main door of the room slowly opened. The royal guard stepped in. My lord, the leader of the Golden Stone Knights seeks an audience. Let him in. As soon as the words were spoken, everything around them fell into sudden silence. The royal guards took a deep breath, holding their breath. The sound of the burning candles, dripping onto the bamboo, quietly echoed. Even the flickering wind seemed to freeze. Nana, Nana. At this moment, the only sound that could be heard was only the steady, low sound of footsteps could be heard. So it was as expected. He wasn't here with murderous intent. He still cared. The shadows slowly faded, revealing a clear figure. A golden, radiant lion emblem was embedded on his chest. Beneath the handsome exterior, radiated a chillingly sharp aura. I've long heard of your name. I am the chief judge of this territorial dispute, captain of the Golden Lion Knights. Felix. I am the current head of House Ragna. Ragna. Tyr glanced slightly to the side, then returned his focus to the documents in hand. After all, the one who had been rude first was clearly Felix's side. Felix understood this perfectly, so he offered no argument in return. That battle just now, it left me, as a knight, deeply unsettled. I ask for your forgiveness with a broad heart. I didn't expect that even such a small skirmish could stir up your fighting spirit. A helpless smile appeared on Felix's lips. However, when he saw that faint smile on Tyr's face, his embarrassment eased slightly. Please, have a seat. As the chief judge, some important matters to discuss. This time, Felix could barely hold back. Another bitter smile. After all, the very letter that brought him here was penned by Tyr himself. This was, without a doubt, repaying grievance with virtue. But regardless, since he had already initiated this meeting, Felix calmly took a seat, facing Tyr directly. Only now did Tyr truly turn his attention to the Felix sitting before him. And then, Tyr broke the silence. He opened his mouth and spoke. First, I apologize to you. As a duke overseeing the Northern Territory, I deeply regret troubling you to travel so far for these trivial matters. I truly feel apologetic. Even though the overseer is Duke Ragnar, the northern lands still ultimately belong to His Majesty. Even if it's a small matter, I will always attend to it. Both sides exchanged gentle smiles and greetings. However, between the two of them, there was an invisible and extremely sharp atmosphere of opposition. Indeed, they truly embody the symbol of royal power. The Ragnar family, although it already possesses many monstrous figures, is still far less terrifying than the royal family, especially those monsters who are masters of language and tricks, able to easily control others. Being in such an environment, even though he was part of this conversation, he remained fearless, his presence undiminished. Moreover, his strength was equally outstanding. In what seemed like casual movements, he demonstrated calm actions and immense magical power. As the leader of the Royal First Knight Order, the Golden Lion Knights, he was truly a powerful figure. Moreover, had he already been discovered? Understood. Felix had realized that in the battle with Karen, the concealed strength had been noticed. Therefore, Felix's posture of grasping hands was now understandable. By comparison, Felix felt the overwhelming shock brought by Tyr even more so. Indeed, the power of the Ragnar family was indeed as legendary as they say. Who would have thought this bloodline could produce such a monstrous successor? Truly in existence above all. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. Who would have thought this bloodline could produce such a monstrous successor? It is truly in existence above all. No matter who the opponent is, he never shows weakness. A chosen saint whose presence only grows stronger under pressure. Without extraordinary talent, such a feat would be impossible. Naturally, those words go without saying. I'll do my utmost to cooperate fully. Tyr remained completely composed, handling it with ease. This caused a subtle ripple to flicker in Felix's eyes. I once thought it was just the arrogance of youth. But clearly I was wrong. Someone this emotionally controlled would never recklessly draw a blade, just from youthful pride. The fact that he can remain this calm, it's truly unbelievable. A pair of deep, unreadable red eyes shone with wisdom and clarity. That gaze made it feel like all your disguises were stripped away, utterly exposed. This was the first time I've met someone whose inner self was this unreadable. Felix, who had seen countless human faces, had always been confident in his judgment. Even the slightest leak in intent, a subtle movement, or a magical pulse, if a person existed, they should, at least, show some psychological fluctuation. And yet Tyr was so flawless, maintaining absolute composure without a single crack, not even a flicker. Such a reality made Felix feel a faint sense of fear. If I were to treat him as an enemy, it would only lead to my own destruction. After this brief conversation, it was clear that Tyr was upright and righteous in conduct, not someone harboring evil intentions. If I had known earlier, perhaps I wouldn't have so rashly tested his patience. Probing too deeply, that man might take notice of the royal family someday. No, at the very least, he likely won't be a source of trouble. As Felix thought to himself, he was the first to let his guard down. After he weakened his presence, Tyr's eyes slightly twitched. The sense of pressure gradually dissipated. As the arbitrator, I will investigate the demands raised by Ragnar's side in this territorial dispute, especially regarding the Nashio family. We will conduct a more detailed and thorough investigation. I hope you all can understand. Tyr noticed the subtle change in Felix's attitude and couldn't help but smile faintly. It seems like they don't seem to want to oppose us. Moreover, their loyalty to the royal family seems to be very high. Tyr's previous wariness towards others stemmed from a concern. Could it be that he might inadvertently become an enemy of the royal family? If he could become our ally, he would truly be a trustworthy man. Tyr also completely withdrew the little pressure he had been intentionally suppressing. At this point, the invisible pressure between them also vanished. The atmosphere between them immediately became much lighter. Since that's the case, regarding the Nashio family's matter, currently their retainers are still under Ragnar's supervision. If you could provide me with a specific list of individuals I can notify them in advance for you. Thank you very much for your considerate gesture, but please don't worry about these trivial matters. After all, the most important thing right now is simply to get the facts straight. I truly do not wish to have unnecessary doubts or misunderstandings with Ragnar again. Felix smiled slightly and softly replied. After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, even though they know they are under supervision, how could they dare to lie under the holy law? This statement was undoubtedly very reasonable. Indeed, they are truly knights of integrity. Witnessing such behavior, Tyr couldn't help but admire them greatly. Their absolute loyalty and integrity were truly admirable. Witnessing such behavior, Tyr couldn't help but admire them greatly. Their absolute loyalty and unwavering integrity were truly admirable. If the opportunity presents itself in the future, perhaps I truly would like to recruit him, to have him join one of our factions. Well then, let's end today's discussion here. Understood. We'll proceed according to this plan. As long as nothing unexpected occurs, the Narxio territory should fall under Ragnar's name. Felix rose with calm composure, reaching out his right hand to signal farewell. But he kept his inner thoughts to himself. The northern region must continue to be secured by Ragnar. In fact, this was his intention from the start, to hand over the Narxio territory to Ragnar's management, with no ulterior motives. After speaking at length with Tyr, this decision only grew more resolute. Their conversation had only confirmed it. So, I'll take my leave. Today's exchange has been most enlightening. Very well then, that'll be all. If there are any new developments that require attention in the future, please feel free to inform me at any time. With one final handshake, Felix calmly left the reception hall. Not bad at all. Tyr silently watched his departing figure, nodding inwardly in praise. Though he couldn't fully read his intentions, Tyr faintly sensed something unusual. Most notably, Felix clearly held deep dissatisfaction with the current royal court. With that in mind, Tyr began calculating. Even if problems arose during the investigation, the Narxio territory would likely still fall into their hands. However, there shouldn't be any reason for discontent to arise. Knock knock. The door to the chamber rang with a crisp, but dignified sound. Come in. As the door opened, Magnus strode in on light but firm steps. Without the slightest hesitation, I've already assigned the personnel and divided the sectors. We're in the process of screening and resettling the Narxio family members. Good work. Sit down and speak. There are still some matters to discuss. Magnus stopped walking towards the recently vacated seat. He gazed deeply at Tyr. Without saying anything, he patiently waited for the other to act. The negotiations with the leader of the Golden Lion Knights went smoothly. They have promised full cooperation in this investigation. From now on, it's just a matter of truthfully stating what we know. Next, just explain what you know. Oh, you're referring to the leader of the Golden Lion Knights? Sir Felix, I will surely follow your instructions. Fear suddenly felt that, although their personalities were completely different, they strangely clicked. It was as though they had formed an unspoken understanding. They were the same kind of person. Fear thought this in his mind. The kind of unwavering support for those loyal to them. It was truly admirable. But compared to this, Magnus was more like an indestructible fortress. He could even be described as mechanically precise and reliable. Logically, he should still have many doubts. But strangely, he didn't show any intention of asking. No matter how complicated the process was, he maintained a calm attitude, not showing any impatience. And also, he made sure to warn his soldiers to follow the discipline. Understood. I'll do as instructed. At that moment, to Fear, this conversation felt like talking to a perfectly functioning precision instrument. He remembered that before they set off, he wasn't like this. What exactly had happened to cause such a huge change? Fear, who had no idea about this, could only awkwardly grin to cover up his confusion. He nervously chuckled and said, "Is there any other issue to address?" "None for now. In that case, I will go ahead and carry out the task you gave me. Thank you." With those words, Magnus stood up steadily. Every step exuded the solemnity unique to a soldier. He turned and left swiftly, until his figure completely disappeared outside the door. Why is this happening? Because the mood felt right. He didn't think too deeply about it. From Magnus' gaze shone the power of discipline and trust. When Tyr looked out the window, he saw Felix delivering an inspiring speech to the soldiers. Even if it's shaken, it's still the palace of the royal family. Once the upper echelons begin to rot, conflict with the military is bound to intensify. The army might either turn a blind eye, or bow down in submission. Perhaps, a coup isn't entirely out of the question. Overthrowing the current regime and supporting a new emperor could be a viable path. Yet Felix and the other knight orders chose instead to quietly accumulate strength. That was their expression of absolute loyalty. At the very least, as long as the royal knight orders stand tall, they can hold back the ever-weakening imperial authority. Moreover, another thought flashed through his mind, that this very situation might be the greatest obstacle. If such a man leads a knight order, then surely his subordinates. At this moment, he even felt a strange gratitude toward Karen's attack on the main temple. Had they truly clashed head-on with the Golden Lion Knights, the plan for a peaceful city entry would have fallen apart completely. Of course, I never thought I would lose. Chapter 305 Felix stepped out of the main strategy chamber, taking a deep breath in, then exhaled slowly. He stood still for a moment, watching his white breath fade quickly into the cold wind. This place was truly desolate. The northern region is surrounded by mountains. The biting wind there cuts like blades. That barren land seems destined never to change. Perhaps that's why. The north never lacks strong warriors. No, it breeds true monsters. Though many talented individuals exist across the continent, those who reach the peak often hail from the north. And today, Felix indeed witnessed the first shot of a completely new monster. And he was fully convinced. Soon, the terrifying power that inspired Fear would be known to the world. I must accelerate the training. At the same time, I need to pay closer attention to the situation in the north. The goal is to prepare in advance. With these thoughts, Felix returned to his private office. He threw his exhausted body onto the soft couch by the long table. A deep sigh naturally slipped from his lips. Never would he have thought that a brief conversation of just a few minutes could stir his thoughts into such a complex state. Everything was still in chaos. He was searching helplessly for a plan. How to respond? At this chaotic moment, a knock on the door was heard. Felix gestured for them to enter. Then the officer gently bowed and saluted, entering the room. He came to report the results of the interrogation and the arrangements for the return trip. However, there is still one question. May I ask a question? Please, go ahead. General, your face looks filled with worry, far more than usual. What has happened? The officer looked at Felix, filled with concern. Upon seeing this, Felix smiled slightly. He spoke honestly, his tone sincere. It's just a bit of reflection. The northern lands still maintain their dominant position. This short sentence carried with it Felix's unspoken emotional turmoil when he first stepped onto this land. What he secretly hoped for was that Ragnar would continue to stabilize the northern borders. For now, he absolutely cannot allow the central noble forces to keep growing and expanding. He had even imagined that if necessary, he would resolutely intervene. He would also resolutely intervene if necessary. But in the end, Tyr completely dispelled that concern. No one had expected a disaster on the scale of Kale to descend. And who would have guessed that even after Kale's passing, the northern lands would continue producing one outstanding talent after another? If we speak of the most alarming momentum, just how far can they grow? At this stage, even in their current state, Tyr and Ragnar have already demonstrated unfathomable potential for future growth. And of course, there are still the 9 unyielding dragons, now joined by a completely renewed elite force. Though perhaps not as dominant as during Kale's reign, they now carry within them a power that is far greater. with a hidden potential for destruction that could chill the bones of any who witness it. Could this be proof that he truly is of dragon blood? What Ragnar once claimed no longer sounded like fantasy, but reality. It now felt completely believable. What if he became the central figure? If someone this exceptional pledged loyalty to the royal family, how could I possibly replace him? As commander of the Capital Legion? At that thought, a hint of defeat quietly crept in. Felix had always been harsh and unforgiving to himself, analyzing everything with cold logic. His only advantage was that he started swordsmanship earlier than most, and understood it more deeply. But that was just a small edge. When it came to politics, he was still immature, born of low status, the son of a minor southern lord from a remote land. Even calling himself a noble felt somewhat of a stretch, yet he had never once resented his origins. Even when these thoughts crossed his mind, he never considered himself worthless. His only regret now was, if only he had focused more on political insight in his youth. In the face of today's chaos, perhaps he would have navigated it with ease. And yet, what he regretted most deeply was, how wonderful it would be if I could become the royal family's unshakable sword. This regret is deeply engraved in my heart. It entangles me like thorns, never letting go. Although there is no way to prove his loyalty to the royal family, from the subtle signs during their conversation, he is neither a traitor nor someone who stands idly by. It's not that simple. To be more precise, indifference may be the best way to describe the current situation. For him, the current court is like a shadow, with no presence at all. Your Highness. The officer noticed the sudden gloom on his superior's face, and with some concern, he asked again. It's nothing. Continue. Investigate thoroughly. But remember, do not act recklessly. You mean we shouldn't anger Lord Ragnar? There is no need to hide anything. Since we promised to cooperate with the investigation, there is no need to make things difficult, nor should we fabricate false charges, Felix said, and felt that his words sounded a bit laughable. If we really wanted to find fault, it would certainly be possible, but this is almost a lawless zone. No one can easily be restrained. Moreover, they are willing to yield. On the contrary, it's likely that they are trying to set up their own rule because of their hatred for the royal oppression, forming a faction. After all, their strength behind them is enough to support such ambition. Therefore, no matter what, it would be wise not to anger them easily. Understood. Anything else, Your Highness? None for now. You may leave. All right. I understand. The officer placed the then he left the room. Felix looked at the interrogation contents on the desk. He left the room. Felix looked at the interrogation contents on the desk. He let out a long sigh. Tyr sat inside the Narxio family's reception hall, carefully reviewing each document Ralph had delivered. Ugh. My head hurts. Though Narxio was the second largest noble house in the north, the intel they held, while not as precise as Black Snow's, was still quite substantial. Looking into the cause of this war, almost every related document confirmed the extensive behind-the-scenes efforts carried out by Karen. Where's the rest of the data? Why hasn't it been delivered yet? Even though someone was sent to retrieve it, Ralph still hasn't returned. Perhaps this mountain of orange-level tasks really has him tied up. For the time being, just thinking about it, Tyr felt a dull pain in his head. At that moment, a knock sounded on the door. Sensing a familiar aura outside, a faint smile formed on Tyr's lips. Come in. Seeing Black Dragon arrive, Tyr immediately stood up to greet him and approached the guest. That was fast. Thanks for coming. Tyr guided Black Dragon to his seat and personally served him a cup of warm tea. A loyal friend indeed. The moment he got word, he rushed over to help. Black Dragon casually swung his arm, took a sip of tea, and let out a slow breath. A hint of fatigue showed on his face. You're still the same as always, eh? Tirelessly reliable. Hearing the praise, Tyr couldn't help but smile slightly, sincerely appreciative. Though the two places weren't far apart, your speed was still impressively swift. So speak. What brings me here? What could make this old body rush here in such a hurry? It can't just be for tea and catching up, right? Haha. Are you still in good health? I was just worried you might be getting bored, so I came to keep you company. Hearing this from Dad, Black Dragon raised an eyebrow slightly. In such a situation, it would be more appropriate to describe it as leisure, not simply as having nothing. Also, I don't know when it started, but this person's way of speaking has become increasingly smooth and mature. From Black Dragon's perspective, this level of confidence is not excessive, but it's enough to touch the edge of the bottom line. A smile appeared on Black Dragon's face. His sharp eyes focused on Fear. It was just a joke. In fact, since we conquered that Zio, there's an urgent matter that needs to be handled. That's why I called you here. Realizing something was amiss, Fear pretended to cough. Then he switched to the main topic. At that moment, Black Dragon's eyes lit up slightly. Then he smiled widely. Just as I thought. From the moment I was called to the Zio territory, I had already roughly figured out the whole story. Black Dragon smiled with satisfaction. He nodded slightly. If it was just for careless reasons that I was summoned here, he would have scolded me long ago. He didn't even mention it in the letter. The trust implied in that could also be considered a humorous gesture. Black Dragon had already noticed that Fear was improving every day, and he felt genuinely pleased. Fear was well aware of this too. Wasn't that the case? Otherwise, how could a smile so easily appear on Black Dragon's face? Suddenly, Black Dragon felt somewhat embarrassed, wondering if during this time, he had let his actions. It's made me a bit clumsy and dull. I brought back Wellington, Narxio's remains. Upon hearing that, a faint smile appeared on Tyr's lips. Though it wasn't explicitly stated in the letter, he had been certain Black Dragon would act as he hoped, if anything, though he appeared a bit lazy at times. Still, with Black Dragon's sharp instincts, how could he let such an opportunity slip? I've always trusted you. As for what wasn't written in the letter, I won't question it. What you've done so far is more than enough. It's a performance worthy of recognition. Thanks for the praise. I just had some guidance from a skilled expert. I simply followed their advice and gave it a try. Black Dragon and Tyr exchanged knowing smiles. Then both returned to calm expressions. We will hold a grand funeral ceremony. Tyr continued slowly, pausing to steady his breath due to sudden waves of emotion. He didn't continue immediately, for a rush of grief had overwhelmed his chest. Black Dragon understood and nodded quietly, waiting patiently for him to go on. Now, we should give Wellington peace. The reasons for his grievance are sound. It's time to let him move on to the next world. He spoke softly and slowly, though there was a desire for a proper burial. Now that he's been branded a northern traitor, there's no way to gain official approval, even having inherited the title of patriarch. Washing away that shame would be no easy task. It's not that exonerating him is impossible, but the common folk would never accept the truth. So Tyr didn't want to send Lord Wellington off that way. In addition, I've already made public announcements throughout the territory and posted notices. Once the people finish reading the full statement and understand everything, then we'll proceed accordingly. I believe you will also feel understanding and agreement. Black Dragon said with full confidence, emphasizing his tone. Tyr's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. The smile of Wellington, which still clearly lingered in his mind, made him feel nostalgic. Ralph stopped in front of the closed main room door, feeling his whole body freeze up. Did I really think like this back then? He had unintentionally overheard that conversation. The words deeply touched his heart, bringing a strong vibration. His body unconsciously started trembling. At first, he thought it was a malicious plot to use Wellington's death to completely annex the Narcio family. However, he could find no trace of malice or deceit in the voice. On the contrary, it was a voice carrying deep nostalgia and regret. You're right, young master. We were indeed true friends to each other. Wellington, who was always melancholic upon returning to the territory, would always light up when talking about Tyr. What's even more surprising was that the smile he usually wore was just a facade. But that time, it was a genuine smile from the heart. Such an image quickly flashed through Ralph's mind. Then he felt an unprecedented calm. He understood that it wasn't just Wellington who had this precious emotion. They truly cherished each other in the past. In that moment, tears almost welled up. What an excellent master he was. Probably so. Julius stood by, smiling faintly as he spoke softly to Ralph. Ralph seemed to have made up his mind. Adjusting his emotions, he knocked on the main room's door. A voice from inside allowed them to enter. Julius and Ralph, holding a pile of thick documents, walked into the room. They stared at Tyr, who was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the pile of documents on the desk. At this moment, the smile on Ralph's face became even more apparent. Ralph placed the documents on the desk. Then he slowly walked toward Tyr. Do you need anything else? Not for now. Thank you for your efforts. You may stand down now. Very well. I'll take my leave. After giving a bow, Ralph turned and left the main chamber. On the way to meet Timothy, Ralph's steps suddenly came to a halt. A mix of emotions surged in his heart. Then, as if something had drawn him in, his gaze settled on the wall. It was a painting, a portrait of the Narcio family across generations. Ralph closed his eyes briefly in pause, then resumed walking forward, heading toward where Timothy awaited. Chapter 306 thud, 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 Dawn had just broken, but the clanging of hammers already filled the air. The early risers of the territory, one by one, stepped out in a sleepy day. They glanced around, observing the atmosphere. While rubbing their eyes, they whispered uneasily, starting work so early in the morning. What on earth are they doing? Moments later, a single thought flashed through everyone's mind. Could it be a guillotine? This land no longer belonged to House Narcio. A purge was only natural. Who would have thought the Narcio family would end up like this? Enough already. Don't let the sparks from the flying ships fall on you. Though everything had just begun, the morning's bustle already carried a chilling atmosphere of violence. Everyone quickly reached the same understanding. Thus, the Narcio territory gradually sank into a deep and somber gloom. Lord Ragna, please show mercy. Considering the loyalty House Narcio has shown all these years, we beg you to spare Timothy. Outside the main estate, some people even knelt down and begged. Every time this happened, even though the guards repeatedly persuaded them to leave, it wouldn't be long before they returned, crying and pleading. Petitions kept pouring in one after another. For 4 days straight, the cries never ceased. It wasn't until dawn today that things finally quieted down for now. Looks like they've been living quite comfortably these past years. Black Dragon looked out the window and said calmly. Fear only gave a bitter smile and said nothing. I don't have much impression of his stubborn father, but I've heard that his children are fairly sensible. Karen has always been strict with his children, but little did he know this would turn into a cautionary tale. Just like now, when people remember Wellington, they can't help but admire the young man, who turned out to be an impeccable person. Judging from the people's reactions, we can roughly guess what Karen's final words were referring to. So, what is his son doing now? Black Dragon turned his head and asked. They say he's locked himself in his room, completely motionless. He seems to believe, without a doubt, The words of the people in the territory. Tyr. After finishing the document review, Tyr stretched. Black Dragon turned his head and walked over to the window. Standing beside Black Dragon, they gazed outside. As expected, the scene was not a pleasant one. He sighed. At this moment, all members of the Narcio family were still separated, under close surveillance. Their lives were like imprisonment, though there was no further news. From all indications, the interrogation was proceeding smoothly. Above the firmament, the white armor cavalry patrols in shifts, guarding in all directions. A deathly silence continues across this land, as if thick dark clouds are pressing down upon it, shrouded under a suffocating shadow of fear. It seems that Butler has already sensed something. Even though he's not a true retainer of the Narcio family, a sharp mind like his is still rare. In recent days, the subtle sense of detachment that Ralph once gave off seems to have faded. To be precise, it all started after Black Dragon arrived at the Narcio residence, most likely, though perhaps unknowingly so. But without such a conflict, the transformation of Black Dragon's role would have been impossible. Have you been out to check on things? Julius pushed open the door and walked in. To avoid the mirror guards having to guide him each time, Black Dragon had arranged in advance for the 9 Dragonkin to move freely in and out of the hall. I went for an inspection, but the atmosphere outside is extremely oppressive. Julius sat down with a displeased look. After all, he's been maintaining order on the front lines these days, moving between sites of unrest. He understands the people's anger all too well. As Black Dragon finished speaking, Tyr turned his gaze to Julius, waiting for his response. If there really are such signs, we must calm the people immediately, to prevent escalation, and avoid unnecessary chaos. Fortunately, no clear signs have been spotted yet. But to be honest, because an altar is being constructed in the plaza, the military has expressed some discontent. However, since 2 days ago, such disputes have gradually died down. Of course, this might just be the calm before the storm. But considering Julius's cautious nature, his statement is enough to ease the heavy concerns. Even so, rumors are now spreading. The residents within the territory are on the brink of panic. The unrest among the people is extremely severe. As expected, even under the blazing sun, the streets remained eerily empty. Good. After hearing the report, Tyr couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, excessive fear might become, as Black Dragon worried, the spark that ignites a riot. But for the people of the Narcio territory, used to authoritarian rule, a moderate show of force is even more effective. They have long been a powerful family, second only to the main house in the north, and deep inside, they have nurtured strong confidence and pride. Because of this, it is necessary to break this outdated mindset at its roots, so they can reassess their situation and accept the arrival of the new order. By the way, there's one more thing. I just received a secret letter from Phantom Dragon. Take a look. So far, Phantom Dragon personally participates in the Golden Lion Knight's interrogations every day, keeping a close eye on all progress. At the same time, the Light Fleet guards have adjusted their strategy according to the deployment. They no longer solely protect Tyr's side, but have teamed up with the Gale Fleet to carry out patrol missions in batches, ensuring the surrounding area. Tyr slowly unfolded, carefully studying its contents. As he examined it closely, it should be intelligence on potential threats. As Black Dragon lazily finished speaking, Tyr's previously calm eyes suddenly sharpened, but quickly returned to normal. So Black Dragon really did release the Black Bloods. He was already aware that a few Black Bloods had joined the expedition. Thus, Black Dragon's words didn't come as much of a surprise to Tyr. There were only 3 of them. After all, they had no solid evidence to present. It was merely a few secret meetings. Black Dragon's words coincided exactly with the contents of the letter. Just tie them up and throw them in the dungeon, and they'll naturally stay quiet. However, what Black Dragon said this time clearly diverged from the letter. No, I had already executed them long ago. What did you say? From the start, Tyr had granted Phantom Dragon the absolute authority to eliminate any suspicious individuals at will. Phantom Dragon acts solely on Tyr's will, and his methods are swift and ruthless. In such a tense situation where even a falling leaf must be guarded against, to still dare plot in secret, isn't that courting death? Whichever way you look at it, it's no different from asking to die, because I was the one who ordered Phantom Dragon to do so. As for this matter, even the usually careful and restrained Black Dragon had not anticipated it. Perhaps it was Phantom Dragon's overly humane demeanor in the past that had clouded his judgment. After all, in others' eyes, you're just another member of a faction. However, in a single moment, Black Dragon came to a full realization. The necessity of the order Tyr gave to Phantom Dragon. Humph. Fools like that, even if they lose their heads, what right do they have to complain? Indeed, that should be enough of a warning to all sides. If someone still bears their fangs, even after being treated leniently, then it's only a matter of time before they show their true nature. A clear sign they were always meant to be the enemy. Tyr stood silently by the window, gazing at the nearly completed altar outside. He murmured softly, not much longer now. Soon, we'll witness his true form. Then, he turned his gaze toward Black Dragon and spoke slowly. Tomorrow, gather all named members of the Genax Sithos family here. All of them. Upon receiving the order, Black Dragon was about to turn and leave, when he suddenly noticed Julius sitting leisurely nearby, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his lips. Oh dear, why drag me into this too, dear brother? As soon as those words fell, Black Dragon had already grabbed Julius by the collar and yanked him up with one pull. Big brother is going to work now. Shouldn't you, as the younger brother, go along too? Hearing his brother's words, Julius rolled his eyes in annoyance, then let out a helpless sigh, silently following Black Dragon as they walked away. Early the next morning, as noon gradually approached, people began gathering at the square one after another. Fear was written all over their faces. They looked around nervously, cautiously eyeing the well-disciplined, cold-eyed soldiers of Ragnar. Are they really going to kill all of us? But this is an altar, not an execution ground. Surely not everyone has to step onto this altar for judgment? Maybe it's to announce to the world some new policies under the rule of the new Lord of Souls. Wasn't there a rumor a few days ago that 3 core advisors were executed on the spot for plotting a rebellion? So that rumor was true. More and more people whispered among themselves, and the murmur of voices spread quickly. The anxiety on-site snowballed rapidly. The entire square was shrouded in an invisible gloom. Just as people were sinking into panic, Fear slowly stepped out from the crowd, accompanied by 9 noble and imposing dragons. They calmly ascended the platform, looking down upon the anxious crowd below. I am truly grateful that you all have come here today. Today, gathering everyone together, there are several important matters I must announce. As soon as Fear spoke, the crowd's noise instantly died down. It was as if a dark cloud had swallowed all the light. A heavy pressure swept over them. It's beginning, as expected. Poor Lord Timothy's fate. It would be better if they just drove us all off this land. Amid the spreading speculations, Fear cleared his throat, and his steady, powerful voice rang out suddenly, cutting through all the doubt. Silence. Everyone must take responsibility for their actions. Cease all unnecessary discussions immediately. The once noisy scene fell into complete silence. Everyone looked up. With dull, hollow eyes, they stared at Tears standing on the platform. No one knew what would happen next. Tomorrow, I will hold a critically important ceremony. Everyone must attend on time. No absences will be tolerated. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Tear paused slightly, took a deep breath, and swept her sharp gaze across the crowd below. Her eyes were cold as frost, making everyone tense up instinctively. Then, her voice rang out again. I hope no one causes any trouble this time. This gathering is now over. See you tomorrow. Finally, Tear left behind one last warning filled with menace. Anyone who dares disrupt order will not be shown mercy. This warning wasn't meant for the general public, but rather for those harboring ill intentions, to prevent anyone from desecrating the ceremony's solemnity and sanctity. After all, for Tear, a farewell for a dear friend could not allow for the slightest mistake. However, these words unexpectedly planted even deeper seeds of fear among the people, leaving many feeling even more oppressed, afraid, as if those words were a death sentence hanging above their heads. Some people's knees buckled instantly, collapsing to the ground on the spot, unable to support their bodies any longer. Children's cries rang out in waves, while trembling elders held the terrified little ones tightly, choking back sobs in an attempt to comfort them, but could only reveal more helplessness and despair, leaving them behind. Tear quietly returned to the main residence. At the entrance, Ralph and Felix stood side by side. Looks like you just returned from outside. Felix looked at Tear, and was the first to speak. His expression was noticeably more approachable than when they first met. Yes, I just take care of a few things. Is there anything I can do to help? The interrogation is fully concluded. It has been confirmed that Ragnar is innocent and will not suffer any consequences. I came to inform you of this. Upon hearing this, Fear only slightly lowered his hand. This outcome was expected. So to him, it brought neither joy nor surprise. What intrigued him more was something else. Why were they being so friendly? That was his only lingering question. We'll rest for today, and plan to return tomorrow morning. Thank you for your assistance during this time. After Felix spoke, he gracefully extended his hand in invitation. Though Fear reluctantly reached out to respond, he couldn't help but feel suspicion and, by normal reasoning, they should have returned immediately after finishing the matter. But according to what he knew of Felix, he was never the type to linger without reason. At that moment, his gaze happened to meet Ralph's. In that fleeting instant, a meaningful smile curved at the corners of his lips. That devilish grin seemed to carry a deeper meaning, as if concealing some unspoken truth. Judging by their attitude, they weren't deliberately hiding anything. It felt more like they were hinting at something they already knew. If there is any inconvenience during your stay, please let us know at any time. We will do our utmost to assist you. Thank you for your kindness. We will continue to camp at our original location. We were planning to arrange accommodations for you. Haha. For soldiers like us, we feel most at ease staying in familiar positions. Thank you again for your generosity. With that, he smiled broadly, nodding politely in respect, then passed the two of them and stepped into the main house. At the moment he pushed the door open, the corners of Tear's lips lifted into a faint smile. Ralph's behavior showed he truly intended to side with Ragnar. As for Felix, he subtly hinted at his desire to establish a good relationship with Ragnar. Looks like even without me, you can both stand on your own. Black Dragon looked at everything before him, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, nodding in approval. Tear let out a soft chuckle, responding calmly. Just following your example. Tyr had a satisfying day. But the Narxio territory was still cloaked in heavy melancholy, silent and still. Of course, he knew full well. This silence was born from many misunderstandings. Why had even the chirping of insects vanished from the surroundings? And so, this quiet day came to a close. A new dawn slowly emerged with the sunrise. Chapter 307. The night had not yet fully faded. A pale glow had just appeared in the east. Tyr had others rise 2 hours early to quickly prepare all equipment. He quietly left the residence. Stepping onto the serene dawn streets, he slowly scanned his surroundings and walked toward the plaza. He stared unblinkingly at the erected altar, carefully checking for anything missing or flawed. Exquisite flower beds surrounded it, and within them stood a stone tablet covered by a cloth. Tyr removed the covering cloth, carefully inspecting the engravings. After confirming there were no mistakes, he smiled with satisfaction and nodded gently. Then he slowly walked to a bench at the edge of the plaza and sat down, closed and rested for a moment. I'm late. Truly sorry. After the memorial for Shao Qin ended, he turned and quickly returned to the main residence. A warm greeting came from ahead. My lord, please come in. There stood Ralph, who had clearly been waiting at the door for a long time. His hair was meticulously groomed, and his attire was neat and elegant, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a proper butler. Up so early this morning waiting. It seems you're even more surprising than I thought. The other party replied teasingly, as if it were nothing. Hearing this, Ralph gave a slight smile, then solemnly lowered his head in thanks. First, allow me to apologize. It was wrong of me to overhear your conversation that day. If there are any consequences in the future, I am willing to bear them all. Humph. I had a feeling you would say that. As for accusations of guilt, let's forget about that. After all, it happened by coincidence. It's not like you did it on purpose. Tyr waved his hand, indicating it need not be taken to heart. Then he stepped forward and patted Ralph on the shoulder to console him, before quietly entering the inner room. This gesture stirred ripples in Ralph's heart, as if it had touched a sensitive nerve. Since the day he joined the Narxio family, he had sworn to guard this honor with his life. Yet at this moment, he clearly sensed that vow had begun to crack. No, even this choice was paving the way for Narxio's revival, so he deliberately chose to ignore his inner doubts and continued onward. Overall, this was indeed a necessary step for Narxio's ultimate goal. Such actions he had experienced countless times. It wasn't always about the most extreme methods. Just like how he dealt with Karen in the past, he had always maintained a cautious and restrained approach. Ralph followed silently behind Tyr, his steps steady. Under the rule of this successor, the banner of Narxio would once again soar in the wind, welcoming new glory. It was now approaching noon, and sunlight bathed the land. Tyr stepped forward slowly, walking from the main hall toward the outer pavilion. Behind him, several members of the Blue Sword Imperial Guards solemnly carried a coffin draped with a black flag shroud. The patterns on the flag shimmered faintly. According to protocol, other Blue Sword Guards stationed along the route, together with members of the White Armor Cavalry, stood in formation in 2 perfectly straight lines. Everyone was dressed in ceremonial attire, their expressions solemn. Tyr himself was also dressed in full formal wear, a dark black suit paired with a long leather overcoat. Every step he took exuded silent authority. Asterisk creak, creak asterisk. The sound of his steps on the stone pavement was crisp and clear, echoing like a drumbeat through the ears of the people. Yet within the territory, there was complete silence, not a sound to be heard. With every tap of the staff against the ground, the gathered civilians involuntarily furrowed their brows, revealing repressed emotions. When Tyr stepped onto the platform to overlook the crowd, he couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly at the scene before him. So many misunderstandings had already spread. The number of civilians standing neatly below was less than half of yesterday's. The crowd appeared sparse and somber. More notably, in this gathering, there was no sound of children playing, no chatter from the women, and no sign of the elderly. All the attendees were men in their prime or early middle age. Each stood tall with chests raised, exuding an aura of determination and defiance. Perhaps it was a shared awareness of life and death hanging over them. They were all dressed immaculately, calmly awaiting whatever was to come. This was undoubtedly a clear message. If the subject of life is unavoidable, then let them decide their own fate, to draw the line themselves. Faced with this scene, Tyr closed his eyes for a moment. At that instant, his gaze lifted with a faint, bitter smile, not out of disgust. On the contrary, he felt an inexplicable satisfaction at the sight before him. Beneath his smile was affirmation, because the determination they displayed was exactly the courage and strength he needed. Because of this, in his following words, resoluteness gradually appeared in Tyr's expression. His gaze swept over the crowd, allowing everyone to feel his deep respect. I am deeply grateful that you could spare the time to be here today. After finishing his opening remarks, he took a deep breath, finally calming himself, preparing to face the trials ahead. From this moment on, we pay tribute to great achievements, and to those who gave their lives for Ragnar. Today, we gather here for Wellington, Sir Narxio, to hold a farewell ceremony. Before that, I would like to say a few brief words. As soon as he said this, the previously silent hall gradually filled with quiet whispers. What does this mean? Are they really talking about young Master Wellington's funeral? Wait, wasn't he declared a criminal of the North? In fact, the label of Northern Criminal had already spread throughout Winterell. Almost everyone knew of it. Everyone believed that by convention, such criminals shouldn't even hope for a proper funeral. However, even allowing the retrieval of the body was already an exceptional favor. Because of this, everything before their eyes now was simply beyond belief. The reason I started this war was very simple: to clear the shame of a dear friend and loyal butler. It was not out of greed for the interests of the Narcio family. In this war, we all saw it. An emotion known to nearly everyone, or rather, a battle known to nearly everyone. What's especially noteworthy is Karen's behind-the-scenes maneuvers, which became the catalyst driving everything forward. However, those hidden truths were never revealed publicly. Shocked by this, the people murmured among themselves, their voices growing louder and louder, confusion written all over their faces. Why? Why explain something like this to people like us? Why say such things to us? Or could it be that this was all confidential information? Then why? Calm down. Indeed, for Tyr, there was no need to reveal the whole truth. He simply wanted to get it off his chest. He wasn't speaking to the people present. It was more like he was speaking to someone special. Therefore, he chose to speak anyway, to speak of everything he had experienced on this land. And once again, he emphasized, I hope you can let go of the obsessions in your hearts. Forget the Narcio you've held so dearly until now. Only then can I promise you no more unnecessary sacrifice, no more bloodshed from pointless conflicts. For a moment, the uproar within the hall grew even more intense. Everyone could feel it clearly, deep inside their hearts. A power was beginning to stir. With all sincerity, I hope you no longer carry the marks of the past in your hearts. Instead, inscribe the name Ragnar within you. If you can truly do that, then I will accept you as brothers and vow to protect your lives, your honor, and your dignity. Fear paused slightly, taking a gentle. It wasn't from lack of oxygen, but because of his complicated feelings at the moment. Some words were hard to say. It was simply that a heavy sorrow welled up in his heart. Even though we didn't finish this journey together. Even so, please always remember, the one who rests by my side now is a friend worth cherishing. This final sentence spread like the lingering echo of an evening song, echoing in everyone's ears for a long time. That simple yet profound phrase flowed into the hearts of every resident like a gentle stream. It was something never before heard, even in Narcio's halls. No one could have expected such sincere and warm words to come from the mouth of the mighty northern overlord, Ragnar. Yes, these were indeed the very words spoken by the invincible Ragnar himself. I am truly moved by the courage you've shown today. Even without ever wielding real weapons, relying solely on your physical strength, you stood tall under my overwhelming pressure. This bravery has earned my admiration. The atmosphere in the room was ignited by an inexplicable and burning emotion. Today, you've shown me not only your strength, but also the pride of the entire North. Let me say it again, I am truly interested in you, because you've left behind your loved ones for this land, willing to give your lives to defend it. The once numb and dim eyes lit up again, gradually revealing a deep and resolute gaze. So, in return, I hope you will join my ranks. If you choose me, I promise to bring you greater honor and lead us on a path full of meaning. The entire space fell into a deathly silence, as if even the air had frozen, until Tyr's voice echoed again and again like the crowd was utterly silent. No one dared to speak. In this terrifying stillness, thud, thudda. The first to kneel was the most inconspicuous person in the corner. Soon, more and more secluded residents began to follow suit. One after another, they knelt down. Not a single person hesitated or looked around for others' reactions. Everyone acted without the slightest hesitation. In just the blink of an eye, all of the citizens had already knelt in unison. A glint of satisfaction flickered in Tyr's eyes. A faint smile surfaced on his lips. He raised his hand slightly and spoke. Your response pleases me. Now please rise. What I had to say is now finished. Let us proceed with the funeral ceremony. Please abide by all the established regulations. After speaking, he paused briefly with a gesture, then slowly lowered his hand. At the moment, everyone stood back up. The lifeless expressions on their faces were renewed. Each person now radiated a revitalized spirit and energy. Tyr raised his right hand high, signaling that the next phase was about to begin. At the entrance of the plaza, members of the Blue Sword Guard in limited edition uniforms lined up neatly. They carefully escorted a coffin draped in ornate fabric into the plaza. The most striking figure was the leader of the Dragon Guard at the front, expressionless yet exuding overwhelming presence. His steps were steady and powerful. At the same time, a rumbling sound came from the sky. The white armor cavalry circling high above in formation. The enormous aerial pattern underscored the ceremony's solemnity. What followed was even more spectacular. Just as expected, Tyr silently observed a mysterious man standing not far away, a subtle smile playing on his lips. This mysterious man, with heavy, purposeful steps, entered the venue without a word. Meanwhile, when he unintentionally looked up and saw Felix, their eyes met for a brief moment. Felix simply smiled gently and nodded slightly in a gesture of goodwill. It's truly unbelievable that they made it here, considering the long distance. Even more shocking was the fact that they were actually high-ranking priests with royal insignias. I had thought it would be impossible to get them here within a day. This proves Ralph and Weston must have met in secret multiple times already. That morning, I was just about to eat. At the time, I noticed a meaningful smile at the corner of his lips. Obviously, you were deliberately keeping it from me, weren't you? Fear gave a bitter smile, gazing at the coffin slowly placed upon the altar, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The priests surrounding the altar joined hands and sang a solemn evening hymn in unison. The song echoed in the air as tears streamed down the faces of the people. They made no attempt to hide their sorrow. Fear, too, could not control his emotions, the melody slowly tugging at his heartstrings. In that moment, he recalled the foolish boy who was urged to drink before coming of age. Those innocent and carefree days. Back in the 4th training field, they once wielded swords side by side, sweat soaking their clothes as if it had happened just yesterday. The joyful days spent with the Hawks siblings. Their laughter and conversations were still vivid in his mind. Scenes of strolling through the streets with Lei resurfaced once more. How lively he was back then, and how cheerful his friend had been. At last, the hymn ended, and a brief silence descended upon the space. An elder slowly spoke. Let us open the coffin, so the deceased may bid a final farewell to everyone. A faint sound of movement rang out, as the lid of the coffin was gently opened. Without hesitation, Thier stepped forward. Inside the coffin lay Wellington, preserved flawlessly through special treatment, his face carried in it, his eyes gently closed, his body wrapped in a tidy and dignified suit. In his hands, he still firmly held the beloved sword of his lifetime. Looking at that serene face, as if he might awaken at any moment, waves of pain surged through Thier's chest. Thier's breath nearly caught in his throat. He clenched his teeth tightly, forcing a smile onto his face. With that smile, he sent off his old friend on the final journey of life, determined to stay strong to the very end. May your journey be safe. May you arrive in a better world. Please keep fooling us like you always did. Thier gazed long and silently at that familiar face, then gently picked a flower nearby and carefully placed it into Weston's hand. He turned and stepped away from the altar. Next, members of the Narxio family, young and old, approached one by one to offer silent farewells to the deceased. However, at that moment, slow and solemn, from the entrance, a thin figure approached like a drifting shadow. The atmosphere grew even heavier. That extremely frail man, his eyes sunken deep, looked almost ghost-like. It was Timothy, coming to say goodbye to his nephew. How could he not be here? When his eyes met Tier's, Timothy froze for a moment, then lowered his head and walked toward the altar. And then, Timothy let out a cry that was almost a wail, a sound like a scream tearing through the air, heard by everyone present. Many people's eyes welled with tears. Timothy slowly stepped down from the altar. Thank you, truly. Really. Please take good care. After exchanging just a few short words, Ralph continued supporting him as they walked toward the retreat area. Once everyone had stepped away from the altar, a priest took out holy water and sprinkled it over Weston's body. Now then, let the cremation ceremony officially begin. The priest then brought out sacred oil and poured it over the altar. At the very end of the altar, a senior high priest took out a ceremonial shroud, empty in form, and murmured something under his breath. And at that very moment, boom, flames erupted. At that instant, the priest once again took out sacred oil and sprinkled it onto Weston's body. At the far end of the altar, a senior high priest carefully placed the flame onto the altar. Soon, the fire slowly spread, quickly engulfing the entire altar. In an instant, a fierce crimson blaze swallowed the whole altar. Then a deep, somber requiem thundered through the air, its tragic tone continuing until the flames were completely extinguished. Watching it all, Thier let out a bitter smile. All this time, thank you. If only these words could reach Wellington. Thier continued to gaze long at his dear friend, even as the smoke gradually dispersed and the blazing flames dimmed. Yet he still stood quietly in place, watching until the final wisp of smoke vanished, offering his last farewell to his friend. Chapter 308. The places once covered in greenery, once full of life, had now become desolate and ravaged. The tender shoots once sprouting on the fractured ancient tombs had vanished. The cool valley was once again shrouded in the shadow of death. Though the cataclysmic war had only just ended, the Naga forest was stained with blood once more. There could be no further retreat. We must hold our ground. Hoyle, newly appointed commander of the 1st Legion, shouted with all his might. He knew he had to boost morale. Yet every shout was filled with despair and sorrow. On this chaotic battlefield, the 2nd and 3rd Legions had already collapsed, no longer able to fight. Now, the only fighting force left was the 1st Legion, but even its core pillars had fallen one after another. Hoyle took command of the front lines in crisis, but the defenses were steadily collapsing day by day. Hold the line. Let the world witness the strength of the 1st Legion. He was growing desperate, his eyes scanning the surroundings, shouting orders loudly. However, the situation was grim. Only one thought remained in his mind, as he watched his comrades, one by one, being torn apart by the massive 3-clawed talons. The brutal scene nearly drove him to collapse. The searing pain made him almost wish to gouge out his own eyes, using this as a way to escape the horrors before his eyes. It wasn't uncommon to see comrades fall in battle, but in this moment, it felt especially unsettling. However, Hoyle's gaze wasn't focused solely on his surviving companions. Don't look. Stop staring. A horrifying monster made from countless life forms emerged. This creature was covered in the mangled limbs of that family. One side of it bore the faces of that family's people, while the other side was clad in icy armor plates. Hundreds of limbs from the same bloodline swayed and twitched with the creature's every movement. The souls of the fallen soldiers had long since vanished, leaving only wide-open eyes full of endless sorrow. Faced with such a creature, a strange thought flashed through Hoyle's mind. He suspected that the previous commander, a seasoned veteran, might have deliberately launched a near-suicidal charge, hoping to reduce further meaningless casualties. The current 1st Legion commander's gaze remained fixed on his predecessor. I'm talking about you. That face melded into a grotesque form, still twitching, as if trying to say something. Because of this, Hoyle forced his body to keep standing. If he were to fall here in any form, there would be no one left in the family to carry the burden forward. Retreat was not an option. Failure was absolutely unacceptable. The Holy Emperor was within reach. Hoyle slapped himself hard across the face, desperately suppressing his collapsing mental state. My God, how did it come to this? That family, known for their calm and gentle temperament, were once considered the wisest race by many nations. They were a people completely unsuited for battle. All the major powers coveted their vast stores of wisdom and competed to ignite war, hoping to annex the forest of that family into their own lands. But after just one large-scale conflict, the entire world came to understand their fatal mistake. Fortunately, they were not an inherently aggressive people. Otherwise, who could possibly withstand such destructive power, whether individually or in coordinated groups? Their combat power rivaled that of top-tier magic towers. Some secret techniques even revived the peak spells from the long-lost era of the ancient gods. But now, such powerful elite forces were being consumed in brutal combat. Countless shattered remains littered the battlefield. Many soldiers, having lost their will to fight, chose to flee in panic. What's the status of our magic bombardment? Commander, just a moment longer. We're about to complete the final adjustments. The young mage wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. Yet he struggled to remain composed. We can't delay any longer. Activate all systems immediately. Yes, sir. Understood. Driven by IL's strict supervision, the magic team members quickened their pace, setting up the full spell-casting sequence. The air around them suddenly shifted, emitting a piercing screech. The complex magic arrays suspended midair began to spin rapidly, like ravenous beasts, voraciously devouring the surrounding energy particles. Some formations, glowing with mysterious runes, were prototypes of powerful techniques from the ancient divine era. The shockwave from their mere release could reduce everything nearby to scorched earth. Their power was utterly terrifying. As the solemn crimson chants concluded, brilliant, rainbow-colored energy projectiles blasted forth from their positions at high speed. In an instant, a series of earth-shattering explosions erupted, sweeping across the field as the magic struck true. Dust billowed skyward, debris from the forest flying in all directions. Hoyle's eyes widened, fixed on the swirling dragon mist. Bang! Ugh! As the dragon mist dispersed, the enemies still stood and scathed where they were, openly radiating an overwhelming aura. A deafening roar shook the mountains and rivers, echoing in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this roar, the warriors of that family instantly turned pale. The sharp clash of metal rang out abruptly, sending chills down their spines. Their morale sank, and many of them let go of their weapons, tools once as vital as life itself. Ancient destructive magic, once capable of incinerating all matter, had now lost its effect. This cruel reality became the final straw that broke their will. It completely shattered the last sliver of their fighting spirit. Pull yourselves together, warriors. If you fall now, who will protect your real families? Hoyle shouted as he slapped the cheek of a disheartened soldier with all his strength. He called out desperately, trying to rally them back to the battlefield. Yes, sorry, we can't hold on anymore. You have family. My wife is right there. Those words became the key that unleashed a flood of emotion. Cries of anguish erupted from every corner of the ranks. No, absolutely not. If you give up now, then the fate of your people ends today. No matter how hard Hoyle shouted, the others seemed frozen in place, unable to take even a single step forward. Worse still, some collapsed on the spot from mental breakdowns. Gritting his teeth, Hoyle began carrying each unconscious comrade one by one. His eyes were filled with unwavering resolve. Fall back. Retreat to the sanctuary. Make sure we bring back every fallen body, and take care of every unconscious soldier. The grip of the unicorn horn had long drawn blood, but he remained completely unaware. Fortunately, though the enemy's magical bombardment was fierce, they chose not to pursue. This allowed Hoyle to evacuate many wounded and unconscious comrades. When they found Chieftain Terraphon seated at the entrance, bowing his head low, his expression solemn. Lord Tyrephon. Hoyle, his body drenched in blood, barely recognizable, knelt painfully before his clan leader. His body trembled violently, guilt and self-reproach nearly draining his strength. The string of defeats tormented his heart. filling him with regret and shame. Yet all of this suffering was but a drop in the ocean compared to the unspeakable grief deep inside Tyrfon. The Great War had just ended. So how could such tragedy strike again? What bitter irony this was. Tyrfon's body trembled uncontrollably, as though he might collapse at any moment. Once a man of peaceful kindness, his face now bore nothing but rage and despair. 2 streams of tears burst forth, mingling with blood as they ran down his cheeks. Just when everyone thought the calamity was over, and the forest would be reborn, fate played this cruel trick. At that moment, they appeared. The chimera's growth far exceeded our expectations. At first, they were just ordinary chimeras, easily handled by our warriors, posing no threat to life nor limb. So we never realized it would become a catastrophe. Though the dark mages were wiped out, they still retained the means to sustain the bloodline of these creatures elsewhere. Tyrfon had firmly believed that after the wounds of war, the Naga forest, recovering its strength, was the perfect place to test the capabilities of the chimeras. From the carefree, early days, as time went by, chimera gradually became as if constantly learning and evolving. When its kind were hunted, even after death, their corpses, after being detoxified, would merge with the chimera. So now we can no longer stand by against the dark sorcerers. The hunt for dark sorcerers still hasn't made any progress. He poured his efforts into eradicating the dark sorcerers in order to prevent the fallen soldiers' souls and their bodies from being defiled again. We are truly sorry. We haven't found even a trace of the dark sorcerers. Damn it. A bitter feeling welled up inside. Having endured 2 great calamities, at least during the Sublimation Gate incident, there was support from fellow warriors and ways to suppress the undead creatures. But now these vile chimeras are trampling our land. Our race is being humiliated. It's an unbearable disgrace. Once again trapped in a predicament that cannot be resolved by our tribe's strength alone. All of our people are filled with deep despair and helplessness. Child, it's time to set out for help. But even so, there was still a glimmer of hope, quietly sprouting. For they believed those people would surely come to their aid. Are you talking about Ragnar? When mentioning Thyr's name, Myron, son of Teraphon, couldn't help but ask. But in fact, Myron was reluctant to take on the role of messenger. He couldn't leave his father behind in this perilous place. However, this is precisely the mission that the son of a chieftain must fulfill. A massive barrier has already covered the entire forest. Someone must bravely break through it now and set off on the journey. These missions are both crucial and full of danger. Only he, the young black dragon chieftain, can shoulder this responsibility. Very well, depart immediately. We don't have much time left. Trayvon's state of mind was equally restless. It was like pushing his son into a dead end. Please take care of yourself. I will return with reinforcements from Ragna. The 2 looked at each other with tears. Then, Myron and 3 warriors quietly left the sanctuary. After the solemn funeral ended, to maintain order, Black Dragon took over the Narxio territory as the feared commander. Black Dragon was very reluctant, but the other party assured him someone else would take over in the future, so he reluctantly agreed. Then, until we meet again. Tyr gently patted Black Dragon's shoulder, and then left the main hall. Together with Black Dragon and Julius. Are you departing? Ralph stood waiting at the entrance, with a gentle smile. There's still much to be handled here. We'll be counting on you. Please leave it to me. Lord Felix has already returned to the capital. Hearing this, Tyr's lips curled into a faint smile, just like always. His words were unnecessary. This was the typical Tyr way, concise and we will meet again. Yes, please take care on your journey. After a brief farewell with Ralph, the group set off toward Ragnar's territory, welcomed by the enthusiastic cheers of the citizens at the gate. Tyr stepped into his office, and finally let his weary body relax. All right. These reports arrived while you were away. Having just returned, the Black Dragon wasted no time, handing him a hefty stack of documents. Tyr almost sighed, but seeing the pile of papers was still within an acceptable range, he felt slightly relieved. However, deploying the royal palace's elite knights was truly surprising. The North still seems to hold a strong allure for them. The Black Dragon seemed surprised as well, and let out a quiet chuckle. When my father was alive, they didn't even dare utter a word. But now, the moment he passed, they couldn't wait to show their fangs. It caught me completely off guard. Not to mention, they even mobilized irregular forces. That's just how those guys are. However, the commander of the Capital Knights does seem like an upright person. Hearing this, Tyr also nodded slightly in agreement. Had he fully become the royal family's lapdog back then, it would have led to a bloody catastrophe. We should also start formulating a strategy against the royal family soon. With that, he gently stamped the final document, then stood up. Let's take it step by step. Prepare yourselves. Good work, everyone. The Black Dragon patted Tyr on and walked out of the study. Tyr also headed toward the bedroom. A long-forgotten feeling quietly rose within him, making his emotions somewhat complicated. Had it really been that long? Just as he changed into his sleepwear, ready to enjoy some rare rest, urgent reports kept pouring in for Tyr. Suddenly, from afar, came a hurried and panicked voice. Tyr glanced at his and couldn't help but smile wryly. He quickly took them off and changed back into formal attire. He didn't need to return to his office. Instead, he strode swiftly toward the entrance. However, the scent of blood, a strong, iron-like stench, suddenly filled the air. It instantly put him on high alert. In front of the hall, a heavily injured warrior from the Na clan lay unconscious in a pool of blood. At the same time, a messenger rushed up the stairs. Lord Patriarch. As soon as the messenger saw Tyr, he panicked and dropped to his knees. Perform the formal salute later. Save the wounded first. Yes, sir. The messenger ran off to summon the physicians. Tyr slowly bent down and gently lifted the gravely wounded man. He headed toward the reception room. With practiced movements, he administered first aid, carefully treating the man's wounds. The wounded man opened his eyes with difficulty, letting out a faint groan. You're awake. Where am I? Let's not waste time on pleasantries. Please, tell me what happened. Tyr furrowed his brow, asking without hesitation. Clearly, something had happened in the forest of the Na clan, and the situation seemed extremely urgent. Please save our people. Hey. Chapter 309. That man from the Na family, coughing up blood, desperately pleaded with a trembling and pained voice. Is anyone out there? Tyr called out. The butler quickly responded and entered. Order the dragon troops to prepare for battle, and summoned the black dragon, Shua dragon, and earth dragon, immediately. Hurry. Understood. The butler swiftly left to carry out the orders, while Tyr focused once more on treating the injured. At times like this, they absolutely could not let this Na family member lose consciousness. Otherwise, they might miss a crucial clue. The chimeras launched a mass attack. We couldn't hold them off at all. Hearing this, Tyr furrowed his brows, growing suspicious. The Na family actually lost to the chimeras? Could dark sorcerers be involved? The situation seemed rather bizarre. Though masked by a scholarly appearance, the Na family actually possessed great combat power. To create chimeras strong enough to overwhelm them would require a dark sorcerer notorious across the continent. Weren't those infamous dark sorcerers wiped out by the Magic Tower long ago? Back then, the Magic Tower had established its authority by annihilating all the dark sorcerers. Even though the Na family forest had fallen into turmoil in recent years, that still wasn't enough of an explanation. Perhaps there was another reason. Could it have been the work of the Magic Tower? The more Tyr thought about it, the more this seemed like the most plausible answer. After all, even now, the reason why the Magic Tower supported Hilda remained a mystery. Moreover, that apology letter wasn't even delivered by the tower's master himself. This too suggested that war between the Magic Tower and Ragnar was imminent. Yet at that moment, another thought suddenly flashed through Tyr's mind. It was the hidden secret deep within the Na family forest. At that very moment, a new mission arrived. Added. Story mission. Life. You must rescue the Na clan, threatened by the evil forces of the Demon Tower, to obtain a mysterious treasure. Difficulty. Reward. Relic of the Absolute One. Failure results in death. Added. Item info updated. Added. Token of the acting chief of the Na clan. Type. Relic. Consumable. Usage requirement. None. Effect. Allows the bearer to breathe underwater at will. Activates only upon entering a designated special area. Newly unlocked. Tomb of the Absolute One. Entry qualification fulfilled. Added. Just as Tyr had suspected, the Demon Tower was indeed the mastermind behind this disaster. Moreover, the name Tomb of the Absolute One had completely captured his attention. The Tomb of the Absolute One, buried beneath a deep lake, was certainly no place for an ordinary soul. The thought stirred a deep curiosity within him. Secrets often lie buried in hidden places. To build a tomb in such a remote and dark location, there must be a shocking story behind it. However, this situation of past events from the time of Kriemhild, perhaps the two were not so different. That overwhelming, oppressive premonition, the top priority now, was naturally to help the wounded recover fully. In the moment his eyes met Black Dragon's, Tyr turned around without hesitation and rushed toward the meeting room. The Demon Tower had already dispatched Chimera troops, invading the ancient forest territory of the Na clan. As soon as these words were spoken, the Black Dragon's eyes widened suddenly, filled with astonishment. As the chief commander of the intelligence network, even without any clues about the Magic Tower, the Black Dragon still hesitated briefly. Was Tyr's judgment purely personal? Or perhaps it was the Black Dragon's own thought? Commander, even without any clues about the Magic Tower, the Black Dragon still hesitated briefly. Was Tyr acting purely on personal speculation? However, Tyr spoke with such confidence, showing no sign of hesitation at all. So the Black Dragon did not press further. Instead, he quickly gave his tacit support. This was no coincidence. After all, Tyr had always been a decisive man of action, and had never strayed, even once since then. Even if the enemy wasn't from the Magic Tower, it didn't matter. As long as the Na family forest was under attack, going to battle was inevitable. Please keep that in mind first. We'll explain everything else in detail once everyone has assembled. Not long after, a report came in, saying that the Na family member under treatment had finally regained consciousness. Are you feeling any better? How is your condition? Fear noticed that the man's breathing had become much steadier. He gently held the Na family member's hand and quietly sat down. Yes, thanks to you. May I ask your esteemed name? I am the son of Chief Terraphon, Myron. Respected Fear, Lord Ragnar. Please, I beg you to lend us your aid. Save our tribe. We are in the final stages of preparing for battle. Although time is tight, we still have some time to talk. Fear patiently calmed the anxious Myron. Judging by his expression, Myron had clearly gone through an extremely grim battle. At this moment, the most important goal was to record, in full, everything he had personally witnessed. What I'd like to ask about are some detailed facts regarding the Chimera. Based on the intel, he already knew that the mastermind behind it all was the Demon Tower. Therefore, he simply needed to focus on obtaining concrete information about this mysterious creature. What exactly are the Chimera's special abilities, and why is it so powerful? The moment the word Chimera was spoken, Myron's body trembled violently. He even collapsed limply into the seat. It was obvious. This name carried a deep and unfathomable psychological scar. Taking a deep breath, Myron struggled to steady his trembling hands. At first, they weren't all that difficult to deal with. Whether in numbers or individual strength, we could handle them easily. We successfully wiped them out several times. However, the problem was, that didn't last long. Myron's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fear. Later, it was as if they learned something, gradually adapting to our combat strategies. Each clash brought new changes and growth. They completely figured out our battlefield weaknesses. In later battles, they could see through and tear apart our defenses instantly. It was like being trapped in an endless... Myron lowered his head. Nabin continued to recount the painful memories. Our warriors, ugh. His voice choked. He could barely speak. Please calm down, my lord. Before he could finish, Myron suddenly collapsed forward, falling into unconsciousness once more. Hearing the commotion, the physicians rushed in to begin another round of emergency treatment. Witnessing the scene, Tyr's expression grew even darker. Could the warriors' corpses have already been devoured by those monstrous creatures, turned into part of their strength? If it weren't for this horrifying turn of events, they never would have suffered such a devastating blow. The Na clan, being humanoid, was clearly even more suitable than humans for creating chimeras. Now I finally understand why the Na clan was defeated. I've also gradually pieced together the reason for the collapse of the battlefront. They saw familiar faces hidden within the enemy chimeras. Old friends, family, even lovers, perhaps still struggling to survive within those monsters. This false hope clung to the hearts of all warriors like a nightmare. The blade sharpened by endless hope and despair, eventually dulled under the erosion of time. In this cruel battle without any honor, I could truly feel their rage, burning in their chests like flames. I dare not speculate on the grief of the Na family warriors, battered and scarred. Even just thinking about it fills one's heart with unspeakable sorrow, for even pondering it might itself be an insult to them. Magic Tower, how dare you act so brazenly? Even though we had warned them before, faced with the atrocities committed today by the Magic Tower, how could we possibly forgive them? They even desecrated the corpses of the dead to achieve their goals. Such vile and shameless methods are utterly revolting. Gasping, Myron struggled to steady his breath. But he was still panting heavily, as if each breath carried the last flicker of his life. Please. No matter what, come to our aid. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. So please, I beg you. Myron's tears flowed freely, like a torrential flood drowning the warrior's stoic mask, clinging to his final moment of clarity. He made this heartfelt plea. Fear grasped his hand tightly with trembling fingers, and solemnly nodded in agreement. All right. Leave it to me. Rest and recover well. Your injuries are severe. With those words, Fear swiftly stood up and left, his figure quickly disappearing beyond the doorway. The black dragon followed closely behind, his steps firm and strong. His burning back, filled with fury and resolve, was deeply moving. The black dragon watched for a moment. I have finished preparations. At dawn tomorrow, I will lead the Vanguard Air Force, together with Malone. The ground troops are responsible for carrying necessary supplies and items needed to support the Na clan. They will later rendezvous under the direction of the rear commander, under the shadow. His plans were drawn up quickly and efficiently. As for the details of the meeting, they no longer mattered. He no longer intended to fight half-hearted, indecisive battles. At this moment, the only thing he could and must do was to use overwhelming force. Let's adjourn here. When Sakrin and Jeron return, I'll inform them of the same decision. Talking to Black Dragon always somehow brings clarity and calm. Because of that, his emotions soon settled. Thank you. Tyr walked into the main residence and headed quietly toward the bedroom. Though no gear inspection was necessary, some time for rest and recovery was still required. Though Tyr longed to ride Umbra at once and dash toward the Na forest, this pause was undoubtedly an important part of the war as well. Even if Tyr himself didn't need the rest, it was necessary for the other members of the team. Having just returned for less than a day, to head back out again, it would certainly have a huge impact on morale, so he could only wait for the right moment. and be patient. If the warriors entered battle without proper recovery and ended up sacrificing their lives, that would be absolutely unacceptable. Tyr closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. Early the next morning, as Tyr donned his Eggle battle uniform and threw on his cloak, preparing to depart, he suddenly heard 2 gentle knocks at the door. Along with the knock, the door slowly opened. Back so soon, and already leaving again? Cecilia stepped softly into the room, a faint trace of melancholy on her face. I'm sorry. No, that's not it. The Black Dragon has already explained the importance of this matter to me. Then he gently patted Tyr on the shoulder. Even though this matter does not directly concern our territory, it is said that those who once fought and bled alongside you still desperately need your help. Of course, I never doubted that you would stand by them, so I came here just to tell you that I am truly proud of your compassion. Cecilia looked at Tyr's face with warm, loving eyes. Faced with this gaze full of sincerity and these words, Tyr felt somewhat overwhelmed. He hadn't expected that his mother could be so wise and insightful in explaining all this to him. In recent days, the continuous trials had not only made him, but also all the warriors around him, stronger and more resilient. However, Cecilia too, imperceptibly, had grown stronger. Though her body seemed to tremble slightly, Tyr still forced himself. Such strange words. Tyr thought for a moment, and slowly spoke the words that had long been brewing in his heart. First, he took a deep breath, because these words were what he had always wished to say to Cecilia from the bottom of his heart. After a moment of calm, he finally gathered his courage and began to express the gratitude he had long held inside. Thank you for staying strong, especially after losing our dearest family members, to remain so strong-willed in the face of such immense pain. Not only did you not fall into despair, you grew even more resilient. This strength truly fills me with admiration. For the longest time, I've wanted to express that respect to you in person. Hearing this, Cecilia's expression changed slightly. Her previously calm eyes suddenly lit up with a glimmer of light. But soon, her gaze lowered again as usual, concealing her emotions. She silently savored each word spoken, repeating them in her mind again and again, immersed in that special emotional exchange, unable to pull herself away. For a mother like me, who hasn't done much to receive such support, I'm truly grateful. However, a mother's concern for her child, no matter how much she trusts them, can never be erased. So no matter what, please come back safe and sound. I will, without fail. And don't forget to eat on time. All right. Cecilia emphasized her reminder, speaking just like any ordinary mother, adding one last word of advice. Tyr smiled and nodded in agreement, then stepped out of the family council hall. Next, he headed straight for the training grounds. There, the white-armored cavalry knights had already lined up in formation, despite being deployed repeatedly in battle, which could have exhausted anyone. They showed no signs of fatigue. In each of their eyes burned a light of spirit and power. Moving across the battlefield had become, to them, a perfectly natural task. Within their firm postures, there was an air of unshakable composure. Yet even so, no one in the rank showed any sign of slackening, because, deeply rooted, within their hearts was a steadfast belief. It was this very source of conviction that made everything fall into place. For Tyr, standing high on the platform, looking at the spirited faces of the crowd, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Tyr's lips. With a calm, yet firm voice, he declared, "Today, I too shall pledge to you our victory. Let's go." Every word from the first apostle was like a boulder cast into a lake, stirring up endless ripples, causing intense fluctuations in the surroundings. This sense of oppression was entirely different from the gravity domain used by the second apostle earlier. It felt more like a dread arising from the depths of the soul. They soon realized this pressure did not come from any form of magic, but from a pure, overwhelming killing intent that pushed one to the brink of mental collapse. Just how many lives had this mysterious man claimed to reach such a state? Under this overwhelming pressure, even normal breathing became a luxury. A killing technique aimed to suppress and eliminate the enemy. This was a skill that transcended the physical realm. At this moment, everyone finally understood the horror of killing with mere intent alone. Ironically, such destructive power was directed at the second apostle of the opposing faction. A pair of eyes that seemed to pierce life and death swept coldly over the second apostle, revealing deep souls within. These souls had all become part of the second apostle's own soul. That same piercing gaze coldly swept over the second apostle once more, revealing deep dissatisfaction and a faint killing intent. In this freezing aura that could make blood run cold, everyone could only remain silent, letting their gaze follow the first apostle's back, staring at that flawless figure. An indescribable sense of powerlessness spread. Perhaps it was because this power was too overwhelming, that even the time to feel anger or shame was stripped away. Tyr thought to himself. This scene felt as if their former ally Sigurd had been pushed onto the enemy's side. Such thoughts made no one dare act rash. They could only patiently wait for a chance to escape. At this moment, their understanding of the first apostle was only that he was older than that elf, had lived far longer. That arrogant elf had been easily suppressed by his mere presence. Other than that, there was no room for resistance. How could this be possible? How did you do it? Every time the first apostle stepped closer to the second apostle, the slight pressure of his anger caused the air to ripple violently. The second apostle's body, and even the space around him, grew unstable. Under such terrifying power, the ground cracked from the impact, and the second apostle trembled all over, already plunged into despair. Not knowing what to do, he even forgot to stop the bleeding. Blood gushed again from the severed spot on his left arm. I never gave you the right to speak. Asterisk thump asterisk. The overwhelming aura surged even more violently, filling every corner of the space. Dust and rubble on the ground began to levitate under the massive energy, as if about to shatter at any moment. The pressure on the second apostle grew heavier. That invisible force locked him in place like shackles. His face twisted in unbearable pain. Asterisk cough cough ah asterisk. Crimson blood sprayed from the second apostle's mouth. His knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. His face was ghostly pale, a clear sign that his life was fading. The first apostle glanced and let out a dismissive snort, then slowly extended his right hand toward the barely alive second apostle. Asterisk buzz, buzz, buzz asterisk. Soft green light emitted from his palm. Miraculously, the dying second apostle began to regain vitality. A faint blush returned to his cheeks. No, impossible. A body that should have rotted was now nourished by life again. Every nearly necrotic part slowly began to heal. Yet at the same time, the side effects of revival surged in. A wave of unbearable agony flooded his body. The second apostle cried out and thrashed wildly. In the end, he could only cast a resentful glance at the first apostle before fainting. Such an arrogant fool. With another wave of his hand, the second apostle's body was lifted into the air. After the treatment was done, the first apostle finally turned around and faced Tyr and the others with no sign of defense, exchanging a meaningful gaze with them. As if pondering something, the first apostle closely examined Tyr's face, not missing a single detail. From the tip of his hair to his toes, it felt like a venomous snake lightly brushing past his skin, slithering up along his spine, chilling him to the bone. Tyr instinctively felt his muscles tighten in preparation for combat, ready to react instantly to whatever might come. My body is gradually regaining the ability to move. As Tyr felt his adaptability to the environment growing, he gripped Caliban tightly in his hand, pouring his will and power into it. Seeing Tyr like this, the first apostle chuckled softly. At that moment, around the first apostle and the second apostle in midair, a thin mist began to rise. The mist then quickly spread outward, enveloping all around. Their figures gradually faded, and before long, like an illusion, they completely vanished between heaven and earth. The whole scene was like a surreal illusion. Incredible, yet undeniable. No trace of either of them could be found in the field. Even when trying their best to lock onto the second apostle's signal, it now seemed utterly futile. The two had been completely erased from this region, without a trace. Oh dear, such a troublesome figure has appeared. Rodbrock let out a sharp, cold laugh. Deeply shocked by the first apostle's power beyond comprehension, the invisible pressure that once dominated the space had dissipated, replaced by a faint, aching sense of defeat, gradually creeping into their hearts, and slowly evolving into a deep, searing humiliation. Bang! Tyr suddenly clenched his common hand tightly, his palm bones sinking deep into the flesh. Bright red blood dripped between his fingers, but he showed not the slightest hesitation or doubt. The first apostle, the first follower of the nameless monarch, and one of the true founders of the Saint Magic Church, his power was beyond question, comparable to ancient terrors. However, the gap in strength shown today still far exceeded everyone's expectations. This realization did not make Tyr retreat. On the contrary, a surging fighting spirit rose from deep within his chest. Flames of determination lit up his eyes. They were eyes burning with the desire for victory. A new opponent had been born, yet outwardly, he remained as calm as ever. No waves on the surface. After all, everything suffered today could only be described as brutal, far from something that could be taken lightly. Especially the missed chance to kill the second apostle became a lingering regret in his heart. Just wait and see. You'll regret underestimating and letting me go today. Deeply regret it. Tyr sheathed Caliban, took a deep breath to calm his restless heart, then exhaled slowly to dispel the gloom. The disrupted energy within him finally stabilized, and his surging emotions gradually settled. He told himself silently that despite all the hardships, this experience wasn't without value, so he accepted reality and moved on. Asterisk rumble asterisk. Asterisk rumble asterisk. In contrast, Harold was in a rage for failing to kill the second apostle. He vented his fury without restraint. The air around him roared deafeningly, as if exploding with every pulse of his rage. That feeling of powerlessness and humiliation had deeply wounded his pride. Have you calmed down now? Harold had been destroying everything in his path. Now he stood, panting heavily. After all, our goal was to seize the second apostle's supplies. As for his life, we can deal with him another day. In Harold's mind, only by hanging the second apostle's head for all to see could he truly reclaim his honor. But that couldn't happen today. which filled him with regret. But the situation was set. He could only let it go for now. That's all we can do for now. After struggling to cast off their frustrations, they took action, determined to still bring some merit back. Follow me. Lornold Block had sensed the atmosphere and began moving swiftly, heading toward the second apostle's secluded residence in the vast lake. Lornold walked with firm steps, without hesitation, as if completely confident of his destination, though still alert, fearing that remnants of the Holy Demon Church might still be lurking nearby. But they quickly concluded that such worries were unnecessary. Boom boom. A dull rumble spread through the ground, making the tremors beneath their feet palpable. In the distance, faintly, a faint plume of dust could still be seen rising painfully. What exactly is that? It felt like some massive creature was approaching, bringing an oppressive presence. But upon closer inspection, the sound wasn't an attack heading their way. Rather, it was the echo of large-scale retreating footsteps. The logic was simple. Since the apostles had already withdrawn, there was no need to garrison this place anymore. Fear fell into deep thought. Should they give chase? There were few troops left after the battle, and no solid reason to sustain a pursuit. Moreover, even considering the distance, rallying the scattered army was a pipe dream. Forget it. Just take down the apostles. The rest are just... The top priority now is to recover the supplies taken by Harold. Fear silently followed Roadblock forward. When they reached the cliff where the second apostle had fought, the scene was in complete ruin. A pile of mummified corpses lay sprawled across the ground, and below them was a dull, dim magic circle, its patterns blurred and unclear. Roadblock silently raised his hand and touched the mysterious symbol. Buzz buzz. After receiving Roadblock's magic, the magic circle let out a soft, gentle resonance. The earlier murderous aura had already dissipated, replaced by a grand yet gentle energy, quietly radiating. Look down there. Following Roadblock's instruction, they looked over the edge of the cliff and saw on the barren ground a magic circle spread like a spider web, unfolding vividly before their eyes. Unfolding vividly before their eyes. The one who designed this magic circle, where Lornold Block's magic remains, shouldn't be hard to find. Let's look carefully. Lornold Block closed his eyes tightly and began searching with full focus. Every corner of the Tyr and Harold also descended to the cliff bottom, tracking the magic traces left by the second apostle. They compared the areas with the most condensed energy and the deepest destruction marks, finally selecting several key locations to begin investigation. Crunch asterisk. Due to the second apostle's reckless use of powerful spells, many massive magical circuits were clearly visible. Eventually, the three of them regrouped at the same location. A dark and chilly cave lay before them, clearly shaped by human interference. The cave interior blocked all outside light. Not a single ray could enter. Faced with such eerie darkness, the group hesitated not at all. Harold took the lead and stepped into the cave. Click clack asterisk. Their footsteps echoed through the empty cave, creating waves of reverberation as they moved through the thick darkness, the pitch-black darkness, the endless darkness, the suffocating darkness. Their footsteps echoed through the vast cavern, bouncing through the emptiness. After crossing through the deep blackness, a faint light gradually appeared ahead, guiding them deeper into the cave. Hold on, stop here. Lornold Block, carefully investigating for any more magic circles ahead. Crunch asterisk. A faint magical ripple was heard, but there were no signs of repulsion. Let's keep moving. After confirming it's safe, the team moved again with Harold in the lead, resuming their path forward. As they crossed through the place of mingling light and shadow, what awaited them at the end was the gentle warmth of sunlight pouring down. It gave them a rare sense of ease. Looking up at the cave ceiling, a massive collapsed sinkhole suddenly came into view. Beneath it, a grand and solemn altar lay quietly. They slowly walked along the long corridor leading to the altar, discovering along the way dazzling displays of treasure. Sure enough, they had plundered plenty of riches. In the middle stood towering piles of gold coins, and precious gems were scattered all around. Among these surrounding items, all could have been the personal belongings of the second apostle. Harold approached the edge of the altar with great caution, and began carefully inspecting the important items placed upon. Did you find anything special? Fortunately, it was just as expected. Roadblock clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked up to the altar. Beside Harold, he began meticulously inspecting the various items. If they had been processed with magic, then each material would seem to be enveloped by some power, emitting a gentle glow. It looks like the final step of the alchemy ritual is underway, where the various materials converged. Strange magical vortices had begun to form. Unmistakably, they resonated with each other, even releasing continuous waves at a fixed frequency, making the very space subtly tremble. A faint gulping sound came from Harold's dry throat. It was a sign of his long-suppressed emotions. Finally showing on the surface, he remained silent, but his anxious gaze was fixed on the focused Roadblock. With every breath, his unease and anticipation grew. A deep silence enveloped the entire room. Only the rhythmic sounds from the mysterious materials persisted, lightly echoing in their ears. At that moment, Roadblock slowly nodded. a gentle smile rising at the corner of his mouth. When Harold saw this scene, the tension on his face, gradually it eased away. The long-held anxiety in his heart also faded into calmness. At this moment, that heavy pressure finally lifted, replaced by a rare sense of relief. Hope shimmered in Harold's eyes. He looked up, staring at Lornold Block, as if seeking a definite answer from his expression. Truly impressive. You gathered so much. You must have suffered greatly along the way. Lornold looked at Harold and gave him a sympathetic smile, as if acknowledging all the hardship he'd endured. Don't worry. With all of this, there's no need to search for additional materials. Your daughter will definitely recover. Hearing those words, Harold's chest trembled violently. Uncontainable emotions surged in his eyes. He glanced back and forth between Lornold and the precious materials, overwhelmed with gratitude and relief. Thank you, truly. His voice was hoarse and choked, filled with deep emotion. Chapter 281. Harold tightly grasped Tyr and Lornold's hands. His shoulders trembled slightly, as if struggling to suppress the surging waves of emotion within. All the days and nights of fighting, the endurance and sacrifice, now, all transformed into profound fulfillment. All the painful memories he once endured flashed through his mind like lightning. The years spent suffering under the holy demon church, and his daughter's ever-changing face, day after day. Now, finally, there was hope. Just imagining kissing his lovely daughter, seeing that gentle face again. A wave of warmth surged in his chest, nearly overwhelming him. After a long and arduous journey, he had finally reached this moment, though it came with great suffering. He had finally seen the daughter he loved return before his very eyes. His heart was filled with indescribable joy and emotion. At least I made the right choice. I didn't choose the wrong path. Even though I couldn't personally slay the second apostle, by joining forces with Tyr, they still managed to achieve some results. Such an outcome made Harold feel both fortunate and proud. By contrast, though Tyr and Rodbrock had no children, and couldn't fully grasp a father's complex emotions at this moment, their wisdom and experience allowed them to understand the hardship and value behind all this. It truly is something to be grateful for. There was genuine joy in his tone. It truly is reassuring. Hearing those words, Harold gradually showed a smile. It was his most sincere smile yet. His eyes shone brighter than ever before. I don't know how to repay such kindness. I've truly received an immense favor. To express his gratitude, Harold gently raised his hand and pounded his chest with a firm fist. Bang! A sound like thunder echoed out. Yet the expression on Harold's face remained full of satisfaction and happiness. This wasn't done with any expectation of reward. Please, just accept it at ease. Hearing Tyr's words, Harold lightly curved the corners of his mouth. Though we can't proceed with further treatment right now, you should take these materials first and go see your daughter. Though these words carried a hint of regret, Harold didn't mind at all. There was a time, in those long and endless days of torment, every day felt like hell. But now, it felt like paradise awaited at the finish line. A promise, filled with hope and anticipation. Then, I will wait for that day with a joyful heart. Because I know I'll see her again soon. Harold's brow brimmed with irrepressible joy. Moreover, it was a deeper, more profound happiness. Then, he slowly drew out something the size of a thumb from his chest. A stone glowing with a faint blue light. It emitted a faint salty scent, like a sea breeze brushing across the surface. Asterisk crack asterisk. When Harold snapped the stone in half, a tiny but powerful whirlwind erupted, tossing nearby strands of hair into the air, along with a wave of salty moisture in the air. It felt as if they were by the sea. Harold handed half of the broken stone to Tyr. When you reach the place where you can smell this ocean scent, that will be the moment we reunite. You won't mistake it. Understood. Thank you for everything. We'll meet again soon. After saying goodbye with smiles, Harold gently picked up the items on the workbench and turned to leave, while Tyr followed Lornold Block out of the workshop, heading toward his lair. Seeing Harold smile was truly heartwarming. At that moment, the image of Kale smiling in the past suddenly surfaced in his mind. Familiar figures seemed to flicker nearby. Each smile held a different meaning, but at their core, they were all the same. It was a parent's deep care for their child, and the love in their smile. When his daughter awakens, her smile will surely shine even brighter than now. Perhaps Lornold Block sensed some kind of presence or energy, as a subtle smile tugged at his lips. A faint yet meaningful smile. His steps on the return path were light, almost floating. Looking around, the world felt infinitely empty. An aura of indifference spread across the land, cold as if slicing like a blade. In this barren and lifeless land, only a mysterious presence lingered. A circular platform held up the staircase to the upper floor, layer upon layer leading skyward. Brilliant and magnificent murals were embedded between each stair level. It added a sense of sanctity. The main structure was a majestic white temple, standing tall among the clouds, solemn and awe-inspiring, as if a realm of paradise. The surroundings of this structure were not a grassy field, but a mysterious sanctuary. The main structure was a majestic white temple, standing tall among the clouds, solemn and awe-inspiring, as if a realm of paradise. A sudden sound, one that didn't belong to this place, broke the silence. It felt especially jarring. Drip, drip. Suddenly, a crack opened up in the void, like an eggshell breaking, quickly spreading outwards, gradually expanding through the entire space. In an instant, the whole world was torn apart. Crack. Two figures emerged from the rift in the void. Each stood upon a massive disc. One of them had lost his right arm. His face twisted in pain. Sweat covered his brow, yet he still endured the agony. His face contorted with overwhelming humiliation, a sight almost too pitiful to witness. Why? Why did this happen? The one-armed man questioned in a suppressed, low voice, his tone heavy with weight, his eyes locked tightly onto the man opposite him. His gaze filled with chilling frost, concealing endless hatred. What did you say? A few years later, the other man tilted his head slightly in confusion, then looked down at the elf kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Why? Why? After finally having the chance to sacrifice my life for my faith, would you rob me of this opportunity more precious than any treasure? Seeing this, the man responded with a disdainful cold laugh. The opponent who had just been groveling in submission now regained his former arrogance. Such a turnaround was almost laughable. We've never entrusted our lives to such a vile being. To be promoted to the position of apostle, under normal circumstances, he would have questioned the second apostle's behavior. But this time, he chose to be uncharacteristically tolerant, because he knew clearly, behind this seemingly mad act, lay the second apostle's flawless, unwavering devotion. Besides that, the second apostle still held considerable value. After all, he was a vital piece in carrying out the Holy Church's will. Tell me, why exactly did you act this way? At that moment, the second apostle had somehow recovered his strength and rose from the ground with resolve. Facing the first apostle with unwavering determination, he began to question him. The chance to die a martyr for one's faith is rare, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Immortal warriors. They may die on the battlefield, believing it to be the highest form of glory, but to followers of the Holy Demon Church, only by offering their life to the gods in martyrdom can they be seen as having reached a divine state, because they firmly believe that once they die as martyrs, they will instantly be promoted and ascend the glorious path to the divine, forever basking in the infinite glory granted by the gods. Now, such a precious opportunity had been forcibly taken from him. No wonder the second apostle was so emotional, so overwhelmingly angry. His current state showed that he had made up his mind to fight the first apostle to the death, no matter the cost. His right arm began to surge, with churning magical power. Faint traces of danger radiated from it. The energy that had previously built up inside him, which hadn't been fully released, was once again being summoned, reflowing through his veins and meridians, revitalizing his body with life and strength. As someone who bore the duties of an apostle, did the second apostle still possess basic self-awareness and control? If the answer was yes, then he must reject this fanatical emotional extremity at once. Even after such severe reprimand, the second apostle stubbornly clung to his beliefs, showing not the slightest sign of retreat. In his hostile eyes, a chilling, intimidating gleam flickered. His entire body had long since entered a state of readiness. His knees slightly bent, center of gravity lowered, clearly preparing for a thunderous counterattack. Even after all these years of experience, could the second apostle still not overcome his childish impulses? Still lost in this naive world? The first apostle sighed in disappointment, then raised his hand expressionlessly. Boom! A deafening roar erupted in an instant. Like mountains collapsing, the thunderous sound echoed endlessly. The space around the second apostle seemed to freeze for a moment. Then an invisible, yet overwhelmingly powerful, and irresistible force suddenly struck. The second apostle's gaze turned as if caught in an inescapable prison, crushing him from every direction at once. Icy cold to the bone, as if the depths of winter had invaded his body. That chilling sensation pierced straight through his nerves, even freezing half of his soul. The pain of swollen capillaries combined with the immense mental pressure made the second apostle's his eyes lost their former sharpness. As his body heat rapidly faded, even the slight grinding of his teeth could be heard. His once commanding presence vanished in an instant. The magic surging through his arms collapsed before it could fully form. All his power retreated back into his body, turning into endless fatigue, like a bug crushed underfoot, desperately struggling to survive. But with his entire structure destroyed, all resistance was destined to be in vain. His heavy breathing turned more labored and painful. Every breath became a Herculean effort. His chest felt as though weighed down by a boulder. The invisible barrier pressed closer and closer, increasing its crushing force. The second apostle could no longer support his own weight. His frail body collapsed like a rag doll, his bones groaning under the unbearable strain. Cough, cough. The air trembled violently, mixed with the second apostle's endless wails. There was no sign of stopping. The first apostle showed no intention of ending it. Asterisk, crack, asterisk. A clear sound of bones breaking echoed out. The screams grew more piercing and harrowing. But even witnessing all of this, the first apostle had no intention of halting his assault. On the contrary, he became more aggressive, more explosive, like a beast, etching the mark of obedience into its prey. he further increased the pressure, ensuring his target could no longer resist. There was no anger or fury on his face, only a numb and indifferent expression, like a machine executing a programmed task. The first apostle gazed on coldly, almost cruelly, watching the second apostle slowly approach death. Enough. Stop it. Please, I beg you, stop. The second apostle, his eyes bloodshot, tears of blood streaming down his face. His smaller bones had already shattered in many places. His body was no longer symmetrical. Even his once clear skin had become swollen and bruised, covered in marks from the pressure. Under the intense force, shattered bones could be seen outlined beneath his skin. The second apostle was no longer even capable of screaming. All he could do was taste the cold flavor of death. Ugh, brother, as his eyes rolled back, and his breathing nearly stopped. Snap. The first apostle flicked his finger, and the invisible shackles on the second apostle were instantly undone. The suffocating killing intent slowly dissipated. The violently churning air returned to silence. Guh. The second apostle gasped greedily for air, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. She barely covered the blood with her hands to avoid staining the sacred ground, then hurriedly wiped away the traces of blood with her sleeve. Grateful. Thank you, my benefactor. Cold sweat poured down like heavy rain, soaking her entire body. Her once confident face was nowhere to be seen. Now her hair was completely drenched with sweat, and she looked utterly disheveled. As someone who once stood at the pinnacle of the Saint Magic Church, her current state was difficult to associate with her once noble image. She remained collapsed on the ground, completely unable to support herself. The first apostle stepped forward slowly, standing before her. Do you think this is the destination you truly sought? To those words, she had no strength to respond. No, more precisely, she had no idea what to say at all. At this moment, just to avoid angering the first apostle, she didn't even dare to meet his gaze. No, absolutely not. If you even dare to have foolish thoughts, I'll condemn you to wander eternal hell. Hearing this, the second apostle could only sweat profusely. She knew, no matter what, the first apostle would keep his word, so she dared not provoke him lightly. Live each day with a heart full of gratitude. This life is like a new one granted by the gods. And also, the first apostle chuckled softly. Live like a true dog. Spilling your blood for the gods of this world. Groveling in submission. That is your only purpose in existence. The first apostle mocked the second apostle with a cold sneer, while caressing her chin like a caged hunting dog. Could it be? You've realized you're not even worthy of death? Under the first apostle's endless humiliation, the second apostle could only tremble, filled with shame, unable to respond. So utterly submissive, that the first apostle's gaze grew even colder, her expression tightening with disdain. What is your answer? This is your final warning. There will be no defiance. If you still wish to cling to life, then you must follow her rules, and never step out of line again. Slowly, the first apostle's fingertips pressed deeply into the second apostle's neck. I understand. Only then did the first apostle smile in satisfaction, and gently nodded. Then, she stood up coldly, her figure dissolving into a wisp of smoke, disappearing into the air, leaving the second apostle alone. Her arm twitched weakly as she shifted her body, and finally rested her head against the large disc before her. Then, despite the searing pain in her body, she suddenly burst into a fit of mad laughter. The overwhelming humiliation and powerlessness slowly transformed into a deep, unfathomable madness. The light in her eyes grew vicious and violent, filled with a fierce and frenzied aura. Her empty, echoing laughter reverberated through the pitch-black space without end. The shame pierced her like blades into the bone, making every inch of her body ache. Part of it was physical pain. But more than that, it was the agony of having her dignity trampled by the first apostle. The second apostle let out a sobbing, bitter laugh, her voice echoing into the emptiness, making the surroundings feel even more desolate. The second apostle struggled to support her weary body. She finally managed to sit up on the disc, then struggled to stand, supporting herself with both hands. Next, she dragged her weak and heavy body toward the sacred temple in the distance, climbing the slopes. At the temple's entrance stood a solemn stone stele, dozens of meters tall, like a towering spire. Its builder remained unknown, only that it was a scripture left by the hand of the gods. The text on the stele had long since been eroded by time, now barely recognizable. The second apostle closed her eyes and knelt devoutly before the stele, gently tracing a cross in the air. Yet regrettably, her heart found no peace at all. Her gaze returned to the weathered, broken stele, a deep sorrow rising within her. Why do you turn a blind eye to me? Scalding tears silently fell. Her eyes stung with bitterness. She quietly mouthed the question that had always tormented her. How much longer? Until we hear your voice again? With that desperate wish in her heart, her mournful words lingered, then gradually faded into a sigh, disappearing into the void. Her steps back to the nest were surprisingly light. The climb felt filled with hope, like reaching the summit. Yet the land beneath her feet had been scarred by war. The once familiar scenery now unrecognizable. Who would have known that a fierce battle had unfolded here? Perhaps only when the Great Barrier falls will humans set foot in this forbidden land. What did you go to the nest to retrieve? Judging from your words, it sounds like an extremely rare and priceless treasure. Just some little trinkets, meant to enhance the effects of the medicine. Nothing truly rare. Rhodey truly has a kind heart. There was no sarcasm in these words, but genuine praise. In fact, even without those extras, the treatment could have been done on the spot, but to ensure better results, they willingly endured the trouble of these steps. Now you understand, don't you? A faint smile appeared on Lornold Block. Then his eyes met. For a brief moment, Tyr's golden eyes widened in surprise, but within a second, they returned to calm. Is something wrong? Seeing the surprised look on Lornold Block's face, Tyr quickly stepped closer. It's nothing. Even so, Lornold didn't explain the reason in detail. He gave a cold snort and a contemptuous smile, then silently moved forward, his heart puzzled. Yet his expression now held a trace of joy. He thought to himself, that pointy-eared brat must have brought back something incredible. The life energy Tyr unleashed earlier had already taken root deep within his body and began to naturally integrate with him. Compared to before, the aura he now emitted was far stronger by countless times. Even if they didn't kill the second apostle, what they gained more than made up for it. The loss had already been overcompensated. Of course, the person in question seemed unaware of all this. Fortunately, he had already shown surprising subconscious control over that power, so choosing not to mention it now was a calculated decision. He thought, just how far could his future partner's potential go? Even imagining the possibilities made his heart race with excitement. He was full of anticipation. Before they realized it, the two of them had already returned to the lair. At that moment, Lornold Block had begun rummaging through a mountain of treasure. Logically speaking, it should be here. As he moved, a crashing sound echoed out, followed by the rolling of scattered items. Faced with all the glittering treasures flying about, Tyr responded with a wry smile, thinking to himself quietly, after this, I'll probably need to set aside time to make a full report on this lair, though who knows how long it'll take. Compared to flipping through every single treasure each time, keeping records in advance would clearly save far more time and effort. Clink clank. Ding. Congratulations. Hidden quest successfully triggered and completed. Additional objective. Eliminate one of the remaining level 1 demon hands. Due to successfully hunting the level 1 demon hand and achieving victory against the forces of the Saint Magic Church, the objective is considered fulfilled. Due to encountering apostles, the mission difficulty has been upgraded from A class to S class. Evaluation result. S class. All acquired active skills have significantly improved. Level breakthrough. Level up again. Levels continue to rise. Additional rewards have been distributed. Ding. The full enhancement of skills was quite satisfying. He hadn't expected an extra surprise to await him. A natural smile crept across his lips. In front of Tyr, a soft point of light suddenly appeared, gradually gathering and taking shape, slowly forming a clear outline, then gently falling into his palm. With a click, it was a compass. No doubt about it, it looked just like an ordinary compass. Nothing remarkable at all, but considering it was a reward from the system, it surely held some hidden secret. Where exactly will this lead me? An item called the compass must have the function of pointing to specific locations. Are you pondering something? Nothing important, just a little curiosity. By the way, did you find the item you needed? Not yet. We might need to explore a bit longer. Roadbrock paid no mind to the compass's presence, showing no sign of interest. Of course, he didn't ask about it either. Could it be that this compass is completely undetectable to Rhodey, completely out of his perception? When Tyr gently lifted the lid of the compass, the red needle pointed firmly toward the northwest. The system's guidance has never been wrong. Behind this clue, there must be some crucial information hidden. However, I must not forget Harold's importance. If Harold were present now, perhaps he could wait just a little while longer. Although it's feasible in theory, reality makes it difficult to carry out. This caused a slight turmoil in his heart. Thinking of Harold's daughter eagerly awaiting their return, a pang of guilt quietly rose within him. After some thought, Tyr finally made his decision. Found it. A small orb floated in Lornold Block's palm. From the digging marks left behind, and the many unopened treasure sprouts standing beside it, it was clear his actions were full of strength. Congratulations, you succeeded. Lornold Block gave a satisfied smile, then calmly stepped. Looking closely at the orb, it was surprisingly small and delicate. One could imagine how hard it was to find. Rhodey, before we go see Harold, there's one more place we need to check out. Though he felt guilty toward Harold, there was no helping it. Tyr and the others believed that with Harold's generosity, such a small delay would surely be forgiven. Therefore, they resolutely stepped outside the lair, with Tyr following the compass's direction, taking firm steps forward. Along the path, Lornold Block suddenly sensed something. There's something off about this. Where exactly are we going? Even in this land, eroded by floods, where roads are few and far between, Roadbrock still that their current path was leading them straight toward the core of the Demon Sea. I'm not entirely sure either.